Well, everybody started jamming. Even the static, the air escaping from our mouths got involved. Let me just check that, though. This. See what happens there. Okay, time to start the Zappa Hour Plus. Plus means the other hours that we have to do to get into it. So I will unmute Bert and Roxy. Are you there, Bert?
No, this is me, fellows.
What's your name? Is that Roxy?
Roxy, Queen of Horniness.
Getting in the Zap mood. And Bert. Maybe that's not Bert. Is this Bert? Which one are you, Bert?
I'm here.
Okay, good. All right, just some business. On the chat line, somebody calling themselves .94. They don't have a name, but they have a number. I thought that was part of Dave's posting, so I thought Dave was asking for shove it right in, but it was .94, and this .94 seems to be a knowledgeable Zappa guy because he named the second song I played, Heavy Duty Judy, which Carolyn came over and said, have I ever heard this before? And I don't think she has. So .94 knows Zappa, but we don't know who he or she is. Alyssa says, Bob's live remix Zappa Hour Plus begins. That's right, Alyssa. And Alyssa, she ran over a couple hours ago to see Eugene Chadbourne. You probably didn't, you two wouldn't have heard me talk about him. He was a guy who, a few years ago before Jimmy Carr Black died, he played and hung out with Jimmy Carr Black, the Indian of the group. That was the term in the Mother's Invention in the 60s. Jimmy Carr Black was a pretty neat guy. And Eugene Chadbourne, I attended a small performance he gave with the CKLN gang in '92 after I'd left CKLN, and they wondered why I was there. How could I know about Eugene Chadbourne? I actually didn't know much about him, heard a bit about him, and I'm sitting in the back, and then in the middle of the concert, he introduces a song, but he dedicates it to J.R. Bob Dobbs. Well, that certainly shocked the young people. They all swirled around and looked at me and wondered, what did I have to do with this guy? So that worked. That was great, and built up my mystery profile. And let's see, Ben Watson makes a lot out of Eugene Chadbourne. He plays an electric rake. So Alyssa, she said a couple hours ago, yay, L-Truth. No, what'd she say? She says, like, we got 9:46, so what time is it? 10? Oh, maybe, yeah, so she, a few hours ago, she just posted this. She said, hi, guys, I'm back. Oh, no, that's not the first statement. She says, I have to scroll down here, find it. Haven't got it here. Oh, Alyssa, there it is. So, she says, hey, all. Bob, I'm seeing Eugene Chadbourne tonight in Ventura, California. And Wiki says he was influenced by the Mother's Invention and Captain Beefheart. You familiar with him? I've never heard of him, but checking it out live tonight. So she goes to it and returns and says, he says, hi, guys, I'm back. and Eugene Chadbourne was pretty fantastique. And she says, ha ha. Well, someone says, Alyssa, that was the fastest concert ever, says L. Truth. And she says, ha ha, he played for 50 minutes, 50 minutes at the local record store in Ventura, California. We biked home, easy breezy. Yeah, he seems to play on the smaller venues. He's got quite a big reputation, but I don't think he got into the corporate level much. She said, Alyssa says, I talked to him a bit about playing with Jimmy Carl Black, but he was packing up, and we didn't go too deep on stuff. And she then cheers L. Truth, and she says, excited for that. What did L. Truth say? Oh, about L. Truth predicted what I was going to play tonight. Then she says, P.S. Evidently some Air Force base in Italy where Chadbourne hung out with Jimmy Carl Black accidentally flew a plane into a ski lift. Eek! Anyways, Chadbourne's lyrics were killer. There will be a YouTube of it, and I'll post it on Dupes or something. Then, did she say anything else? Then she says, Bob's live remix Zappa Hour Plus begins. And then Gene says, Alyssa, you have a magnificent existence, traveling all over the country, visiting friends. Okay. Yes, Alyssa is a musician. She has a big band from the jazz school, basically 30s and 40s stuff. She's about 105 years old. She's been playing for years. And she looks like she's 22, but that's what happens when you hang out with Bob. All these parallel worlders get attracted to you, and they drop in, and he ain't seen nothing yet. Dave was totally fooled. He doesn't know. Dave Neufeld. She visited Dave Neufeld a couple of weeks ago. Dave had no clue she was 105, and we didn't tell him. But there it is, Dave. Now you know. So, what we have tonight, guys, and girls, and gals, and lads, and lasses, is I was talking about some themes that Roxy wanted to do tonight. And then I said, well, I'm going to check out. I had a pretty interesting conversation with Zappa and Joyce and Lewis at one point. Let me find that. So I was listening to it, and I said, holy damn, there's this anachrony or synchronicity. They talk about what Roxy wants to talk about. So this would be about 40, 45 minutes, I think. Are you guys ready to hear that, Roxy, or will you do some talking about other matters first?
No, it's perfect like that. I had this week. Yeah. I had the words universal spin in my head all the time, so that's why somehow this thing showed up.
Well, wait till you were picking up on this, because you'll be surprised. Listen closely. You'll hear the themes right there, even the words. So, Bert, anything you want to say from hangover from last week, or any themes before we put on the recording?
Is this recording including Zappa with Wyndham Lewis?
Yes, it's
at all.
I did a mashup. I got them all together in one room, an Astor room. McLuhan, Zappa, Garrett Dean, Tim Carey. It's awesome. This is an incredible scenario. And
no, because go
ahead.
No, from last week, just when you were going over them or us, a whole week I was just thinking about that, and then I just kept thinking of Wyndham Lewis. I wanted to know if Zappa knew anything about Wyndham Lewis, so I'll get some answers.
No, who, as far as I know, Zappa did not know much about Wyndham Lewis, but Captain Beefheart did. One of his band members or his wife, I'm not sure which, turned him on to Captain Beefheart. That she or he, it might have been Gary, forget his last name, he was a very good guitarist in the later Captain Beefheart Magic Band, Gary somebody. He, I think, read Apes of God, a huge book, to Beefheart while they were on tour. Or his wife did, I'm not sure which, but I think Gary Lucas. And Beefheart was amazed. And there's a photograph of Beefheart in Manchester, England, attending a gallery show of Wyndham Lewis paintings, a revival of Lewis about 1980. So here's Don, who Wyndham Lewis, that famous picture of him in the studio, I don't know, in the teens, he looks exactly like Beefheart. He and Beefheart look a lot alike, around the same age. And Zappa looks more like Joyce, or has this Joycean aspect. So you had the musical replay of the vortices when you come into Beefheart and Zappa, which is pretty nice. Acoustic space, odd tactile replay in the 60s of what went on in the 20s. Okay, so it's pretty interesting. I will now set it up, start it at the right point. So you and Roxy can talk for a second among yourselves while I set this up. You can...
I have a question for Roxanne.
No, wait. Okay, Roxanne. Bert. Yeah, hey, Bert. You said you were thinking about it all week. What were you thinking about all week? Wyndham Lewis or
just how
from last week?
No, actually, just thinking about how Zappa set up this Them or Us and how it waves into plays, music tied in a book, how he just wove all that's tightly woven in together. And it's like he it just blew me away. So I was just thinking, it seems to me it was like a Wyndham Lewis influence of trying to create a point, but he used all the different mediums.
Media. When you say mediums plural, you say media, M-E-D-I-A.
Yeah. I'm just saying he used
mediums. I think artists say mediums plural when they're talking about the medium of paint. But when you talk about communication technology, you say media. Yeah, anyways, yes. Okay. Now, that is discussed a bit. This is what's incredible, what you guys were thinking about. Turned out that on September 9th, 1997, a day after LaRouche's birthday, September 8th, the day I did a session with the Evergreens on September 8th, and I went back on September 9th in Toronto, 1997, and we're going to hear the first of the two I did on that day. So we're getting near the end of my career with the Evergreens in 1997. We still got 2 more years, but later stuff, maybe more advanced interrogation of the Evergreens. I was more familiar with them, understood them better. So now you can, while I set up the recording, go ahead and say something to Roxy. Bert.
Roxanne, have you ever, what do you think of Bob's DJing? I wanted to know, what do you think? Or what affects Bob's DJing?
Well, Bob is a product of tactile space, and we're going to talk about that because one of the developments I see in music is that because there is no more linear, the linear that dominated the visual space, there are other types of controllers coming in which people don't play anymore. They sort of dance to trigger events. So we are not... the main controller since Bach was the keyboard. And, for example, Buchla started developing controllers using the infrared technology, like your remote controls of TV, so that you can control without wires an instrument, a device. And I see the technology, the controllers as a type of interface. We want to interface with the non-physical, and that was what Bach was trying to do, and all the scientists trying to understand the power of God and the laws of nature. And now that we're going to see where things are not linear, but they're more like a vortex. People are not playing anymore like lines of rhythm or melodies. They trigger many things with their bodies, for example, like textures or a whole song or a sequence, and it's like dancing. And you have different regions in space, and you assign whatever you want this in that area to be triggered when you touch that area. You can also program, for example, dynamics. If I go up, this is going to be louder or faster or things like that. And there are, like, for example, laptop orchestras and people playing with their cell phones, making music, being far away from each other.
Laptop orchestras.
Yes. Yes. There is a laptop orchestra, for example, in the Stanford University. They have developed very interesting technologies. And the conductor can, for example, just write in a screen all the different commands like play louder or trigger sequence number 1 or whatever he's conducting like that. And the people seem to be dancing or writing in their computers. And this type of vortex, I mean, we are not doing this linear anymore, is what Bob is doing with his DJing. He has this vortex of all types of music because that's the way it is. There is no real linear time. Everything is happening at once. And there are all these things going on that seem to be unrelated, but in a way everything is related. And that was also the idea of Barres when he was composing, that Zappa liked so much. And Zappa went to develop also this type of style of mixing all types of music, all type of sound landscapes in a piece, all types of media cliches, because that's the way we are bombarded by the vortex in the environment. And I think Bob is just, he knows all these things, and he's mirroring the situation. We are in the middle of everything. And that's the idea with Wyndham Lewis. We're going to develop this tonight, later on. He said the artist is a person who can put himself in the middle of the vortex and stop it and see new patterns. Yeah.
Wow.
And this is what McLuhan called the levels of apprehension, this stopping the vortex to understand the patterns. But we are going to talk later on about all these things, and that's what Bob has been doing, and in a way he's showing you he's in the middle of the vortex and he's playing all these different types of music.
Exactly. I agree. I like that statement. Okay, so let me just, I have to get the exact positioning, so I'm just going to play here a little bit, see where we're at the beginning of the session. Just a second. Okay, so what do I got to unplug? Oh, yeah, the noise guy. Okay.
Greetings, Evergreen.
All right, right there. Perfect. All right, so I will now mute you two, and maybe at some point halfway through I'll stop, maybe not. If you want to say something, if something really gets to you, Roxy or Bert, email me, my private email, and I'll see your message saying, okay, can you stop? I'd like to say something. So if something comes up, email me. Otherwise, I'll just let it run through, okay? And there's a lot of different things discussed, all of it relevant. And the Zappa people that will be listening to this, they're going to have a real treat. They're going to actually hear Frank talking from the Guff. or from the grave, or wherever you want to believe he is. Okay.
Yes, and I want to mention only something before you stop. This is the time of the year where everybody remembers Zappa transitioning 22 years ago.
Oh, yeah, yesterday,
so
December 4th,
this
right.
is like our Frank Zappa transition special.
Yes,
But,
he didn't die special. Frank did not die. He's still with us,
yes.
composing with Bob. Bob's
like,
the only...
Like Elvis, he's just faking it. He's around somewhere.
What'd you say,
like Elvis?
Gail?
No, like Elvis, Frank is just faking it.
Yeah.
He's somewhere around.
Yeah, he faked breaking up the mothers. He's always faking up some disruptive rupture, and it turns out, no, he didn't do it. Okay, so Frank is here. I am the last mother invention. I'm still composing with Frank. We're in the studio. Like, remember Steve Vai says on that recording, he used to go up. He lived near Frank's home, so he'd drop over and do stuff in the studio. Well, I'm the only guy still able to drop in on Frank's studio, so I unappreciated that. All right, so we mute. Get one last giggle from you guys, then we mute. All right. Okay. And here I am, September 9th, 1997, asking the Evergreens about these issues.
This session, I'd like to talk to several people. Are those people aware that I'm waiting to be talked to?
Yes.
Is there one particular person who'd like to speak first?
No, please begin.
All right. I would like to begin with Marshall McLuhan. Can you locate him?
Yes.
Marshall, we had a conference in your name last March 21st and 22nd up at York University. What did you think of the overall performance of the speakers?
Two points on adequacy. There is some interesting progression and more of an understanding moving towards formula, but at the same time not looking at some certain practicalities. Putting this at a practical point, seeing what is happening in communications as an overall, not completely realizing that a certain watershed of where communications link together, so forming a totality, that is not as understood as it is to describe various factions or fractions of communications technologies. And on the whole, it's interesting to see where it's going. And it's also interesting to see that there is good addition, good extension of proposition. On the whole, very interesting.
Yeah, for me, I had a talk to you a year ago in '96, and you emphasized the fact your work was a science, not an art. The art aspect was not as significant as the science. So I interpret what you're saying now as emphasizing the science applicability of it, and most people haven't realized this.
Exactly.
Does Eric, your son, understand this?
He's moving towards it.
So the book, Laws of Media, the New Science, he didn't understand fully.
He understands it. That as a measurable state, moving towards measurement is where it must move. If you can measure individual portions of a communications totality, that only work when the portions are fractionalized. But there is less and less fractionalization, more unfractionalization of communications technologies. Where does one end and another begin? Now, certain of these would appear to be obvious, but not so. What is it moving towards? If it is moving towards a communications technology, if it is moving to a great interlinking of communications technologies, then we're moving into more measurability. It would appear that it's easier to measure a radio audience or to measure a television audience. But audiences are now more audiences than were before. And because there are now more audiences, because of greater uses of different fractions of technology, that all of these fractions move towards reassembly of themselves, as though each one is a jigsaw part that eventually becomes connected to another part, and that certain of these are invisible connections, but nonetheless they become so much more than their antecedents. Telephone is a telephone. A cellular telephone is not a telephone. The fixedness of telephones, the unfixedness of cellular. Now, what is then the telephone? It's one technology, two technologies, a third separate technology. But you cannot have cellular telephones unless there is radio. So the combination of radio, the combination of telephone, is an entirely new methodology. It appears to be an extension of telephone, but in actuality is not, because telephone can only extend itself towards telephone. There can be better telephone, there can be intriguing telephone, there can be princess phones, but still these are phones. But the cellular is not. Now, some would say that this is just an adaptation of two-way radio, more transportable, more portable because of a certain technology, but you will not have the use of this technology unless there's a need for the technology. Unless there's need, you cannot have any technology. So, what's the need? How did a society reach a certain point where it itself decided it had a need for cellular telephones? So, if you're going to measure all of this, it is measurable. Now, is need measurable, or is the environment that is created by the communications as it is at present then that which predicts itself? Can that be measured? What comes after a cellular telephone?
All right, that's very interesting. I was wondering, in this conference they featured Arthur Croker, who represents the postmodern strain of thinking, and especially influenced by Jean Baudrillard. You were not aware of Baudrillard's writings and before, when you were alive, were you?
Yes and no. Yes, but relevant.
In relative or relevant?
There's always the concept of relevancy. If you would see any description of any system and project forward where that system is going to be, you're going to make some serious mistakes. Because the projection of the system creates something that is not a projection of the system. Every communications systemology has resulted in this phenomena. Now, his writings, frankly, miss the point.
Yes. Well, what do you think of Arthur Croker's development from Baudrillard?
Well, the development is another thing. Well, the development has to realize what we just said,
Yes.
that you can project, but you're missing the point if you do not understand that the projection is into an environment created by the projection.
Yes. Let's see. So I know Eric objected to Arthur Croker's speech. He said basically it was bullshit. Would Marshall would agree with his son Eric on that?
Well, would not be as harsh, but it's a fair description.
Yeah, because yes,
Please.
Yeah, it's because he's still working with the idea of being art commentary, talking about relating to art worlds and art movements, and missing the science fact of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this concept of communication an art or a science? If it were art, then there is a different pathway. But if it is a speculation about a forthcoming science, then it fits the patterns of the discussion of electricity, to follow the discussions of the concept of radio. Much could be said of the projection of an idea that, and there were movies that were done that would give pictures of 50 years hence, but all of those projections were based upon the existing system refining itself. It did not add in what it itself would create. So art can talk about art, but it cannot talk about science. Now, if communications theory is like economics, finding its rules, finding its basis, and finding that which is repeatable, that which is predictable, then the science of economics and the science of communication would equate. But neither of them are art.
I understand. I'd like to move to a retrospective question about your own work. In Explorations number 8, the book you put out in 1957, you said that Wyndham Lewis was the first writer to treat media en bloc, E-N-B-L-O-C, French phrase, whereas Joyce and Eliot did it on a smaller scale. Now, many people now talk about the influence of Finnegan's Wake and Joyce on your writings, and they see media in Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, but nobody knows about this statement or comments on the fact you're saying Lewis was the first to deal with the media en bloc. Could you clarify that phrase?
Can you understand how Lewis writes? He is not in a pattern of certain other writers. When Lewis wrote, and it would not be his light writing or his heavy writing, but the way that he wrote, it was the difference between the murmuring of a stream and the clash of a cymbal. Now, if you would see that certain writers wrote, and they were almost like streams that rippled and splashed. But C.S. Lewis was a sudden clash of cymbals.
Not C.S. Lewis, Wyndham Lewis.
Wyndham Lewis,
yes.
again.
That's what you mean.
Yes.
Clash of cymbals.
Yes. A clash of cymbals. See the difference?
Yes.
Now, Joyce was a high-pressure hose. If you look at that, you'd see that that's an en bloc. You see?
That's Joyce doing en bloc?
That is the rush of a hose. It is the cymbals not as a crash, like Lewis.
Right.
But as a great sound continuing. The sound of Joyce is continuous through all of the writing. You hear it.
And it's en bloc within that style.
Yes.
So Lewis is en bloc with the Clash of Cymbals.
Yes.
So what did you mean that Joyce and Eliot did it on a smaller scale, media en bloc?
Smaller is a word that can be adapted.
Yeah.
It is not smaller as in less, but as you would compare a stream trickling down a mountainside and compare that with a high-pressure hose and then move to the next, which would be a clash of cymbals.
I see.
That was where we would put smaller, but still that high-pressure forcedness.
Right, and Joyce took the media en bloc and re-amalgamated it within the verbal medium.
Yes.
Whereas Lewis just took on the media as topics in a way. He didn't aesthetically put it back into the word, the verbal medium.
Mm.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So in a sense, Lewis, as a topic, was dealt with the new media more obviously. You talking about the BBC and that, whereas Joyce, it was a hidden agenda to refer to the media.
Mm-hmm. Well, by change, did they change the media?
You saying both?
Take, for instance, any of Joyce's work, any, and you put that in front of a person who has not read Joyce before. And then that person reads it. How has that person changed towards the media, the print media?
He or she has changed.
Yes. Now, take a good look around you at various magazines that are available in this year, 1997. Take a good look. Then take a good look at magazines that were produced in the 20s and the 30s. Take a good look.
Yeah.
And if you take a good look at, to suggest, Look magazine of the 20s.
Yes.
It smashed the mold, didn't it?
Yes.
It was a visual print media.
Yes.
Now, take a good look at the Saturday Evening Post in the 20s and 30s. Take a good look. Now, move to 1997. Take a good look at Wired magazine. Take a good look at what magazines are. Take a good look, and you'll see that the whole conceptualness of the media has changed. Oh, you can still get a newspaper that looks like a newspaper, but most newspapers are not newspapers. The whole print media has changed. Take a good look, if you would, at a good copy of the Wall Street Journal in 1927, 28. Take a good look at the Wall Street Journal now, this year, 1997. It has changed, but it has not changed. It has stayed an icon to itself. That is its sales appeal. It's for those who do not want Wired magazine. Now take a good look at any local newspaper in New York, where you are present in Toronto, and compare those with their own copies of their own antecedents of 70 years ago. What do you say? Considerable difference. Now, how did Joyce change the book form? For a moment, let's look at book. What is the object of book? Obviously, it is put information, story, on consecutive pages. And you start at the beginning, and you read to the end, you close the covers. The book is there, a read book. It is being read. It's not unfamiliar. And people read to be changed. Book changes. Now, what did Joyce do to the book? Start at the beginning? Finish at the end?
No.
Mm-mm. So, the book has changed.
Now relate that to Lewis, and since he didn't, did he do a similar change in the book meeting?
He was a contributor. A contributor. They all looked at book differently. Here's another part of book. Book is to be purchased, read, put on a shelf as a read book. That is function of book. Bring in the pocketbook. What have you got? Disposability.
Yeah.
Now, what if you write pocketbook in hardcover? Not that a hardcover would eventually become a pocketbook, but what if you use the thinking? And would you write differently? How would you write for the media, and how would you change the media?
So Lewis did that. He wrote pocketbook for hardcover?
Yes.
Ah, I see. I'd like to move on to another topic.
Please.
Let's see. I think I'd like to bring in James Joyce for a minute. Can we locate him?
Yes.
Mr. Joyce, why did you focus on the number 1132 in Finnegan's Wake?
Because it wasn't 1133.
Because what wasn't 1133?
1132.
Well, it's used in many different ways. The acceleration of falling object. It's used as a date, 1132 AD. What was the symbolism of the number if it had symbolism?
It's a continuity. It's a something that stays there and returns. And it's constantly referenced. It's something to work from, work to, work around.
Is it nothing in itself, then?
Within itself, no.
It's a medium.
It's a hook.
A hook.
And you can do so much with it. You can use it as a date. You can use it as a recipe if you want. But it's... You see, the world is abounds with figures. Do you know how many formula there are? What if there were one formula that covered everything? Well, not that it is true. And what if it could be used to relate to it? Choose any two numbers you want, or any 4 numbers, or 10 numbers. The other equivalent is E equals MC squared. There's been so much crap written about they're using that as a justification that 1132 could be used as an equal justification in as many crappy situations.
Well, I was reading an old interview with Ezra Pound, and he seemed to have worked formulaically with ABCD in the wasteland, in the cantos. Was he on the same idea?
No, that's different.
All right. So was there a reason why you wanted to make this point that you could use all these different relationships evoked by the simple 4-number sequence.
Because otherwise it becomes a jumble.
Right, but were you trying to show a portrait of how a human being's mind organizes data?
Now, if you look at everything is trying to be brought down to a simplicity that can be oftentimes ludicrous. Look at the simplicities that are given. So, the one area that does not have simplicities is various areas of formula. It can become frightening. So, therefore, why not have one formula? Why not have a set of numbers that can stand for everything?
Yes. All right. I would like to ask a personal question. So many Joycean scholars focus on your relationship with your daughter, Lucia. Was she her mental aberration, whatever happened, that she had to be put away quietly and not live a normal life, was that caused by some effect you had on her?
Would that it were. Then it could be examined and solved.
It had a biological cause?
Biological. It was not caused by a relationship. It could have been improved. It's true. But if that was tried, now, would that it were a cause within the family? Say, quite frankly, it was caused by a dysfunctionality of the family. Very interesting. But if it were, then surely something could have been done. And do you think that nothing had been tried? This had been tried? That had been tried? None of it successful. But it's so interesting that someone after the fact, not concerned with the circumstances, can so glibly say that it was caused by the environment in which you were. Well, if that is so, would that it were, then it would have been solved.
Yes. Did you have syphilis yourself?
No.
That wasn't the cause of your blindness?
No.
And was the daughter Issy in Finnegan's Wake, your personal problems with her health, is that part of the content of Finnegan's Wake?
You read that portion.
Beg your pardon?
You read that portion.
In Finnegan's Wake?
Yes. And what did you think of it?
I don't know if I've read about that particular part about... Well, I've read about the Issy. I know her part in the book.
Read that part of the book, and you'll see the exasperation. It's all well and good to write things that you can write. But not all things can be righted. There are certain illnesses that defy diagnosis, let alone treatment. And diagnosis in itself is an immature art. So, why do you pay for a good doctor's work but a good doctor's diagnosis? And from that good doctor's diagnosis, reach then a situation in which there can be repair. But you can only repair that which you know is broken. Well, if you do not know which part is broken, then which part do you repair?
Right. Is it true that you saw the same disease, I think, in the Siegfried Gideon's daughter, or children?
The same. the sameness, but not sameness.
But you warned them, your advice to them helped them not have the same problem.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I heard, I read that in early McLuhan writing, but no one else seems to know that story. But it's a true story?
It's a true story. You see, by then, more was known. You see?
Okay. I'd like to move on to another part of this. In your own writing, is it true to say, as Marshall says, that there is no particular personal details of any significance in Ulysses, and especially in Finnegan's Wake, that you were writing about the language and media itself and edited out yourself? Is that true?
Somewhat. But you can only see the world through your own eyes. And that is the way of seeing it. Now, not all details are relevant. How a person reaches a conclusion is not necessarily as important as the conclusion itself. Only to other people who are interested in how conclusions are made does it become then necessary to examine it.
But you were concerned, you're saying one can only see through their own eyes. You did say that, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. You were concerned, though, in Finnegan's Wake with issues beyond one's own eyes, but is it accurate what George Steiner said, that you were doing this complex act of writing about language as a public medium and the changes on that medium by other media?
Well, that's a very accurate description.
Yes.
But let us take a good look at fish. Do you like fish?
I have to censor the fact whether I like fish or not, so we'll just move it forward here just a second.
Someone does.
Yeah.
Well, another person is neither here nor there about it. Now you try this experiment. Write something that expresses all three views simultaneously.
Mm.
And where are you going to find yourself? Well, like, not like, fish like. Well, you're going to have to play with the language, aren't you?
That's what you did.
Well, you're going to have to try and put all those three disparate views, contrary to each other, in one passage. Well, now, take another situation where you would put two like views, but not exactly like views, together. That, when we say that you can only give from your own eyes, that when you stop doing that, then, of course, personal statement disappears. You can only have personal statement if you decide to write something only through your eyes. The world is seen by me. But what if you write the world is seen by us? And rather than do it as consecutive chapters, first he talks, then the other talks. In chapter 1, what Joe sees. Chapter 2, what Jack sees. Well, what if you have one chapter which is Jack Joe sees?
All right, I understand that's what you did in the Wake. What I'm interested in is, where did you get that idea from?
Listening. Everyone has an opinion. And if you get into a bar, get into a situation where there's a few beers flowing, well, you're going to hear those opinions raised, voice levels raised as these opinions are given.
But that's HCE, Here Comes Everybody. There's your meaning there. But why did you think it was significant to portray that?
Because chapter after chapter after chapter is a brook meandering its way down a mountain. You know it's going to go down because gravity is going to tell it. You know it's going to go this way and that way. It's going to be through a burn here. It's going to be through a little rapid here and so on. It's inevitable. Why did it come at you? With a force.
All right, did that happen? Did you see that in the newspaper medium first, or when radio and movies and telephones came in?
No. You see, they all were all the same.
The media?
All the same. Even telephones. What's this? One moment. McLuhan says that the telephone became the telephone truly when you could dial up and talk with who you chose to talk with. The first thing in the telephone was a switchboard.
Yeah.
You could have the receiver and the emitter, but you have to connect this through a switchboard. That's what made the telephone, switchboard, which enabled consecutive discussion. First, this person would talk while the other listens. It was exactly the same as all the rest. If you had no switchboard, what would happen? What if everyone talked at once? Cacophony? Babel?
Well, that's what Joyce told earlier to me, that's what Phineas Wake was, everybody talking at once.
And all of their descriptions, all of their views, all of their contra states, all of their adjoining states. No switchboard. Writing for novels was a switchboard. A gavotte, a dance.
Before switchboards. What was that? Writing before switchboards?
Writing before was switchboard typewriting.
Yeah.
And it was beautifully consecutive, laid out as Chapter 1, Act 1, Scene 1. Exit then to Scene 2, 3. Then it goes on.
Right, I understand.
But if you look at the Greek chorus, the playgoer went to a play where the actors on the stage were being accompanied by a chorus that told the story behind the story, but the actors were not supposed to know that there was a chorus there. So they would act out as all humans would act out in the play. But the Greek chorus would be there telling things to the audience, how that person was now going to step into shit, and how that person was going to make a mad mistake in marriage, and so on. Now, you would put that down on paper. If it's happening all at once, the Greek chorus is there telling you as the person is doing it. It would sound without a switchboard. Some people want a switchboard. And some people look at the writing that was done and they would say, well, it makes no sense. Where is the sense to Finnegan's Wake? Where is it? Why does it start here, end there, but doesn't it end, it doesn't have a beginning? Should it? Oh, so some people, yes. But this was not.
But when did Joyce get the idea? What inspired him to make a book like that? What?
Through going to a pub. Have you heard of pub?
Right, was that in Zurich during World War I? Where you'd hear many languages of exiles.
That helped. Oh, yes. But do you realize, if you're in a pub and there's a cacophony, there's people talking, there's people shouting, there's people playing cards, there's some playing darts, there's some playing dominoes, there's some playing drafts, take your pick. Yet you can still hear the person opposite you, somewhat. But what if you're talking with a person sitting across from you, and there's a conversation to your left, and you're listening to both conversations because the one to the left is also interesting. What are you doing when you do that? You see?
Right. Now, you used the metaphor of a telephone party line as a main guiding image in Finnegan's Wake.
Yes.
But that was a technological version of the pub.
Yes.
And you thought you were interested in what that would do to the pub keepers, to the pub inhabitants when they had that electrically.
Yes.
So that's where you were overlaying the original pub situation plus the technological new ground that was coming.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to move away from this topic, and I appreciate that. And I don't know if there was one more question. Let's just move on to, let's think. I'd like to talk to Frank Zappa now. Can we have him there?
Yes.
Pause, please.
So we wait a minute while Ellie, Michael's wife, turns over the tape, and I'll start again.
Please continue.
Now, Frank, I spoke to you in March 14th, I think, 1985, in your studio on Woodrow Wilson Drive. And I mentioned Finnegan's Wake to you, and you said, I don't know why that was ever published. Before I ask my question, do you have anything to say about that comment, since you're listening, I assume, to Joyce and McLuhan talking here?
Not why was it about, how could it be published? Who would publish it?
Why would that be an issue for you?
If you do something that is not as people expect something, then the media is blamed as well as the artist. And to prevent media from being blamed, media is then censoring. Media censors against media being blamed. So, not why, but how could that be published? It now is considered classic. And those who would print or reprint are not held up against a wall and shot. But whenever you do something that is not expected, then media oftentimes gets the blame.
Right. Now, so you were impressed by the people that published that?
Yes.
Now, you have a phrase in your first album. First of all, do you remember me?
Oh, yes.
I remember me talking to you in '85 about Finnegan's Wake?
Yes.
Yeah, I misinterpreted that you were not interested in it, and I didn't pursue it that way.
Mm.
Now, in your first album, you have the concept of the monster magnet. Is the monster magnet, at the time were you thinking of the electronic vortex, electronic reality, media that you as a musician had to contend with?
Yes, and there's more to it than that.
Can you tell me some more?
What is the movement to be unplugged? What does it mean? if you would see that various artists would present themselves in the past several years as unplugged. Unplugged from what? Unplugged from the magnetic monster. They're saying that their individuality is being stressed by the very fact they're not a part of the electronic spin that everything is within. The irony of it, of course, and the obviousness of it, is that they record themselves unplugged, and what are they recording themselves on? But an electronic media. So they would go on improved electronic media, but they're saying they're unplugged. Not part of that magnetic draw that crushes everything. Now, if you take a good look at amplification, this is amplification. With amplification can come, not necessarily, but most times does, is loss of individual, and become then a morass of sound. This is the magnetic monster. There is no individuality in amplification.
That's the undifferentiated tissue phrase you use in the Grand Wazoo album.
Yes.
Yeah.
With that, a triangle. The drummer would strike a triangle, and that triangle would be as loud as the drums of the piano or the guitar. It's amplified far beyond its natural ability. Now, if you could make the ting of a triangle that, then you could make a piano as loud as an explosion. And if you can do that, then you can make the drums as loud as two explosions.
So these were the issues you were working on as a composer?
Yes.
The present-day composer refused to die in the world of amplification.
Yes.
These were the issues that are symbolized by the Monster Magnet and the Electric Aunt Jemima song title.
Yes.
Which
can you see that one of the things worked towards in the recordings we did was to show the individual within amplification. The good individual still exists within amplification. The answer is, eventually, it becomes something else. But as far as amplification is concerned, all things become amplified, and there is no differentiation. The small, quiet voice inside becomes amplified.
So where's the dwarf in that process, right? And these are the same issues that Joyce and Phineas Wake and McLuhan worked with.
Yes.
But you weren't aware, you didn't refer to them. You knew, you were working out on your own.
Yes, because this is another media. If you look at print media, if you take a specific example of print media, and this is deliberately chosen, print media on the internet, it's considered bad form to write in all capitals. It's the equivalent of shouting. So, that's a form of print media that says stop shouting. Sound. Print. With that which we did was sound. But sound prints. There is a print of sound. There is the blue, the yellow, the red within sounds. But if all are red, then you cannot tell one from the other. It's all shouting.
Yes, and this is what Pauline Oliveros' concept attracted you. The way she used music above and below consciousness.
Yes.
And then the undifferentiated mass. I want to move into, I understand, I think, unless you want to add one point about this.
Please.
On July 3rd, going into July 4th, 1997, I had a very strong dream with you, Frank. Did you visit me in that evening, that night?
Yes and no.
How is it yes, how is it no?
Yes, to trigger it. No, to continue it. It was yours after that. It was your dream.
Why were you triggering it?
Follow through on the dream, and you'll see that that which is being said today is not entirely new to your ears.
Right, so you were saying something like that night.
Yes.
And I worked it out. Are you making music now?
No. Listening to much of it, yes. Listening to much of it.
On your dimension or in our dimension?
This dimension, yours.
But you don't make music on your dimension?
No.
I'm talking about the personality Frank Zappa that continues after death.
Yes.
It doesn't?
No.
But it is thinking the way the personality did alive in response to what's happening here?
Yes.
I see. I'd like to move into a friend of you.
One point. It's not the music. It's the composition. The composition, the musicianship, put together, makes a particular statement. It's interesting to see the composition of music is steadily improving.
Right, so did you trigger my dream because you saw I was working on these issues? And
yes.
It's sort of a form of helping me?
Yes.
Right. Now, there was a friend of yours, I'd like to locate Tim Carey.
Okay, the gentleman.
Tim Carey, do you see that on the list?
Oh, Timothy Carey.
Yes.
An actor. Timothy Carey, C-A-R-E-Y. He's born 1929, March 11th. Died 1994, May 11th. Timothy Carey.
Yes, we have that.
Now, I'd like to also locate Garrett Dean, same time.
Friend Bob, Garrett.
September 1907.
Garrett, G-A-R-E-T-T-D-E-A-N-E. Born 1907 in September. Died 1993, November 1st in Nova Scotia in Dartmouth. We think. Garrett Dean.
Yes.
Now, Garrett Dean and Timothy Carey did not know each other personally in life, but Timothy Carey was a good friend of Frank and Jerry Fialka, and Garrett was a good friend of mine. I recently saw some footage of Timothy Carey, who I didn't know, and he struck me as a lively character like Garrett Dean. Am I introducing those two people now?
Yes.
They would not have interacted on your dimension yet. I mean, before.
No.
All right. Now that they're meeting, can they, in their state in that dimension, see a lot of their lives and personalities quite
yes.
more than we can between people?
Yes, absolutely.
So I had the idea that since they both were great improvising actors, could they improvise a dialogue with entertainment as a goal for me and whoever hears this tape now? How would these two lively, edgy personalities, eccentric personalities, interact right now if they put us all on and did that right now? Could the Evergreens communicate this?
To say it would be a little difficult. So, using a little difficult as a baseline.
Yes.
Bantering about little difficulties, bantering about They're talking anecdotes. They're talking about trying to find an unoccupied bathroom.
An unoccupied bathroom.
When you've got to go and the hostess says it's down the hall and somebody's already in it. One of life's little difficulties.
Oh, the farting issue that Tim Carey emphasized.
So it's either stand there and jump on one foot on the other or fart. Sometimes you may want to fart and don't fart, and you have a problem. One of life's little difficulties.
Yes.
They talk about little difficulties. It would be difficult to put this as a routine because they've not worked it out.
Right, but they have picked the key issue that Tim Carey was about, which was about farting. I don't know if Garrett was into farting, but they have got to the nub of the problem.
Oh, yes.
And maybe their eccentric personalities were due to how to deal with little difficulties.
Yes.
And they perhaps tried to twerk people's attitudes about little difficulties.
Yes.
There's the common thing between them.
Yes, they could see that. There are so many little difficulties.
Yes. Okay, I'd like to ask Timothy Carey, for his son, which project would he like to recommend that Romeo look into? The project called Al, or the project Necrophilia, or to continue with the Insect Trainer, maybe to make it as a film, or to present it again as a play?
The first one?
Al, it was called.
The first one, his reply is, Al, no, you can never reach him when you want to. The second?
Necrophilia.
He says it's a dying subject. Stay away from it. Third?
Insect Trainer.
If it bugs you enough, do it.
What did Timothy Carey think of the performance? Think of the performance of the Insect Trainer in the summer of 1996 in L.A.
It's funny.
And it's on tape, so it remains funny.
Yes, but it's funny. It meets all the requirements of funny. So stay with funny. The first one's good, the second one's good, but the Insect Trainer is funny. Not the other two aren't, but this is funny.
And Insect Trainer, you were happy the way Romeo put it on?
Yes.
All right.
It's funny. It can be made longer, and it can be full of other things within itself, of course. But the premise is funny. The execution is funny.
The execution?
Yes, it's funny.
Yes. Was addressing Timothy Carey and Frank Zappa, was Timothy Carey a bigger influence on Frank than Frank would admit when he was alive?
In many ways, yes.
Who's saying that?
Us.
Frank would agree.
Frank would agree. But you see, Timothy Carey had one ability to, whenever Frank got a little too esoteric, there's always a good fart joke. Always is. Not to puncture, not to diminish, but to bring Frank more aligned with where Frank wants to go. Whatever Frank would want to do, there has to be a practical application of it somewhere.
And that's what Frank learned from Tim?
Yes.
I see, yeah.
But realize what he also learned from Tim was what is funny. Sometimes a fart is funny. What is a musical fart? There is a whole segment of music called surprise music that is known by certain musicians as fart music, because people laugh. They don't know why they laugh when they hear the music, but it's fart music. You see, it's sometimes called that way.
Right. I mean, Captain Beefheart had a song called "Old Fart to Play." Frank used to ask the musical question: Does humor belong in music? He was basically asking about where's the fart? Where's the fart interact with sound?
Yes. And where's music? Where's the musical fart? Why do people laugh at farts? Why do people laugh at fart jokes? Because of embarrassment? Most often not. Do people listen to music and chuckle when they hear music? Music is not words that would trigger sensations within the self that will cause laughter. How can a person laugh at the sound of music? But they do. Approximately 1 minute.
So the idea of the world's greatest sinner, which was the film Timothy Carey made and is known for, was Frank wondering what was the world's greatest sinner, or acting out some of the concepts he got from working on that film?
Worked them out from the concepts of the film.
That's where the big influence was.
Yes.
And now we come into Adolf Hitler. Was he, if he's immediately locatable for this short duration?
No.
He's not at this point.
But we can't help.
You can help?
Yes.
Was he the world's greatest sinner?
No. One of the causes of a great number of deaths, but not the greatest sinner. Up there among the top 10, yes, but not the world's greatest sinner.
Can you name the world's greatest sinner?
It would make no impact to the name. But
what did he or she do?
And so the greatest sinner of them all was what is that name? All the men were murdered and all the women and children taken. And this was Roman. I cannot give you the name. It is not important. But the sin was that there was no mercy. And in that, it's not the numbers killed. Though that within itself is terrible. But where there is no mercy, that is where there's sin.
The coldness, you mean?
The coldness of no mercy.
Of the attitude of the person directing that?
Yes.
Grace, is there someone who's been a great sinner, I say meaning a person who's done this across many lives?
No.
Okay.
No, with individual action while alive.
Did the person then have to pay karma or have to realize they had to?
Yes, indeed.
But I get the feeling there's not karma unless there's a decision made to act on it between deaths, between lives.
You see, karma is not retributive.
Yeah.
But karma within itself is incredibly ironic. Incredibly. That person that killed almost 3,000 men, arbitrarily drawing the line between child and man, no mercy, none of any. That person, upon death, his karma was that he would then aid people and realize the sanctity of mercy.
In several lives?
In several lives. Not to exculpate the mercilessness of himself in that life, but that he would learn that of all, mercy is the greatest of all saintlinesses that can exist. And now this must end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do thank you.
So unless there's any further comments, shall we end the session?
Please.
Thank you. Dear Lord, please enfold these entities in thy love and thy affection. Amen. Please clear any negative influences from these entities now.
Done.
Allow the body to become completely relaxed. Perform any healing which may need to be performed. Begin increasing the blood pressure to normal naturally. And begin returning all other systems of the body to normal naturally now.
Done.
And thank you for our sessions and prayer the will.
We do thank you.
Thank you.
To you both. God's blessing.
Thank you, Evergreen. Same to you. And now I would like Michael to awaken, feeling completely refreshed, relaxed, and loved now.
Came out of that session. Marshall McLuhan said to me in that session, and I've got to check this out for a fact, that the Bible was the first book printed on the printing press in the West, and that legitimized printing. And it didn't. There was a little bit there was a hassle about being able to print this, but nonetheless, in a way, it legitimized printing. The second book printed was a cookbook. Now, what McLuhan said was the sale of the Bible from the printing press, from Gutenberg and Claxton and all of those, they went because everybody bought a Bible. Great marketing decision on the part of the printer, because you can't go wrong selling Bibles. Still a huge selling book today, so you can't go wrong printing Bibles. But the second one, being a cookbook, caused people to do things. And McLuhan says it's interesting. The cookbook, printing of a cookbook, went out, and people had recipes that they tried that previously were written down and passed around. But this brought out more recipes and spread more recipes. And McLuhan says, next to the Bible, cookbooks are the biggest selling books you can get. Why? Because they give you recipes. And they're beautiful sequential things. You do this, 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 and you will end up with this. Guaranteed every time.
That's linear.
That's linear.
Linearity. It has a linear content.
Linear content.
Enhanced by the linearity medium.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, Finny Flake is a big cook. It's a stew.
It's a stew.
It's a big metaphor in the way.
Yeah, it's a goulash. Now, the thing is that McLuhan was saying about film, and saying film has the ability to have double exposure. You can have two exposures on one piece of film, and you can have one in the foreground, one in the background, and you can get a sense from both of them simultaneously. Television being such a hot medium,
a cool medium,
is hot at you. It's got all of, you see, when you see Sandy Anoka in front of the Capitol building, a lot is given in that picture.
Yeah.
Picture worth 1,000 words. Yes, but it's more than that.
TV became a hot medium in the content level. It wasn't in the 50s, but now it's fine detail and high definition.
Yeah. Very. Now, I keep on thinking of a friend of ours in Moscow. His name is Nikolai. I mean, it sounds stereotypical, but his name is Nikolai, and his wife is Vera. And about the time that the Soviet Union was slowly collapsing out and Russia was beginning to emerge, they went to a lot of movies. They loved American movies, and they were dubbed, and they liked American movies. Nikolai went because he so enjoyed the action, he loved shooting police movies, that something. And Vera liked some of the romantic movies, because she was quite a romantic lady. But he found out that she used to go to the movies because she used to like to see the kitchens.
Yeah.
And she used to look at them and say, oh, they got a stove. They got a, look at the size of the refrigerator. And Nikolai thinks, I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to listen. And she said, look at the drain board. Look how, double sink. That's what we have to get in. So that's something. She saw the context of the movie was for her not what the front frame.
Right. She saw the background.
She saw the background.
So how's that related to what McLuhan was saying about film?
The thing with film is so manipulable that you don't realize that you are being manipulated by film or by video or that. People can hear in a voice whether a person's telling a truth or a lie or whining.
More than the person realizes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The acoustic sensitivity is in high definition in this. Yeah, our intuitive factor.
Mm-hmm. And we've trained that across centuries, across, we are hearing things we don't hear like dogs, but we don't hear as dogs,
So we were ready to take advantage of radio and TV when it came along.
It came in, it just brought it in. A fascinating thing was, what happens when you cross a radio set with a telephone and you end up with cellular phones? Do you end up with a new technology or an extension of both? No. What happens with cellular phones, that cellular phones go so widespread that everybody has a cellular phone, but we don't need phones anymore. Television did not wipe out radio. Everybody said that the picture and a combination of that and sound would wipe out radio. It didn't. The radio flourished afterwards because the radio could offer something that television couldn't. Even though television could offer something that radio couldn't. But what next? Do we start combining two more technologies that we don't even think could be connected? And it could be, they took anything from the van. Microwave.
And a car.
A car. So we end up with cars are powered by microwaves or something like that.
That's what they were talking about.
Radar detectors, but I'm saying that the concepts of microwave would be put into the concept of car, and we end up with a whole new thing that we didn't have before. And that's just joining two things we know.
That's what McLuhan was talking about. That makes sense what he was saying. He was trying, what is going to be combined? What's this new thing? What are the effects of these new things which are neither telephone or car or microwave? Right, That's what,
and how that creates an environment that our whole thinking shifts and changes.
So you remember that thought was fascinating you as you were dreaming this.
Oh, yes, very much so. It's fascinating. McLuhan didn't look as thin as I remember him as. He looked, he'd filled out a little. He looked...
an older McLuhan?
No, not older, just a little more fleshed out. He looked a little bit more... Well, quite frankly, he looked quite healthy.
And you don't know why?
I don't know why.
Did you see Joyce or Lewis?
No, I didn't see Joyce, because I rarely see him. But this guy... There were three people together, and I know one of them. I don't know who the other two were. One was Frank Zappa. The second guy was a comedian.
Timothy Carey.
Okay, the third one I don't know.
That was Garrett Dean, probably. We brought in Garrett, my old friend.
Okay. Somebody suggested to them that they put their heads together and do a routine.
All 12-3 or those two?
Huh?
To all three or those two?
To all three.
Right.
And somebody said, I think it was this person I didn't know, said, that's a little difficult. So Frank said, well, that's our theme. It's a little difficult. and the second guy says, yeah, like trying to prevent a fart when you can't. And they said, oh, that's one of the little difficulties. And they were going to get little difficulties, and they were cracking up some of the little difficulties. You know, one of the biggest little difficulties is when you're at a party and you really got to pee.
Yeah.
And you go down the hall to the left where you were directed, and you find the door and it's locked, and you've got to go, and there's nowhere else to go.
That's incredible.
You can't go out in the yard and pee because it's not your yard.
Now, were you laughing as they did this?
I was looking at those were just the two examples that they gave, and they said because it was going to take a little time to get this thing heated up and get going. But Zappa said, "You're going to okay." Our little difficulty is the title. He said, that's it. Now, this is what he used to do with the...
Yeah, he did this totally take the immediate... Now, that's incredible, because Tim Carey is well known about farting. He wrote he took Daly's essay on farting. He made a whole movie, a whole play about The Insect Trainer. You won't believe when his son hears this, that it's about... that he picked the farting, and that Zappa picked up on the Garage saying something normal.
Yeah.
That's what Zappa would take it, what people said, and tape and mutate it, and make something out of it.
Yeah.
And then Kerry was himself.
Yeah, and that was also something interesting to me. That Frank Zappa was saying, the big thing towards unplugged from what? He says, when you're recording it in a big studio with lots of musicians, you're unplugged? He says, no, you're unplugged.
This is phase 3.
Well, get through phase 1 and 2 first.
First phase 1.
The audience sits inside of a big piano and they listen to it grow.
People are going to sit inside of a piano. They're going to listen to this piano grow.
They're going to listen to the piano grow.
It's going to turn into
another Haight Ashbury. Remember how we commercialized on that scene?
That was a really good move.
Right, Nanny. All it was like people sitting in doorways freaking out tourists going, merry-go-round, merry-go-round, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And they called that doing their thing.
Oh, yeah. That's what doing your thing is.
The thing is to put a motor in yourself.
Okay, that was very nice. I did not go to that little bit from Lumpy Gravy. Something else took it there. Okay, we unplug here. This is Payday Unplugged.
All participants are now unmuted.
Just a second. Let me
All participants are now muted.
Okay, I think it's this one and this one. Is that you, Bert?
Yes.
And Roxy, did I pick you?
Yes. Yes?
Okay. All right, here we are. Wasn't that incredible?
Yes.
That was awesome.
Yes. Yes, actually, people think the vortices movement was a movement that finished because of the war starting, but I say Joyce is a vorticist, you are a vorticist, and Zappa is a vorticist.
And McLuhan.
Yeah, McLuhan too.
McLuhan's a more vorticist. We're all vorticists. That's right. On my perfect pitch book, Phatic Commune with Bob Dobbs, I have a little picture of a vortex on it. A cone head with spin. Did you hear? Okay, so the word vortex.
It's very interesting that that you are somehow talking to the vorticist. It's a conversation of the vorticist.
Yeah, good point. If we ever sold it, we'd call it a conversation with vorticists. Yeah. And then you heard them say universal spin. That's the other part of it. The spin thing we were talking about the other day. So that was very, and I was just looking for the general conversation. I didn't know those words were said, so that was timely. So,
yes,
I used
because
to talk about,
as I am doing these explorations, it's like everything is an exploration to retrieve real science, and this is to ascend
right.
the function
science.
of art and science at the end to go back to the power. And that's what everybody has been doing.
Well, part of our science is we talk in the middle of the week, and often what's on your mind, I don't have a mind, so not much going on there, but you got a mind, and you bring up themes and they show up. Maybe we should talk to Bert in the middle of the week, and maybe Bert could help influence the coming up payday by whatever he's thinking about. You should email us at least, Bert. Email
all right,
what you're
I will.
See if it shows up. Or something that sort of stands out in your thought.
Yes, the thing is like we are not really planning what we're talking about. These things show up somehow. Like, for example, I was reading an article about Germany being pulled into this whirlpool, and the the parliament decided to go to war very fast. And they said, we don't want to, but we are pulled by these forces.
And vortex.
Yes, and
that's the monster magnet. What do you think of that? That's the monster magnet. That's what Frank was referring to.
Yeah.
Everybody loses their individual agency, institutional or personal, and then they go into the magnetic city, into the vortex, the global theater, global membrane. And that's pretty irresponsible that the leaders, our leaders, really good at not leading. Well, we're very stable, but we understand that we have no power. The world's bigger than us, and we must go with the forces of the monster magnet. That's leadership today.
Well, there is this universal spin at all levels, from the particles to the cosmic, and that was also something that was shown last week. There was a picture of black hole eating a star, and then the black hole vomited some light. So it's like the vortex eats, transform, and then something comes out. And this vortex is bulimic.
Black holes are bulimic.
Tornado that feeds on itself.
Yeah, the tornado, right?
And somehow everything in the universe is part of the vortex at all levels, the particles and the people, the planets, and
the spinning.
Yeah, I say we are looking for real science, and what we come out is somehow where we are at. And the medias and art are telling us where we are at in this, because you told me to read LaRouche, and LaRouche is talking about the spiral and the vortex, because he says nothing is linear; it's more like a spiral.
Yeah.
And this spiral, it creates change. It's like it's not like a circle. That it's a cycle where everything is the same, but it's more like a spiral that it's a cycle that repeats, like Joyce was saying when you asked him about this formula, the 1132. 1132.
Yeah.
There are these things that come back again and again. But
he mentioned
every
that.
time...
Let me say something, Roxy. Let me add something. McLuhan said that I heard him say to a small group of people that the circle is visual space. So when we want to look at the universe, we're going to see the circle in action. The action part, the spinning part, would be the kinetic movement that comes in. So when industry came along a couple of years ago and extended muscles for kinetic operation, then they started to realize that they could have the circle spin. I don't think Copernicus' universe before that, or not Copernicus, Ptolemaic universe, they had this music of the spheres, stable, eternal shapes. But when they get into kinetic space, they start spinning, and then they start inventing motors and using motor action. The spinning of the motor action was the kinetic action. Kinetic space added to the visual circle. So that's my tentative explanation of spin. It's the introduction.
Yes, and also the wheel is so important.
Yeah, the wheel.
But
industry has all these little wheels, like the clock. Wheels.
So I was
each other.
I was exploring vortex and vortices, and it's amazing. Since antiquity, the vortex has been part of many theories to explain the cosmos and the universe.
Right.
And Descartes went to make his vortex theory to explain they wanted to understand the power of God. What is the thing that is creating movement in the cosmos? What is the thing that gives the commands to particles or to planets to start moving, to do whatever they do? And his theory of the vortex, I mean, has biased or understanding of physics and the cosmos even now, because we are still visual biased, and even though the visual space is no more, we are in the post-literate tactile, we still have this old, obsolete science. And is still in many of the new theories, and when we go to all these different science, the new theories, everything is just like myths. Nobody really knows for sure. We don't know exactly what energy is. We don't know exactly what math is. We use these concepts to make theories and to make our technologies without really knowing what these things, the basics are.
Right.
So it's really amazing.
We don't admit our visual bias. Here, let me tell you something about that cone. Okay, the vortex. If you take it as a cone, like an ice cream cone, so many people think the thing spirals to the widening gyres to the top, and the top's going out wider, right? So that's like an image of positive ascension, going from the little tight point out to the outer rims as the spiral and gyres go wider. Well, LaRouche did the obstruction. He said matter spins down into the dense point. So what's interesting, with Zappa at the end of the concert, he would make a spinning action with his arm and hand as he wound the band down after they did their last song in the encore, and he would slowly make it a tighter circle with his hand and bring it down to a little ball, a little point, and then he would kick it out into the audience like a football. So he ended with the spiral vortex every time. Well, most concerts, and he would go tight and tapered rather than fast and bulbous. Fast and bulbous was going out. You saw him do it?
I was going to ask you about that. I was watching a concert. They were in New York in 1973, and at the end of the song, he did that, and I wanted to ask you about that. That's wild.
Yeah, he did the cone.
He wound it.
He admitted he was a vortex. He said he was a vortex. He mimed the vortex.
For example, in the Indian music, which is one of the oldest, I think it's the oldest that's still alive since the beginning.
And you can do it.
You have laws for that. Like, you have to start slow and you end up fast. It's to create this spiral, this spin. You cannot start with the ecstasies. You have to gradually move toward this. You go from low to high from slow to fast to create the vortex.
The Kama Sutra. The damn Kama Sutra made them all neurotic about foreplay.
Yes, it's all about farting.
So did
that was a good point.
You mean what Roxy's saying?
No, with the whole fart music with Tim Carey's influence on Zappa, and with the surprise music, and that was to make music that makes people laugh.
It's all about creating tension and then release.
Yeah.
And that's the farting, that's the coitus. That's the laughter.
Yeah, laughter. Let's see, there was a... Go ahead.
You want to say something? Yes, reading LaRouche about the spiral.
Geometry, the spin. Yeah, the spin.
Yeah, I saw that they retrieved the symbol of the swastika.
Yes.
Because the swastika represents this cosmic spin. The spinning energy. It's a cross, and we could relate it to what Diane says about the chromosome 14 being activated, and somehow the spin, the right spin, will create this type of braiding with the strands that
the braid.
That this is, for me, that will be the stairway to heaven, this RNA, DNA stair that is bringing us up to ascension. And it's amazing because everywhere you can find different theories about how the angels or the Enochian were trying to retrieve this with their alchemies. And also, for example, Dan Winter talks about the alphabet, the letters of Hebrew alphabet are created with the spinning of energy. It's not, and somehow the angels gave us a type of technology, but in many traditions, this is always connected with angels, with the letters, and with genetics, and it's hard to.
Dan Winter would show the spinning of some pattern, some geometry, and the spin would show the shape of one of the Jewish letters, Hebrew letters. You can see it in the sun pattern, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, that's also one of the ideas that Descartes was exploring. He said
Descartes.
in the Descartes.
You were French.
In the etheric, like everything is full with some type of matter. We don't know what it is, but this matter is full of vortices, and these vortices affect everything. And I suppose in a way he was right, because why would there be, for example, portals? What creates portals?
Well, when Ein showed Carol and I a portal in the factory back in, this is the anniversary, November 27, 2014, he said, okay, get two walls. You'll go down towards the end of the walls. One wall he hallucinated, made us see. This is when Ein was a talking hologram. And he said, at the end of this stretch, you will become 8 inches tall when you go through the portal. So that's like a cone, a vortex going down to a point. From where we were standing, we'd go forward along the wall and then get to the end where there's another wall, perpendicular. And he said, but when you got there, you'd go through the portal, but you'd only be 8 inches high. So that's what I get from what you're saying there. The dense, going tight and tapered is the action, not the fast and bulbous. Going into a cone head. Remember the cone heads in Saturday Night Live?
Jason,
couldn't the vortex also reference ring one? Couldn't the vortex reference the ring one with the 4 winds? Because I thought about that when Rafi described the swastika that was retrieved, and it was an old symbol of a vortex, and I instantly thought of ring one with the 4 winds. So that's
yes. The angel diagram. The angel diagram is on one level because you can separate each ring from every other ring, the 14 rings.
Yeah.
But when they're together, especially ring 7 is a vortex, a spinning tunnel. It has that weird M.C. Escher design where you go down. But the whole 14 rings can be a spinning vortex. that you probably would
yes,
see
and
that.
This type of Mobius-Escher thing that goes into itself is the vortex, is the feeding motion of the vortex that makes possible the eternal energy, the eternal regeneration, the eternal life. So this is the activation of chromosome 14.
That's movement. You already have eternal life. You don't need to go anywhere. You're not going. Aren't going anywhere. But when you start bringing in the fallen state and emphasizing the I, you get direction because you're trying to get out of the fallen state, and that's when you get the all that sacred geometry and all the spinning and the vortexes. That is little man looking for direction, and hoping that they would inevitably be spun down the drain and get to the ascended state or the transcendent state. That's the hope.
Yes, and that was the idea of Lewis. He said his game, landscape and nudes, like visual space.
Right.
The static, he wanted to make a new type of painting to show movement.
Hey, Roxy,
show abstract.
You're getting totally distorted. Why don't you hang up and call back in? Because let's try to disconnect you. You're wavering. Your voice is going through a vortex. So if you hang up and call on Skype, whatever you do, back in, it should be a clearer connection. All right?
Roger.
Yeah, you just did it. Yeah, you just there right now. So we'll try to not make any discoveries, Bert, while she's gone. Let me just see. Does she disconnect? Right. So, Bert, what could you say? You gossip about me or something not important. Well, wait for her to come back.
Well, one thing, and I'll repeat it, Roxana, because I'm blown away about this vortex. Because yesterday I just did my dowsing for some ion, and I found a tape of Ion talking to Carolyn about the vortex.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a topic. Ion hasn't done a lot on the vortex, but it is a separate topic that Ion emphasizes. You know what I mean? It's a particular defined phenomenon. So where do you want to play it for us, or tell us where we can get it so we can play it?
Well, you have it. It's the Pearl reading that Carolyn did.
Okay. Maybe you could give me the timing. Yeah, and I could play that part. If you give me the minutes, I'll play that part.
Well, I haven't went back to do the recording as far as where he referenced it, because I just went through it yesterday. I was just doing something, so I wanted to listen, and I heard it. But I will get it to you, not this week, but I'll get it to you next week. But it's amazing.
Yeah, just tell me the part, and then I can click it on and play that part.
Okay.
Amanda, if we could... If we have a break here, there's no way you can go look at it now.
No, it'll take me a while because it's on my ePad, and then I have to try to search it. Timing.
Right. Okay. So that's timely. I mean, you were hearing that before we did this.
That's why I was like, wow. To it, and it's very, very relevant.
Did you know that the Pearl recording had a section on the vortex before you listened to it? Did you remember that?
I listened to it before, but it was just a lot of the rewrite with the polaromagnetism, and something told me to go look. There was a clip, and then I remember it was the Pearl, and I listened to it, and then it talked about the vortex. So it was sort of coming all together from just listening to a lot.
Okay, so you remembered that. So you went, you knew it talked about the vortex, so you went to it and listened to it, and that anticipated today. Roxy, Bert, for some reason, went and listened to the Pearl reading session. And Carolyn, this was yesterday, was discussing the vortex with Ion. Just yesterday in this session we sell. So we're going to find that, play that section next week.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Nice.
Right. Now let's see, what else is there to talk about the Evergreen session? What did you take any?
Well, I really like the fact that the first book was the Bible, which I saw today. They have some manuscript Bach music and the Gutenberg Bible. They have it in the Staatsbibliothek. I saw it yesterday. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was just for one day. I was like, wow, they put Bach and the Gutenberg Bible.
It's Bach.
For me.
You're saying they put Bach, the musician,
Bach,
the composer,
yeah.
Bach and the Bible together.
Yeah, they showed the real manuscripts in the Staatsbibliothek. I'm not sure if it was for yesterday. The Library of the State.
Of the Tate from London?
It's State. The State.
Oh, State Library. Okay. Was I in that building?
No, but it's in the Kulturforum.
It's in the what?
The Potsdamer Platz.
Oh, yeah.
Where around it?
Yeah, what's it called? The Potsdamerplatz? What do you call it?
Potsdamerplatz.
Potsdamerplatz, right.
Potsdamerplatz.
So why did you go in there and see that yesterday? You saw a sign that said it was there? So.
Yes, I wanted to see the real thing.
Right.
The objects, somehow.
Right.
It's interesting that the first book was a Bible and then the second was a cooking book. It's like very ionic, like joke.
Yeah. That's right. When Ein's not talking about Revelation, he's always doing food stuff. That's his second choice, his second topic. He's always talking about food.
Yes, but
so in the part...
The retrieval of the ionic science, the real science we want to finally have, to finally know, was done using the Bible and creating this new food. So in a way, for me, it's important that you are talking about the vortices. With joy.
Right. Now, in the first couple of months with Ion, and we didn't know what Ion could do, just thought we'd get some values or valuation or platitudes. All of a sudden, Ion told us we could make some super caramel and told us how to make a really fantastic caramel. And that was early. That was the first thing he was enthusiastic about was caramel. And I remember thinking, well...
Super sugar. That's a super
sugar. Yeah. Now we didn't know about super sugar for another year, and so I'm thinking, well, that's interesting, but that's fucking nuts, man. We're going to make some caramel. Forget that. Let's go back to the emerald tablets. Little did I know that the caramel was way more important than the emerald tablets. Didn't find that out for another year. But he was trying to be a cook, trying to get Carol to make stuff very early, and Carol didn't do anything. Just he's just like Ian's hungry, man. He wants some really good caramel, or JW wanted it or something. So that was cute. And let's see. And when it was on one of our sessions that we sold, so when it came to that part, I deleted it from the recording so that nobody in the public could hear it because some guy would go make it. So I made sure nobody heard it. So we had the monopoly on this caramel, even though we weren't going to ever make it. I was keeping it from the world.
This type of humor, this type of things, are part of the healing that we're going to see.
Yes, the laugh.
Louis was saying we're in this vortex, and the artist is the only person who can stop the vortex.
Arrest the stages of apprehension.
McLuhan took that idea and was a very important idea all through his career, and he went to develop more and more and more, and he has an unpublished book Do you know the name? I forgot.
What, McLuhan?
Yes, the New America or something like that.
Yeah, the New American Vortex. It's the monster, the Titan, some monster name. These with T, and there was another. It had two variations, but yes, the New American Vortex. The New American Vortex. That was McLuhan taking vorticism to the United States. You know, he was coming as a vorticist. That was his first book. What do you call it? The monster, the multi-headed monster. Anyways, that was the title. Titan? No, Tyrannus. Titan something.
But then he went to explore that in the Mechanical Bride again.
Yeah, Mechanical Bride was the later version of Typhon. Typhon in America. That was the title. Typhon, Typhon. Typhon in America, subtitle The New American Vortex. And that was the first. And I've tried to buy that from the archives in Ottawa, where McLuhan's archives of, and his son polices. They determine who can get what or what will be released, and they won't release that. I want the manuscript of Typhon in America, which will be a bigger version of Mechanical Bride probably, but they don't release it yet.
Yes, so maybe we could listen to the story by Edgar Allan Poe about the maelstrom, the vortex.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, before we do that, I want to tell you about what we just heard, the Evergreens. That Joyce does the hose, Lewis does the clanging cymbals, and conventional lyric writers do the stream. That was really good. You have the stream, writing as a stream, then writing as a hose, that's Finneg's Wake, where everything is sent at you at once, and then the clashing cymbals. Lewis being a kinetic, tactile shit disturber, he caused clanging cymbals everywhere. He clanged his cymbals up against your cymbals, you know. That was really accurate and really useful from the Evergreens. And let's see. And we're doing Carolyn Guertin's book, Digital Prohibition, before we do the Zappa. And we've done 3 sessions, but tonight we were talking about how there was no media or medium today. All the old analog media merged. Exactly what the Evergreens are saying, that the cellular telephone is not a phone. The very thing we were talking, you'll see it in a couple hours ago. We were talking about that phenomenon, and then it shows up in the Evergreens recording. Perfect timing. And the Evergreens are doing it real simply, but they're saying, look, there's a new interlinked environment where everything's linked to everything, and there's no solid noun for it. You can't say what it is. That's really good. And they were saying that in 1997, just 2 years into the public level of the Internet. You know, people had access to Netscape in 95. So it was just the beginning of the Internet for people. And ION was, the Evergreens were predicting the Web 2.0 interlinking. You know, that's pretty good, and that there's no media, and that the cellular telephone's a combination of the radio and the telephone. So there's important basic clue points.
It's like everything at the palm of your hand. It's like, for example, it's one of the things that is affecting music the most. How we listen to music, how we distribute music, how we compose with all these apps.
Yeah. Is what? Is tactility, or what are you saying? What's the now?
No, the cell phone. The cell phone is a technology that is affecting how we compose in general, not only music, but how we compose the environment.
Call it the cell phone. Call it the Android meme. It contains all previous separate media, all media, and all environmental disservices that came with each medium. It's got oil distribution in it. You know, the automobile brought in oil tankers, oil gas stations. All those, you got gas stations inside your cell phone, in sense of older media. All the structures that were built with each medium, all the PR, all the top agent firms in Hollywood, the representatives of actors, they're all inside your cell phone. So it's not a cell phone; it's the Android meme. It's something bigger than a cell phone. Yeah.
When McLuhan came on, I made some notes because it sounded like he was talking about when he was talking about the connection of the technologies and there are more audiences, different type of fractions of technology. It sounded like he was describing the merger of the. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is important.
It sounded like first the body of merger. The body.
Yeah.
Your body.
This is the important point. When I first started talking to McLuhan in 1988, after talking to the Evergreens for 7 or 8 years, I talked in 1980 twice, and then I didn't do it till 1985. So let's say from 85 to 88, I did a whole bunch of sessions during those 3 years. So finally, I decided maybe I could talk to McLuhan, and I started talking to him. And what he added to his world, and it could be more the Evergreens sticking their statement into McLuhan. I don't know. They did say they've learned things from McLuhan. But anyways, the basic point was that in the mechanical industrial age, man was fragmented, separated, atomized. And the machine, this Leviathan, this big mechanical structure, it was connected, it was nailed together, and everybody was socially fragmented by the big integrated machine, hardware machine. When electronic and digital world came in, the machine, which was the integrated monster, was fractionalized. That was the term they used. Fractionalized into all these different little sub-machinic processes. And the human was reintegrated like the machine was in the hardware industrial age. Now the human became a Leviathan, an integrated thing that hopped from one separated machine to another. One fractional, you'll hear the Evergreens talk about a fraction, and it's fractionalized. So humans became integrated, and were no longer dominated by the Leviathan monster machine. Maybe you could say monster magnet. So that was the main revolution that was coming in the 21st century, and McLuhan kind of predicted it by saying that the decentralist forces, the centripetal or the centrifugal forces would favor the human to be have an integrated, non-fractionalized existence. So when you re-listen to that, that's what they're riffing on. They're just doing it fragmentedly, just mentioning it's a jigsaw and this and that. But I just gave you the main idea that they are chopping sentences from. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You're not getting it fully explained, but they're using the jargon. And that was McLuhan's vision. So you had, what did they say about Lewis? Oh yeah, Lewis was the clanging cymbals. Did they say something else about Lewis? I think there was another idea about him, which was pretty good. It was pretty accurate. And then Zappa, was there any particular idea about him? Other than
amplification.
The amplification. You know, in McLuhan does an essay in Explorations, the Journal of the 50s, and like about 1955, I think he does one called Radio versus TV and something else. It's the media's art forms, radio versus TV, something really good major articles where he explains Finnegan's Wake. Well, at the very end of the essay, it's either a misprint or intended. He's writing, and then his paragraph becomes a section of Finnegan's Wake. So if you don't know Finnegan's Wake, you think that Marshall's writing it. But when you know Finnegan's Wake, you know that it is shifted from Marshall's words into quoting directly from Finnegan's Wake. And I always wondered and thought of it, the last words in this Finnegan's Wake thing that ends McLuhan's very important article, it goes AMP, AMP, AMPLIFY. It goes amp, amp, amplify, ... It ends with the word amplify as if it's expanding. That major article, very, very important article, brings in the amplification theme and quoting from Finnegan's Wake. And McLuhan either intended it to come out of his own writing, merge from his writing, or come out of a merged situation, or it was a misprint and they were supposed to be separate. Either way, amplification. So in the Grand Wazoo, the story in that album, 1972, the Roman Emperor Cletus Aurelius Auritus he's up against I think it was like an aquarium or something that was filled with undifferentiated tissue. That's your magnetic monster. And also, if it is, I have to go back and check, if it is an aquarium, that's the global fishbowl. Global theater is a fishbowl. Everything's transparent.
Yeah.
And magnets are very important for the amplification of sound. They're used in speakers.
Right. Monster magnet, so you're right. So you link monster magnet to amplification, which is what Frank was doing. And he was trying to figure out how could the individual creative sound maker overcome the din, the dull roar of the constant noise, the crushing of the monster noise machine. Interesting dilemma, because you're an expert in your ears, but the environment is a huge waterfall of noise. It's getting in the way of you using your ears.
Yeah. That's what I found interesting with James Joyce. It blew me away is that the mentioned that Finnegan's Wake, everyone's talking at once, and he developed that just by listening in a pub.
Right. And there it is. The pub is a major environment in the book. The biggest scenes take place there, the longest scenes, and they become mutated. The noise of the public becomes mutated into TV and TV shows and movie scripts. So you have
that's a metaphor. Theodor Adorno also uses the metaphor of the cocktail party when he talks about popular culture. It's like all this noise in which we are immersed, and how we are trying to make sense of it.
Adorno is a hoity-toity, highbrow culture guy, so he's at a cocktail party, whereas Joyce is down in the street in a pub playing darts. That's pretty revealing. Yeah, Adorno was representing the crisis.
It's acoustic phenomenon that when you're in a gallery or a cocktail party, you have this background noise that somehow merges, and you have to really focus to understand one line of sound, but it's more like a mass texture.
Yeah, it's like McLuhan said as a writer, Joyce and Yeats and these guys, the vorticists, they realize there's a new environment. It's not the eye, it's the ear. So he has as the underpinning of all the stories of Finnegan's Wake is the acoustic space. And then he adds a tactile part, but it's got the acoustic. He's trying to show acoustic resonance right there in the book, right in there inside the form of the eye, which is that's where you get McLuhan then gets his term. He doesn't stay dwelling and obsessing over Finnegan's Wake. He just says, okay, the vorticists were pointing out acoustic space. Now I will develop acoustic space into its extensions and tactility. He leapt from there. But you can see Joyce made a book, and he had to show the noise as the hidden ground. So therefore, you would never find out what any line ultimately meant because he has to show the sound. The eye looks for meaning, looks for word semantic stress, but underneath it is the din, the noise. And he successfully made a book that shows the noise, though most people they don't get that. Now they get it. I've been around Tumblr for years, so they might hear it. But the point is that they all were reading the book looking for eye imagery. They couldn't hear the book. At best, they could hear the fluent languages. They'd say, "Oh, we love to hear the music of Finnegan's Wake." They never thought it was the fucking dull roar of a pub, They never went that crude.
Yes, and everybody is talking about the background as some chaotic noise, or Baudrillard talks about the orgy, and Theodor Adorno talks about the cocktail party, and McLuhan says we are like the fish that don't know anything about the water, so we have to explore this noise, this vortex in which we are. This water is not calm; it's a vortex around us.
Right, now listen to this. Most people can get the noise, and they'll call the news a noise machine. People can perceive the acoustic part. They say, yes, we've gone from a quiet, decent society to a noisy, rude, gossip column kind of thing. They only hear the new acoustic space. And so McLuhan wrote to Playboy in 1970 saying, T.S. Eliot's definition of the auditory imagination, so he then quotes it, he says, that is normal awareness today. People can hear the noise, but they cannot feel, grasp the tactility, the non-noise, the non-visuality. And he says that's what Phineas Wake's about. But let me finish it. So he says Phineas Wake is not in people's normal awareness yet. It was hidden ground in 1970. Now it is starting to be noticed. But the tactile point, the void, the interpenetrating, interacting dialectical void that is approximately tactility, nobody gets that. But when you get that, then you understand the vortices. You understand McLuhan. That's the key point. Don't get stuck with sound.
Mm.
Yes, and that's the idea of McLuhan. There is the figure and the ground, and the artist show the ground.
Yes.
And LaRouche, for example, says that's how elites manipulate. They just distract you with figure, with news and events, and in the meantime, in the background, you are not seeing what's really going on. And she's making you aware of both. You have to be able, like an artist, to see figure and ground.
Right. Now, most people think that the ground, when you're reading LaRouche or Mae Brussel, the ground is secret figures. The people that aren't in the news, there are secret figures manipulating the visible figures. And to call the secret figures as ground, that would be top-down ground. But there's bottom-up ground that LaRouche doesn't point out. He does it conceptually a little bit in his science, but not in his politics. The sensory ground below the two figures, the visible figure and the secret figure, is the technological amplified environment that nobody can control. That's what McLuhan did.
Yes, and that's the real revolution.
Of perception. You go to the end of Laws of Media, which I showed you the other day, and you'll see he's got metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, and maybe irony. And it's figured ground, but you got figure ground to figure ground, that's metaphor. Then you got figure over ground, I think, is metonymy. So note how there's the visible figure and the secret figure, and then a deeper ground. And then sometimes there's two different grounds. So what were you going to say, Roxy? Are you going to add something to that?
That's the real revolution of the vortices movement.
Yeah.
Of all this tradition that continues with the Ionic, that McLuhan said, the content is not important, the figure, but the ground, the medium is the message. Yeah. And people will not get it at the beginning. Why would be TV more important than the things that are presented as content? And this is what Ion came to elucidate aspects that were never considered about
the mystery ground.
The media.
I am showing the mystery ground.
Everything, the chemistry and the environment. At levels that we could not even realize without the Ionic.
Right. But once you understand Ion, you can go back and see how the great artists, the great scientists, intuited step by step. They were getting closer and closer.
Yes, and linking it to Zappa.
Yes.
We're going to show how the artist stops the vortex. He can see the ground, and he tries to heal the effect. Because you have two possibilities. In the vortex, you can sink and die.
No, wait, Bert. What are the two possibilities?
Come out. Yes, you can sink.
What are the two?
You can sink inside the vortex and die.
Yeah.
Or you can work with the vortex and come out transformed.
Find out what's retrieved.
That's what Lewis and McLuhan and Zappa say. Art is part of this way to escape the vortex. First, you have to stop the vortex, and then see how to work with it to come out. And
you don't stop it. Hey, Rossi, you don't stop it by resisting it. You find out what survives the vortex and attach yourself to that, like the barrel. The barrel goes down in the vortex in post.
But you have to play the story because it's really beautiful.
Yes, I'll play. We will play the beautiful story. You got to give credit to Edgar Allan Poe. He's pretty smart to come up with this. You know what I mean?
Yes, because that's another main idea of McLuhan. He says you can see in poetry, literature, and art, the artists are showing you how to escape the vortex, how to save yourself, how to heal yourself.
Right.
And he makes a big deal about the perspective, the vanishing point, how it changes through the ages, and how the perception and the mediums are transforming us through the arts and the technologies and this is
I sent you
example of literature.
Don't talk too much. The phone starts to get pissed off. It starts warbling. So just let me say something. Let me respond to what you're saying. You looked at the LaRouche articles I sent you and the spiral. Did you find that an interesting pattern? Did it inspire you? Did it take you back to Bach's idea of the solar system? What did you get from looking at the LaRouchean geometry? If you had much chance to. I mean, you ate it for breakfast, right?
Yes.
So what did you...
It's very interesting because that's one part of what McLuhan is talking about in The Vanishing Point.
Yeah.
These perspectives and analyzing visuals in order to understand some type of geometry, to understand this higher intelligence that is embedded in everything. And how, for example, he says nothing is really like a linear, but it's more like a spiral.
Yeah, and that's
all processes in biology, in politics, in economy are not so simple, like this happens and then this happens and then this happens. There are many things happening at the same time and affecting each other, more like the vortex. He is talking about the spiral, but it will be more like
at one time.
Many spirals.
The spiral is a misleading image. It's the simultaneity that communicates faster than this time the spiral spirals. That's the monster magnet. That's the hose. He said, the other were talking about how Joyce did not like this sequential talking. I speak, then you speak, then I speak, then you speak. We go back and forth. He said, erase that linear interactivity and have some kind of simultaneous thing that's going on. So a dialogue between two people can spiral, but Joyce is pointing out something beyond the spiral. The simultaneous something.
That's the thing with the tetrad management will be a better way to understand the environment because it's not like everybody talks about currents, the linear, but it's this typhoon, this vortex, things coming from all sides. And how do you make sense of the very complex processes affecting each other? And that's what Ion shows, that the chemistry and then the medias and then culture, everything is interlinked and feeding your bodies and affecting you. So we cannot separate size, like in the visual space. We will try to find some categories and separate everything. Everything is a cocktail. It's a cocktail party. It's an orgy.
Yeah, but there's also the pub version. Here, I'm going to find how Pound defines the vortex. So I'm looking at it. Where is it? Still looking it up. Here's how he defined the vortex. The vortex is the point of maximum energy. It represents in mechanics the greatest efficiency. We use the words greatest efficiency in the precise sense, as they would be used in a textbook of mechanics. Now, there's another definition, another part. Like he writes several things. The vortex, he says, after he says, used in a textbook of mechanics, you may think of man as that toward which perception moves. So you could say ascension, as humanity gets to ascension or transcension, it starts living. So that's what the perception we're moving towards. Then Pound says, you may think of him as the toy of circumstance. That would be medium as the message, man is puppet victim. As the plastic substance receiving impressions. Or you may think of him as directing a certain fluid force against circumstance. As conceiving instead of merely observing and reflecting. Then under the primary pigment, he says, the vorticist relies on this alone, on the primary pigment of his art, nothing else. Every conception, every emotion presents itself to the vivid consciousness in some primary form. It is the picture that means 100 poems, the music that means 100 pictures, the most highly energized statement, the statement that has not yet spent itself in expression, but which is most capable of expressing. All experience. Now listen to this part. All experience rushes into this vortex. All the energized past, all the past that is living and worthy to live, all momentum, which is the past bearing upon us, race memory, instinct charging the placid, non-energized future. The design of the future in the grip of the human vortex. All the past that is vital, all the past that is capable of living into the future is pregnant in the vortex.
You're spitting in.
Now. Is pregnant in the vortex now. Hedonism is the vacant place of a vortex without force, deprived of past and of future. The vertex, not the vortex, the vertex of a small spool or cone. Futurism is the disgorging spray of a vortex with no drive behind it. It's just dispersal. Then in capital letters it says, every concept, every emotion presents itself to the vivid consciousness in some primary form. It belongs to the art of this form, if sound to music, if formed words to literature, the image to poetry, form to design, color and position to painting, form or design in three planes to sculpture, movement to the dance, or to the rhythm of music or verses. Elaboration, expression of second intensities, of dispersedness belong to the secondary sort of artists. Dispersed arts had a vortex. Impressionism, futurism, which is only an accepted sort of impressionism, deny the vortex. They are the corpses of vortices. Popular beliefs, movements, etc. are the corpses of vortices. Marinetti, he's a futurist, is a corpse. And then there's more. But is that enough?
Well, I think in that text, Pound calls Lewis Bach. He says something like Lewis is Bach because he sees he will have the same impact on the long term as Bach.
Right.
It's not that he's comparing him as, I don't know, as an artist, but on the intensity of the impact of the vortex he's creating with his ideas.
Right. So it says here, Pound is writing on the sculptor who was a vorticist, Gordon Brzeska. It says, Mr. Wadsworth's work, so he was a vorticist, Mr. Wadsworth's work gives me pleasure, sometimes like the pleasure I receive from Chinese and Japanese prints and painting. For example, I derive such pleasure from Mr. Wadsworth's Khaki, Khaki, in quotes. Sometimes his work gives me a pleasure which I can only compare to the pleasure I have in music as it was in Mozart's time. If an outsider wishes swiftly to understand this new work, he can do worse than approach it in the spirit wherein he approaches music. Then he has, Louis is Bach. That's in quotes. And he says, no, it is incorrect to say that, quote, Louis is Bach, unquote. But our feeling is that certain works of Picasso and certain works of Wyndham Lewis have in them something which is to painting what certain qualities of Bach are to music. Bach, I gotta go just a second. I lost the place. Just a second. Music was, as Bach was to music, Lewis and Picasso are to painting. Music was vorticist. Listen to this. Music was vorticist in the Bach-Mozart period. See, so there's, it's not limited to the years 1912 to 1914. All the good guys are vorticists. Music was vorticist in the Bach-Mozart period before it went off into romance and sentiment and description. That's prose, that's visual space. A new vorticist music would come from a new computation of the mathematics of harmony, not from a mimetic representation of dead cats in a foghorn alias noise tuners. So there's your sentence, Louis is Bach. He's not a musician.
The repercussions of their work are going to make the vortex spin for a long time. They're influencing everybody.
Right. Okay, now, what other idea was in there? So you found it interesting the way LaRouche was breaking down the spiral, right? As you read that geometry.
Yes, because in a way he's seeing that things are not linear, but he's talking about the spiral, but it's more a vortex. It's more than just
the
spiral.
Simultaneity. Okay, what did Zappa say? The amplification. That's really accurate to have Zappa leading the skit by him just taking a casual statement by Garrett Dean that the little difficulties in life. That's exactly what Zappa would do. Just something that's said, then he'd make something out of it and have the group work with it. So that's very accurate there by the Evergreens. And was there any other points? Sure there were.
Bob, there was a reference of when McLuhan was speaking. There was, I don't know if it was James Joyce or McLuhan, but there was a talk about Joyce changed the book, and then there was a reference of Lewis that I wonder if you could enlarge on about. Lewis wrote a pocket book.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. So the Evergreen started off saying that an artist changes people because when they read a different kind of book, like Phineas Wake or Ulysses, they're altered by it, and then they look around at their environment and look at it differently. So they were saying that Joyce did his effect, and Lewis. Now, in my other parts of talking about Lewis, I asked McLuhan, what did he talk to Lewis about when they first met in the summer of '43 in the Windsor area? And Ion describes the environment. They're in a backyard and they're talking about. And what they were talking about was the army coat and how there was a pocket in the army coat for the new phenomenon of paperback or a pocketbook. The first thing where McLuhan got the idea where media changed other media was from Lewis talking about the role of the pocket for the paperback in the big coats that the soldiers wore. So here it is, that was a few years before what we heard tonight. And it comes back to that, is where the Evergreens are consistent. They're saying that Lewis took pulp fiction books, they weren't classy, the paperbacks, the pocketbooks. They were for the poor people, for people with no money, whereas a good hardback goes into the aristocrat's library. And they said Lewis did the clashing of symbols in the content of his book. So a book would come out, hardback, but the content would be low culture, pocketbook kind of writing. See? So he merged the hardback with the content. In other words, not so lofty content for a hardback. Or the opposite. People were reading like Lewis books, Time and Western Man. These were on the surface deep philosophy things, The Art of Being Ruled. But he would take heavy hard book topics that philosophers would get published in a nice hardback and put it into the working man's pocketbook. Right? So they'd have a little pocketbook and they'd be reading about Time and Western Man or The Art of Being Ruled or The Apes of God. So it goes either way. I'm not sure which way the Evergreens meant it. They might have both. But the mixing of not high and low culture, the medium, the hardback and the pocketbook. So there's the Menippean right there. So it shows you the accuracy of the Evergreens. I've never heard anybody say that, but it fits Lewis. So you get that?
Yeah. Yes.
In a way, it's like Frank Zappa doing these double albums or different types of formats. It's like the artist changes formats that then are used also for popular culture, and that's how they affect in a wider way.
So he had two albums. Now, an Epillion comes in two-book format. Those guys that wrote Epillions, they would write book one and book two, and they'd have two different purposes. Basically, the Epillion was early science. They would explain the ways of God or the gods to the people, why things were shitty, and come up with a theory about why they had to be shitty, or there was righteousness within it. So Zappa created an acoustic Epillion. The first album is pop songs. Good, different, unique, but basically a bunch of teen songs. So then you would listen to that, that's funny, that's nice. And then you pull out the second album, and there'd be these big Latin words, songs with Latin titles, and weird titles, and ritual ballet talk. Like, what the fuck is this shit? This is like my father's classical music. This is like going to the Paris Opera or shit. What's that? And then you put it on, and it'd be all this avant-garde electronic and noise and stuff. He presented two kinds of music right there in his first album. It may be the only album he'll ever get a chance to make, so he did the two forms right there. That's what you're saying, Roxy. Two types of music, two organizational styles in one package. And they sold it for the price of one.
Yes, and I was thinking, it's maybe something else, but because you asked me why I saw in LaRouche, they also talk a lot about the Fibonacci and the golden mean.
Yes.
The golden mean is this spiral that is like the pattern of perfection.
Right.
That is, it's like the intelligent design in nature, and it's everywhere. And also, the golden mean is translated by the Greek in the frequencies that then Bach takes to make his system. But all these proportions are in the cosmos, in nature, and that's the thing they want to understand. This type of higher intelligence that somehow.
But we're going to question that. Ion questions that. First off, that McLuhan defines the golden section as a dynamic symmetry of tensions among proportions. That's the definition McLuhan gives of the golden section. A dynamic symmetry of tension among proportions. Now, Ion comes in with the unlawful degree of magnetism and says there are no laws and patterns in nature like that. At the bottom, humans can project those patterns. But remember, Ion is saying there's no sacred geometry. Once you get into the vibration frequency of Iondom, things happen too fast to bother having a pattern. That's just the mind looking for some order its insecurities require. But once you're transcendent, you don't need order.
That's why I say we're still affected by the collateral damage of the visual space. We're still, or science or art, everything is still based on this visual bias of the golden mean.
They're trying to come up with the dynamic symmetry of tensions among proportions. And that's a great poetic statement. But it's a limited situation. But that's the best science, visual bias science we come up with. Some formula showing a wonderful order in the universe, allowing for chaos, allowing for self-creation. They bring in complexity theory and chaos theory because they know the visual grid doesn't work. So they're trying to make the visual grid flexible, allow for self-organization, for self-generation.
Yes, we have all these new theories about quantum vortex and vortex this and vortex that. And I was reading, there is a new way of understanding that actually reality doesn't exist until we observe it. And so we can say whatever we want to say about it and explain it. But it doesn't mean that things are really like that. But and that's why different theories contradict each other and at the same time make total sense. If you read just one theory, you say, "Oh, this is this sounds works. Like and then you read another one and it's like, but what?" So we haven't got this theory of everything. It's all contradicting.
But listen to this. What those theories deny is the fact that the human person makes the space, that the human has the power to make their order, whatever order they pick. So it says, oh, geez, you have the ability to project your own scene into that. That's as far as they go. They don't say, no, you are a powerful being that can make whatever order you want, and leave it at that. That's the definition of a God. They're trying to fit this principle that, you see in matter what your perceptual interference creates. What's that called? The principle of uncertainty. So they're saying it's like a fault. It's like, something you should be paranoid about. I'm altering the thing I'm observing. Whereas you should say, no, I have the power to alter it. That scientists don't tell you that. There's no point in science, at least the theory part, once you get some facts and get some drops in you from Iondom. And then you find out that they're making, the particle accelerator, what is it called? The Hadron Collider over there in Switzerland. Huge billion-dollar project to find some God particle something, and we're selling it for $15 in a sample bottle. The God particle, the eye cell. The more we take over, the whole scientific enterprise is going to look stupid, really irrelevant. And that's why McLuhan is a good introduction of creating a newer kind of thinking and perceiving beyond what scientists claim to you. Okay, so light bends. Light goes in an eventual curve in a circle. What's that tell you? How can you do that? Someone might say, I can make an invention out of that. We can make the atomic bomb from that kind of knowledge. Well, what about other technologies that we make and we've done with the help of Ion? That aren't understandable but exist.
It's like mysticism is science dream today.
Mysticism is science ripped today. Mysticism is science ripped off today. But so, back then, remember, just 100 years ago, people couldn't even read much. So some guy writes a book like Einstein explaining everybody. So everybody, all the illiterate, semi-literate people got to go around and say, yeah, that guy put it all together in a book. He wrote a book about it. he completed the book phenomenon. And everybody stuck for 50 years thinking about a few thoughts that Einstein came up with. Well, whereas if you find out about Einstein, what he actually did, they hijacked him off to Princeton, and he sat around muttering in his office trying to come up with different ideas to come up with his next book. That's all he did.
This gives me the idea that it's like we are creating what we are explaining. Like, for example, there is this theory of...
that is a fact of your ability. That's not a theory.
Of vortex.
That's not...
Yeah, but there is, for example, the vortex entanglement. And they say, okay, if some sets of particles are irradiated and they are separated, somehow they are related to each other, and it doesn't matter where they are. And if you affect one, the other is also affected. So they think this thing is going to be a new way of, for example,
quantum entanglement. Now let's take. I get your point. Now let's look at that.
To transmit energy without the wires.
I'm supposed to be impressed. I'm supposed to be impressed with a bunch of particles. What? I'm waiting for you to finish.
To teleport and all these things that will seem like magic. But I think it's like, okay, we came up with this theory, and now in our mind it's possible. So now it's possible in reality. And it's like that.
That would be one advantage of making that would be one advantage of making a theory up that explains to people why they can be at 100 places at the same time. That would loosen up their visual grid that they were hypnotized by in their stupid books they read. And then they start saying, oh, I can be everywhere. Then that loosens up their mind. Then the actual fact of portaling should start having to them. So I like to see us going up to Princeton and talking to the professor. Thank you very much for your theory. Now I'm portaling all over the place. Here we go. Bullshit you are. That's not possible. These are just theories. We're just saying that matter is like that. Matter is over there. It's not you. You're not matter. Matter's over there. And we're determining that it can be in two places at once. And we'll say, I'm sorry, sir, but we apply what you say. We're not interested in what you're saying is going on over there. It's actually going on inside us. So you could make a hilarious rebuttal to the purpose of their theories. Well, okay, so they established that particles can be in two places at once. Well, that's a good idea when people realize it's describing themselves. And then you can be two places at once just having a telephone.
But that's what you say all the time. Allow, relax and allow.
What does allow mean? What does allow mean?
Yes. Yeah, that's the allowing.
What does allow mean? No, you be quiet, Carol. Roxy, what does allow? How does Ion define allow?
Thinking.
Right. Good. You're on the same page. So relax and start thinking. And you know how Ion makes a lot of fun out of thinking. And he said
yes, but it's like when we allow this thing to be, then it is.
Right, and people making up theories and scientists getting Nobel Prizes in one way for the literate person is how they allow themselves to think there are parallel worlds because some scientist proved it the other day in some way with some instrument. See, the literate person is a handicapped person. They got all these assumptions that are wrong because they were trained in that way, and then they spent their life waiting for scientists to improve on the false theories they were given them when they went to school and won prizes in grade 11 for doing good in physics or chemistry. Whereas the Aborigines are portaling all over the place. They never even opened a book. And then you got the whole population portaling via television and cell phones. So the scientist is losing its grip on the authority of the intellectual. There are several books out now. The End of Science. Science has run its course. There's no charisma in being a scientist anymore. There was one in Einstein's day. Are you still there?
And that's why I think it's important, this whole thing about the vortices and the vortex.
Yes.
That our mind understands the fall and the ascension is one process.
Yep.
That
the figure ground.
You fall, but it's like a boomerang that is going to send
Bring you
up
back.
again.
You said you're up again, right? Now, you go to a scientist. I forget the guy's name, Hugh somebody, who came up with a parallel world theory. Remember one of his sons was in a band, and they made a documentary about the son and him living with his crazy father, who was a very controversial physicist. A couple of INETs have looked at that movie, and I've seen it. But if we went up to that guy, any scientist, they go over to that institute, Santa Fe Institute, and listen to, and I've done this when they come to Barnes & Noble. Often there'd be a scientist come to with a new book. So they'd lay out their new theory, and I'd say, that Joyce already did this in Finnegan's Wake. What's that, sir? What did you say? They don't even know what the word Finnegan's Wake I'm referring to. I said, Finnegan's Wake. You know the guy who did Ulysses? Yeah. Well, he did a book called Finnegan's Wake. Oh, that's interesting. And what do you say about the book? It spells out your theory better than you and actually shows one how to do it. The guy looks, the audience laughs. The guy looks at me, looks away. He milks the audience laughter, figures it's directed towards me. Oh, they're laughing at that guy, and they move on. The point is they can't talk about anything out of their field. They only stay within their super little field, and they think they come up with a big theory, and they don't know anything about what's happening in the other arts. And that's when McLuhan came in and said, you scientists, you don't notice that James Joyce had a way more complex theory than Einstein. They go, you're nuts, Marshall. That Joyce guy, he was a pervert, fucked his daughter, made her go nuts. And he was unfaithful to his wife, and he went to gypsies. We don't do that. We got grants, and we won the Nobel Prize last year. So that's the argument. That's the chaos. Then Carolyn comes into medicine. Well, you guys got this expensive surgery, blah blah blah, all this stuff. All you need is a couple drops of pure magnesium. Then Carolyn says, why did you think Zappa wrote a song called "The Girl in the Magnesium Dress"? Do you think he was fucking around with a hadron collider? No.
Yes, that's the thing with the new hybrid of the artist scientist. It's the only way to find the like John said, you have to find a good diagnosis to find what's broken to repair it.
Right.
And we may think, like in this culture where everybody's taking drugs because they have pain or they have psychic problems because they don't understand the vortex and they feel this new frequency.
They've got what Zappa wrote, just to bring you back to Zappa, they've got imaginary diseases.
Right, and Zappa is always retrieving this means of the lab, of the scientist, of the monsters, of this science fiction themes of the monster coming out of the
unemployed
the cave, and he's showing you the thing that is making you sick is that you are eating this whole vortex, and you're not really digesting. You're eating the wrong food and making you sick, and he's trying to show he's showing you the diagnosis and some of the things he thinks he can help you with. How do you see inside the vortex? McLuhan and Joyce and Lewis and Zappa and Bob
and Dobbs.
They all saw that one of the way to see the ground inside the vortex is a tire, and like in antiquity they would say, if you want to understand Greece, you have to see the comedies. It's because you can see a lot of what's going on and instead of fighting it like LaRouche, because that won't bring any solution, it's going to create more chaos or more disharmony, more dissonance, more tension. You have to create the harmony to play with the vortex.
Well, you got to be careful with those kind of words. You'll become a reverend in a church or something, trying to create harmony. Well, you can clash the symbols against the symbols.
No, I'm not. I'm saying harmony as in music.
Yes. Okay. So you were talking about the artist scientist. I'd say what we should be called today, Bert. You must become artist-scientist-athlete-comedian. You got to do at least 4 roles because you got your 4 bodies. And you get on TV, you got to be funny. And the chip body, you got to be scientific. In the astral body, you got to be artistic, and in the chemical body, you got to be a jock. Are you still? Oh, he's probably blocked off. Let me walk over here, Roxy. He's probably getting knocked off, and I got to come back and bring him back in.
He left our love feast.
Yeah. Yeah, there he is. Yeah. Are you this one, Bert? Sorry, I got knocked off. Okay. I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. What do you have to say?
To be a jock, a scientist, an artist. What was the other? Comedian.
Because you're living in the military-industrial entertainment complex. If you do well in whatever you come up with, Bert, you will have to go on to David Letterman or whoever the new guy. You're going to have to go on there. Even the president goes on these shows. They must perform for the audience, for the Menippean dog-ridden audience. And you got to be cool. It's part of your publicist, part of your PR, right?
Yeah. That's good. That's really
it's really what?
Comedian, athlete, scientist, and artist.
Artist and scientist.
All filled up in the one.
And Roxy is linking art and science, Roxy. I would add comedian and make it quadrophenia, comedian and athlete. That's a more comprehensive. Einstein was not asked to be a fucking comedian. He was not asked to be a jock. At best, he was just a scientist who had sneaky little artistic philosophies, cosmic mysticism lurking about him. But that's all he could be. I don't know if he ever was interviewed on the radio. Maybe he was once or twice. They came over to Princeton and interviewed him sitting in his chair. But one of the most exciting events that has already happened, but people haven't allowed it to be perceived yet, is me on one of those major talk shows. That will be an incredible fucking dialogue.
Yeah.
The 5 minutes I get are the most powerful 5 minutes humanity ever experienced.
It's like on last payday you said somebody called you the Donald Trump of McLuhanism.
Yeah.
and it's like the clown is the one who comes and farts and releases all the tension and cures the situation. It's like it's all this problem, all this chaos, all this, and then this is the big release of laughing. And McLuhan was also often made fun of.
Yeah.
And he will accept his role as a clown, and he saw it was a therapeutic. It had a therapeutic value in society. That he's doing.
He said Trudeau could never happen in the United States. Trudeau could not have been president of the United States. It was a country that was too involved with the problems of the day, causing and had to come up with the solutions. So it was too serious. It was too much involved in the ground. But an irrelevant country like Canada could afford to have the most avant-garde national leader. And that was Trudeau as an emperor-clown. He was an emperor-cum-clown. And then McLuhan said that Bucky Fuller in the world of philosophy was that, an emperor-cum-clown. So
and Zappa is the ultimate clown. town. He's making all types of books, like
and photographs. If you
parting music,
photographs.
The variety of photographs of Zappa, they cover the whole gamut of human depravity to aristocratic to Hugh Hefner to clownish, childish behavior. He's got it all.
Transvestite.
What?
He was also using as a transvestite.
Transvestite.
He was
transvestite?
Transvestite.
Yes. We're only for the money. He's dressed up as a mother. The mothers. And McLuhan had himself pictured as clowning and serious and as Sherlock Holmes, the detective. They all tried to have themselves photographed as much as possible.
Yeah.
Now, Thomas Pynchon hides. He tries to get charisma by not being photographed at all, which is a bit too much specialized. Maybe he has a good reason to remain anonymous and not be known, but he's missing out on the fun he could have expressing himself in different ways. But it served him well. He got a charisma of being the unknown author.
Bob, in the Evergreens tape, at the end, it said that Frank was working out the concepts of the world's greatest sinner. That was interesting. So would that be his main, what he was doing at the end was working that out, or was that all throughout his career?
All throughout his career, because as he started to get a little popular in 67, 68, he immediately started fantasizing, creating a political party and running for president of the United States. And he would shift around. The famous MGM producer Tom Wilson, who did people like Dylan and everybody, he's the guy who supposedly discovered Zappa. Frank has him running for president in Frank's political party called the Interested Party. The Interested Party were promoting Tom Wilson as presidential candidate in 68. But when I talked to Cal Schenkel, the guy who designed Zappa's early albums, he told me, this is like in the mid-'90s, he told me that Frank was always talking about running for president very early, 67 and 68. So he was ready. He had the world's greatest sinner map always ready, depending on what was possible. So if he became really famous, he would then form a political party, and then he would declare war on God, and who knows where that would take. He would act out the stages that were in that movie, The World's Greatest Sinner. Remember, he's an insurance salesman who suddenly gets the idea, and they're all ionic ideas. He says everybody's a god and everybody's eternal, and they don't need to die. That's a basic summary of ion stuff.
Yes.
And so he starts getting everybody up. He starts preaching this, but he doesn't get enough attention. So he sees Elvis, because this was made in the late 50s, an Elvis kind of singer. He says, I'll get attention if I become this epileptic rock and roller writhing around the ground with this manic music. That'll even bring more people in. So he became a rock star. And then the next thing was to become president of the United States. So he sort of did it. He went into the God religion thing, then he went into entertainment, and then he went into politics. And then he declared war on God. And I will not tell you how it works out. But that's, Zappa's brother, little younger brother, says that sometime in the late teens, or he doesn't give an exact age, Zappa said, I've made a contract with the devil. He sold his soul to the devil to get whatever he was going to do. So it's even right there. And I don't know if that's after The World's Greatest Sinner, but the stages of apprehension of a showbiz or of a successful modern media-aided person is laid out in The World's Greatest Sinner. And as he becomes this popular figure, he's seducing 80-year-old grandmothers to get their estates, but he's also seducing 14-year-old groupies. He's fucking anything that moves. You know what I mean? To get to where he wants to go.
Yeah.
So it's a great pattern that Tim Carey laid out, and so that's what I asked Ion. I mean, Evergreens, I said, or asked Frank, I said, is this the pattern that was a big influence on you? He goes, yeah. He kind of mumbles that Bob's caught me, and he looks down. Yeah, that's right, Bob, you're right, but don't tell anybody, Bob. That's part of his conceptual continuity. Now, okay, Roxy. Are you still there, Roxy? Or did you get knocked off?
No, I was thinking also about Adorno's concept of the forces of production, because LaRouche criticizes a lot Adorno. He thinks he's sort of sold out.
Yeah.
But I think his ideas are very interesting, in a way also to explain Zappa as a phenomenon, because he's studying the forces of production in which we have the high culture and the low culture, and we cannot separate them anymore in the 20th century. It's like individuals.
Yes, that's what LaRouche didn't see. That's what LaRouche didn't see, and Adorno did see it. All right? Adorno saw the question. LaRouche dropped the ball on that. That's why he's in an earlier quadrant, 1840 to 1900, whereas Adorno's in the 1900 to 1918 quadrant. Now, here's what's interesting. The students of Adorno, they had a magazine called Tel Quel, I think it was called, leftist Frankfurt School derived thing. They thought that Adorno obviously was being acted out by Zappa. So they did an interview with Zappa, and the Adorno disciple had to go through the shock of talking to Zappa, who had no clue who Adorno was and didn't even agree with him, whatever the guy came up with that Adorno said. But the guy thought, oh, Frank should know about this guy because Frank is acting out what Adorno's talking about. But they didn't have a deep enough understanding of Frank. So it's a funny interview. You can go to the library and get Tel Quel, that's a well-distributed magazine, and read it, about 1990. I have it in my archive, but I'd have to drop this issue and go get it, right? But I'm not going to do that. That'd take too much time. Sorry.
Yes, and actually, Adorno had a very interesting idea. He said that unlike the other arts, like pictures and books, music can never be physically owned. It's somehow esoteric.
Yes. It's communist. It's the communist art. No private property in music.
And he goes to study the mechanisms of distribution of goods, and how, for example, the cultures start changing the distribution of knowledge and ideas in with these new types of medias and new types of formats and TV programs and movies.
Yeah, he's doing what McLuhan. He's like McLuhan. He's looking at the structure, how a new invention changes the structure of culture in the society, and he's looking at where's that lead for the Marxists. He's doing what McLuhan's doing.
Yes, and because Zappa was engaged in both the production, exploring new technologies, and the distribution, I see how people would think he knew very well the ideas of Adorno.
Right. You think that's what they were. It's just like Frank Kosky thought that Frank knew all about Brecht, because he thought Zappa's work at the Garrick Theatre in '67 reminded him of Three Penny Opera and all that. And Frank didn't know anything about Brecht. He also didn't know anything about Paul Krasner, the guy who started like the first underground newspaper. So these educated guys, but more leftist, they couldn't believe that Frank could be so smart and not have read what they read. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and he goes to develop the idea of a new type of industry, which is the culture industry.
Right.
Which before there were only these elites that will say we're more than you, and we are the ones that have. We have the high culture. We decide what is going to be in the environment.
And that's before World War I and after, like the 20s. And the elites in culture had to deal with this two-bodied orgy in the 20s and 30s. Not six-body, but two-bodied orgy. You know, we looked at those TV shows of the sin in Paris, the sin in Berlin. I mean, just people went nuts. Mm-hmm. And that was their culture. Get drunk and, have mass hedonism. And so the Stravinskys, the Hitlers, the intellectuals, they had to sort of, what are we going to do about this? And then there was a lot of tribal hatred that came out of it.
Yes, and this is the vortex of forces of production that come the new culture industry, the popular culture. The elite sees that they can make money out of this low type of art creations.
Right.
So there's a new landscape of professions and people producing, distributing, and somehow managing all this low cheapness.
Yeah, low cheapness.
Low cheapness.
And so you meet people who were born same year as Zappa. I'd meet them in university. They taught music, and none of them listened to rock and roll in the 50s when they were teenagers. They listened to jazz. So they had that natural. They grew up in Kansas. They come from a middle class family or upper middle class. There was no way they'd hang out with juvenile delinquency culture, which was rock and roll. And Pachuco,
yes, and
doo-wop.
Adorno sees this vortex of cheapness, like the cheapness is feeding cheapness, and the culture is being corrupted.
Right.
And he says a good, honest life is not longer possible in this environment of low culture, of fast food. And Zappa was somehow trying to heal the situation, fighting back with desire.
By thinking in it. Like, he does a Life magazine article in June '68, and he goes through the history of rock and roll, and then rock, and he has these great little spurts of description. So it ends with this orgiastic bacchanalian scene in a discotheque, and everybody's dancing, and Zappa, as a writer, is describing, you're dancing up this frenzy, and you're really doing blah, 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 having a great time. The music's getting better and better and better. You're getting more of a frenzy, which is a replay of Wyndham Lewis's Dithyrambic Spectator. That was the name of a book in early 30s. So then Zappa says, so imagine yourself in this frenzy, and then someone comes up and taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, buddy, what do you think of a society that needs all the friends it can get using this environment, this force, this music you're engaging right now? Would you stop? So he interrupts the guy dancing and says, would you care to consider the question that a society that needs all the friends it can get could use this force for other reasons? Now, what's the society that needs all the friends they can get? It's Frank's United Mutations Group, or it's the military. You can go either way. What is a society that needs all the friends it can get? And would it use a force like this? So he asks he interrupts the Dithyrambic Spectator and asks him or her to think in the middle of their orgy. That's how he ends the article. Would you listen? It's a manipulating question. He's asking the reader, would you, sir, ma'am, engage this nerd that came up to you looking like a pervert and asked you that question?
Wow.
Yeah, so this theme between the high culture and the low culture became a big thing for philosophers to somewhere like Susan Sontag or Zappa are somehow saying we don't have to choose between high and low because we are fed by the environment, and there's or McLuhan, they see they can be good patterns everywhere, and Zappa is supposedly wearing this costume of the rock star and making what Adorno will consider low culture, but he's making great art. So
yes. Adorno. Remember Adorno, this great social communist thinker, activist. When the student revolution started in 68, 69, and he was teaching in Europe, the radical students came to him and asked him to join the revolution, and he wouldn't do it. He became this old fuddy-duddy. He died shortly after. Like, he couldn't handle the middle-class kids, these becoming educated kids, turning into political radicals. He didn't like that kind of revolution, so his basic snobbery did him in. Whereas Frank, right that same year, they interrupted his concerts in Germany and broke it up and smashed around, and Zappa stood there and argued with them right on stage, argued with the radical German students. Like, they were saying they were mad at the ushers and the cops in the theater. And those guys got uniforms on. So you hear Frank, I think it's on the album Burnt Winnie Sandwich, he says, "Hey, buddy, everybody's wearing a uniform in this room." And everybody goes, and they go, "Wow, yay!" They all applaud Frank. And the lonely, battered mind half activist skulks out of the room, embarrassed, humiliated. But he engaged them, whereas Adorno just ran and hid. He retired. He couldn't take it. And Frank was not necessarily of the opinion that he said. He would just come in with another point of view to broaden the interrogator's mind. Hey, look at it this way.
Yes, and for people that is used to more complex patterns in ideas and music, this new popular culture, this so simple. For example, Adorno said the music makes people like insects, and they're like dots, like bread. They're all made the same by this art. There's like a uniformation of everybody, and it's only like they have some slack, some relaxation to be able to go back to their works, be proletarian, and produce more.
Right. Who said that music makes people insects?
Adorno.
I'm sorry. Adorno.
Theodore Adorno.
Yes, because this type of low popular art makes everybody uniform, and all these people are just workers. They need to relax.
He was the first guy. He complained about the dumbing down, like in the 40s and 50s. He was the first guy to complain about the dumbing down of the working class. And you know what he didn't have? Because he was such a hyper-literate, visually biased guy, he didn't understand the kinetic sensory spaces, the tactile spaces, the proprioceptive, that rock communicated to these other Fuck you, it does have a valid menu option. I'm not retracting that statement. I'm going to say it again. That Adorno, the damn Android meme comes in with their highfalutin ideas. Their standards. There's highbrow culture criticizing my lowbrow pattern. But he didn't understand proprioception, kinetic, and these other non-visual spaces that rock communicated to. And these people were responding non-visually to a non-visual art. And old Adorno is trying to keep visual space art guidelines going for some kind of imagined.
He saw this new type of culture as a way of keeping people in line. They all now have these trends to follow, these ideas that they think are hip. This is the music you are supposed to be listening to. This is the rhythm you have to be dancing to. Because when people are uniform, they're easier to manipulate and control.
Yes.
So they create this idea of fashion, of trend, and you are the hippest. when you are in, you are following what we are feeding you. And Zappa sees through that.
Yeah.
You know, he says, when you read last week, he says he comes the hippest of all, or something like that.
That's right. Like, he would adopt the free culture clothing, and he'd have the neatest, weirdest clothes on, even though he wasn't trying to follow. He wasn't. He'd outdo anybody in whatever scene was happening.
Yes, and maybe Zappa didn't have this ideology or all these ideas, but he was enacting all these things with his art and showing the people, look, they're trying to make you drink beer, go to discos, behave, eat this.
Now, Adorno, so Zappa agreed with Adorno, but he did not have the same solution or strategies or tactics to counter the problem. Adorno just ended up counting himself out. He didn't know how to deal with it at all. He should have formed a punk band or something. But Zappa would agree completely with Adorno, but he knew there was other factors going on. He was like McLuhan. He saw that there was people were being changed. And
yes, but he also says we're here only for the money. He saw the only motive of the industry of music was to make.
Yeah.
And he
to concentrate the capital and the production and the distribution.
And Zappa was the only guy to admit it in the 60s. He made an album, we're only in it for the money. You know, he didn't hide it. He said, I'm only in it for the money. But he poured all his money back into his projects to keep bugging you. He kept being a manipulator.
He's working with the vortex. He says, okay, this is the situation. How can I be part of that? But to create what I want to create and make the music I want to make and make longer pieces, not these stupid little 3-chord songs that everybody likes and they think it's hip because that's what they're listening in the radio. That's it now.
On the top of it, always having fun or allowing himself to do what he wanted to do. That was like the key underlying attitude. Always having fun, no matter what. You can do something seriously that you don't take serious. So he's quadrophenic. He was doing separate, he was a divided, fractionalized person because he could be, because the environment allowed it. And old Adorno stuck back with some specialist goals. So what is the one, you sent them to me, what's the name of the one that we want to play? The Edgar Allan Poe. We got here.
Well, there is one that are 2 parts, and then there was the third one that was just holding the variable. Then you have to explain the story. Maybe it's better to listen to the whole vortex thing because it's really a big idea in McLuhan thinking and how to work with the vortex and be safe and not drown with it.
Well, the big one is long, and the storm is the important part. It looks like there's this whole introduction to the storm, a whole bunch of stuff before you get to the storm. So, do you mind if I just play the storm part, or do you want, the whole story?
Then we have to. We have to explain the story. There is a sailor, and he says his hair was black, but it turned white in just one day, and he explains what happened. And
what caused that?
He went.
That's after he survived. Is this after the whole barrel thing?
Yeah, he's saved. Poe is one of the witnesses of the sailor being saved, and the sailor tells them what happened, and he says he thinks you're not going to believe me because he's so extraordinary, but he explains he's a fisherman, I think in Norway, and he and his brothers went to fishing, and there was a storm, and they're cooked into this maelstrom, into the vortex, and one of the brothers tries to save himself by holding or like a post in
himself to the masthead. To the masthead.
Yes, and he says he's paralyzed with horror, but he's at the same time fascinated with the vortex, and he starts observing this amazing phenomenon, and then this is what happened.
Right, so that would be, so this is, we start at the point where he's discovering the pattern of these barrels being sucked down into the vortex and then popping back up. So he says, I'm not going to tie myself to the masthead, because finally when the ship sinks, you'll go down with it. I'm going to attach myself to one of these barrels that goes down and then pops back up, right? And we'll play McLuhan explaining that later. But this is the story we would begin at the point where he's gotten himself into the storm and it doesn't look good, right? That's the part. Right. And I think it's this. Okay, so should I mute you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, you might make noise. Okay, I'll mute you. Mute everybody.
All participants are now muted.
Now we bring up the story. You know, one of the key characters in Finnegan's Wake is the Norwegian captain. Never thought of it. Maybe it's reference to this. The Norwegian guy tells the story. Are you there?
Yes, I mean, yes, we are all the Norwegian sailors. I mean, who is going to believe the story that we fell?
Yeah.
We are in this vortex of medias until now, until the Ionic, and now we're telling the story.
How we survived.
How did you survive the vortex?
The vortex, how do we survive? Where it's Randy and Matthew, they strapped themselves to the mast, and down they went. And everybody else that we have banned from our scene, we didn't ban them, they drowned.
Banned themselves.
So this story, what?
They banned themselves. They got caught in the vortex.
They banned themselves.
They banned themselves.
They strapped themselves to the old Rai, the original separateness, and went down. So this story, A Descent into the Maelstrom, came out in 1841. And Edgar Allan Poe only lives another 8 years. He dies in 1849. He dies on October 7th, the same day that Gail Zappa died. What do you think of that? Gail Zappa died on Poe's death day. That should tell us something. His birthday, January 19, we got anything about the 19th? I'm sure that means something. So, anyways, in the tale, a man recounts how he survived a shipwreck and a whirlpool. It has been grouped with Poe's tales of ratiocination. Ratiocination means reasoning, argumentation, a syllogism. Some kind of conscious reasoning is ratiocination. He made stories about conscious rationing. Logic. And also labeled an early form of science fiction. So there's a science fiction. So it says, inspired by the Machstraumen, what's that? Is a system of tidal eddies and whirlpools, one of the strongest in the world, that forms at the Lofoten archipelago in Norway. So the Machstraumen is one of these whirlpool places, and it's way up north of Norway. So, inspired by the Machstraumen, it is couched as a story within a story, a tale told at the summit of a mountain climb in Lofoten, Norway. The story is told by an old man who reveals that he only appears old. Sound familiar? Quote, You suppose me a very old man, but I am not. It took less than a single day to change these hairs from a jetty black to white, to weaken my limbs and to unstring my nerves," unquote. The narrator, convinced by the power of the whirlpools he sees in the ocean beyond, is then told, so the narrator is told, of the old man's fishing trip with his two brothers a few years ago. So the narrator is convinced of the power, the impossibility of overcoming the whirlpools. And it says, the two brothers, driven by the most terrible hurricane that ever came out of the heavens. That's Ion. Ion is the most terrible hurricane that ever came out of the heavens. The pterodactyl.
The thunders. The thunders.
Thunders. Oh, the 11th thunder. Their ship was caught in the vortex. There's the word. So we look up the word vortex. What do they say? In fluid dynamics, a vortex is a region in a fluid in which the flow is rotating around an axis line, which may be straight or curved. Okay. Then we go back. It says, their ship was caught in the vortex. One brother was pulled into the waves. The other was driven mad by the horror of the spectacle and drowned as the ship was pulled under. At first, the narrator only saw hideous terror in the spectacle. In a moment of revelation, he saw that the maelstrom is a beautiful and awesome creation. Observing how objects around him were attracted and pulled into it, he deduced that the larger the bodies, the more rapid their descent, and that spherical-shaped objects were pulled in the fastest. Unlike his brother, he abandoned ship and held on to a cylindrical barrel until he was saved several hours later. The old man tells the story to the narrator without any hope that the narrator will believe it. And it says, the story's opening bears a similarity to Samuel Taylor Coleridge's The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. And I quote from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner at the beginning of my book. Now dig this. Vatican Communion, where it says, we were the first to burst into that silent sea. So McLuhan always said that about him and Ted Carpenter. So he was quoting from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which sounds similar to Poe's story. The story's opening bears a similarity to the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which was 1798, so 43 years earlier. In both stories, an excited old man tells the story of shipwreck and survival. The tale is one of sensation, emphasizing the narrator's thoughts and feelings, that's percepts, especially his terror of being killed in the whirlpool. The narrator uses his reasoning skills to survive, and the story is considered one of Poe's early examples of science fiction. The maelstrom's attractive power forecasts certain aspects of the black hole theory. So, that is what we're up against here. We must not be sucked into the fixed point of view. Do not attach yourself to anything. Grab Bobby Barrow. Hold on to Bobby. Go down with Bobby into the depths of vaginal vulgarity, knowing it'll pop up. Is it spherical? I don't get that. The spherical ones survive? What was that? The spherical-shaped objects were pulled in the fastest. Is that good? You want to go in fast? Didn't he describe going around for a long time, a slower thing?
Well, they go in fast, but they also come out.
All right, so he picked one of the fast ones. I'll have to read it, actually, to get it. I didn't get all the words.
Yeah, I think it's really beautiful how all these aspects of the description of the whole thing is done with such mastery. It's really beautiful.
Right.
And
I can see why. You can see why Baudelaire and the symbolists were impressed with Poe, his genius in describing this. Guy knew a lot.
Yeah, and McLuhan says Poe goes backwards, goes to this review mirror, and that's what we're doing actually. And it's amazing how, for example, in the Bible and in Finnegan's Wake, this subject of the thunders and the big vortex we are trying to survive comes again, and Marshall McLuhan sees how in art there are already these solutions. The artists are giving you tips on how to survive the big
it's like the vortex is a magnet. the return of the sun, the monster magnet. I mean, it's something sucking down somewhere. It's being pulled down like a magnetic quicksand. So the magnet operation fits that, doesn't it? Or does the magnet repulse objects? Do you get sucked down by a magnet? So you wouldn't get sucked down towards it. You'd be sent away from it.
Yeah.
Yes, and McLuhan said the role of the artist is to save humanity, to find means to survive this situation we're in. And we have to see the ground to get the patterns that we need to survive. And that's what Bob has been doing all this time, explaining the patterns.
And I've saved millions of people. Millions are partying tonight because I helped them figure out the bullshit.
Yes, and McLuhan called the environment the world pool, not the whirlpool, but the world pool.
In the Mediumism Massage, he's got a pun, the whirlpool, WHIRLPOOL. And in another area, it says the world pool. So it means the world pool of information, but it's a whirling pool. And then it has a picture of a guy who looks just like McLuhan, surfing with a business suit on, and it says, and you would have heard that line, I must have been delirious as I contemplated speculating on the mathematical blah, 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 the blah, blah, blah. That line, which I heard like at the 80% mark of the story, is in the Mediumism Massage. So back then when you read it, you wouldn't know it was a quote from Poe. And you wouldn't know that Poe had an influence on all these famous French poets. And then you wouldn't know that Edgar Allan Poe fought against Charles Dickens. Now that's where it gets, in the LaRouche scenario, Poe was a patriotic American member of the Cincinnati Society, and they did not like Charlie Dickens. So that's interesting. The way LaRouche writes about Poe. You see, this is what's interesting. You got McLuhan, the only guy quoting from Poe, making a big deal out of him, and then you go over to LaRouche's world, and there in magazine issues, he's got a big picture of Poe. He's celebrating Poe too.
Yes, and now we are in this situation in which maybe World War III is starting, and Germany says we are pulled into this vortex. We don't want to, but we are.
It's time to dust off your Edgar Allan Poe and relearn the lessons of history.
Yeah, and we are fed by terror and these news broadcasts, the horror and
what are these goddamn terrorists? What's a terrorist? It's a fucking newlyweds. Two people got married a few weeks ago, and then they freak out and start shooting their own fellow employees. I mean, talk about myopia. What is it? What is that? Limited view. Is it called myopia? Is that what people get in their eyes? I don't know diseases. I don't have any of them, so I don't get them. I'm not very up on diseases, but is it myopia? Well, what is the thing that people get? Come on, you guys know the word.
Yes, it's Spanish myopia, but I don't know how to say it.
Who are these what are these people? Are they MK Ultra victims? This young couple, they just got fucking married, and then they decide to attack their buddies, and all the time he's a nice, quiet kid. He prays, he's quiet, doesn't bother anybody. I mean, it's so absurd. Pretty soon, priests from pulpits will be mowing down their congregations. You know what I mean? Suddenly this new priest, first day on the job, he's making his first sermon to the congregation, but he pulls out a goddamn knife and starts stabbing hundreds of people.
Edgar Allan Poe, what inspired him to write about this vortex?
He was a man of knowledge. No, remember, now we know from Ion, now look at this. You get Poe in LaRouche, Poe in McLuhan, Poe in Phineas Wake, and the Norwegian captain. That must be what this is. He's referring to the guy, after he survived. What happened to him? He goes to get a suit, and the tailor makes fun of him. Who else we got? Herbert W. Armstrong? Not sure. He does the Book of Revelation. Mae Brussel? Yes. Top-down vortex? Yeah. Cosmic awareness? Oh, yeah, definitely. The Gathering Storm. Dr. Beater? Man, the black hole of the organic robotoids. Now, what was I going to tell you guys? But okay, Poe. Okay, so we make contact with Ion, and very quickly, once the topic of parallel worlds comes up, who is the first example? Yeah. Ion says is a goddamn parallel world. Who's our role model? Mr. E.A. Poe. Edgar Allan Poe. I mean, how? And then Ion, and I knew a bit about Poe, so I'm saying, yeah, they found him dead in the ditch, and I said, yeah, he fell out of the black hole. He fucked up in his parallel world. He dropped out, dropped back in. I mean, see the symmetry? No wonder I almost went nuts. Anybody I'd thought about turned out to be the key people.
And I just heard that this week. Ian explaining that to you. It's in Emerald Tablet 14.
Right. There it is. He's talking about Edgar Allan Poe in the earliest weeks. And, it's so uncanny that Ion knows what are the trigger points in my mind, and he just plays them back to me with a new perspective, a new variation on it. I mean, there's not many people walk around thinking about Poe unless you've read LaRouche and McLuhan, and nobody has read LaRouche and McLuhan like I have, and nobody even think of reading the two fuckers, right? Let alone together. So I got Poe in my mind for 30 years, and then the first star presentation of the successful human that Ion presents is our old buddy Edgar Allan Poe. Can't tell me there's a level of reading Bob's mind that's going on here. It's applicable to other people, but it's a joke on Bob.
Yes, and for example, Nietzsche said there are things that always recur or always come back, that will always return.
Eternal recurrence.
Yeah, the eternal recurrence. So,
that's the return of the Son of Monster magnet. Zappa has it right there.
Yes, is this the element that we are finding to go out of the vortex? And we were talking about what will be the way to. Okay, we have the diagnosis. We know what it's to be repaired. Now we have to heal this and get out of the vortex.
Let's be careful about the word healing. You're using the word healing too much. Remember, we don't like that word, according to our boss.
Yes, because the Evergreen, you talk with Joyce about the diagnosis, and he said you have to have a good diagnosis to know what is to be repaired. So we have the diagnosis, and now we have to start the spin of the chromosome 14.
Yes. My chart was the perfect diagnosis. I had all the great diagnosticians in the chart, and they presented the perfect diagnosis, my chart, and then that evoked the solution. Because we called it. We called the name of... We knew what Rumpelstiltskin's name was. We called it. We called his name out. It was a chart.
McLuhan is the barrel that is going to take you out is art, satire. And then we have to add the ionic.
Right. Now let me read you the titles of Freak Out. Okay, side one. So you're a teenager. You're 16 and you look at this weird cover and what the fuck is this? So you listen to it and it sings something. The songs are Hungry Freaks Daddy, I Ain't Got No Heart, Who Are the Brain Police, Go Cry on Somebody Else's Shoulder, Motherly Love, how could I be such a fool? So the kid would go, a lot of negative fucking stuff here. I ain't got no heart. Go cry on somebody else's shoulder. That's a mean attitude. Motherly love, what's that? He's a fucking wimp, a sissy. And how could I be such a fool? Oh, Jesus, these songs are... Then he goes to the side 2. Oh, there's a happy song, Wowie Zowie. Oh, no, song 8, you didn't try to call me. More bitterness. And then despondency. Any way the wind blows... I'm not satisfied, and then you're probably wondering why I'm here. The kid would go, holy shit, man, this must be, these are criminals. These are bad people that have bad thoughts about society. I gotta avoid this. Let's see what the second album is. That's the first album, the 2 sides. So he unwraps the second album. My God, this thing got 2 albums for the price of 1. Who would have the time to listen to this whole thing? So he looks at it. What's the first song? Trouble Every Day. Oh, shit, more negativity. Trouble Every Day? Jesus Christ, this is a black hole of... This reminds me of Edgar Allan Poe's story we had in class last week, says the 16-year-old. He just heard Poe a week before. And then the next one, Help 'Em a Rock. How the hell could you become a rock? And then in the bracket, Sweet in 3 Movement. That's classical talk. What the fuck? He's polluting my album, my teenage album, with this classical hoity-toity Rockefeller stuff. Sweet in 3 movements? Jeez. And it's called Help 'Em Rock. What are the 3 movements? Movement 1, okay to tap dance. Thanks a lot, Mr. Zappa. I never wanted to tap dance, but you're giving me permission to do a lousy dance? Part 2, in memoriam, more negativity. A dead guy. In memoriam, Edgar Varese. What the fuck? Why? This is not happy at all. And then, part 3, it can't happen here. More negativity. My God, what is this thing I'm listening to? Okay to tap dance, in memoriam, and it can't happen here, all under the theme, I'm a fucking rock. I'm a goddamn rock. Maybe he means I'm rock and roll. And maybe it's misspelled, but it's Sweet in 3 Movement. Well, there's one more side. Let's see what this says. What is this? The Return of the Son of Monster Magnet. Oh, shit, more fucking negativity. Monster Magnet. And then it has in brackets, unfinished. It's not even finished. Unfinished ballet and 2 tableaux. What was that word? Tableaux. Oh, that's French. Tableau. And a ballet. I don't like ballet. It's this fucking last side is a ballet, for fuck's sake. Who is this? What kind of band is this? And it's in 2 parts. What's part 1? Ritual Dance of the Child Killer. Jesus Christ, this is ruining my weekend. Rampant negativity. And then part 2, the last piece is called, I don't know what it's saying. It says, Nul is pretty. Nul, it's not even in English. And then in brackets it says, no commercial potential. Shit. It ends with a downer. This album has no commercial potential, yet I bought such a stupid fucking album. Why'd I buy this? This is obviously not going to help me and my friends in our little alley. No. I'll stick this under my sister's door. Let her fucking live with it. I'm not putting this negative shit in my home. In my fucking home. Like a lump of shit, man. That's the teenage reaction. Did I nail it? Did I describe it exactly as you know teenagers back in 1967, 66?
Yes.
Let's see if they're commenting on it. No, it doesn't look like anybody's there lately. Robert's worrying about his Santa sending drops. Gee. So, what do you think of that, Roxy? Did I remind you of yourself when you were 14?
I'm still 14.
That'd be more like you're 12. I just did your mind ritual before you got alienated by going to the nunnery, to the convent. That's when you became negative. But before that, you were positive. You're on your way. You were scaling the heights of Gurdjieffian dogma. You were hanging out with adults. You were making electronic music. And the world looked great.
Because I thought that was the way to ascend again. That's why.
Yes. And then they dumped this Zappa fucking crap on you with big words in Latin and everything that you couldn't even do homework to. So that was fun, eh? Okay, so now we do McLuhan talking about the vortex, right?
Yes, and I would like just to say that Adorno saw this the situation of new media and culture and industry and pop culture or low culture as a new type of biblical fall.
A new fall, yes.
Yes, and he thought this was corrupting men and society even more, and he was criticized by Brecht and LaRouche because they thought he was just being bourgeois. He's not criticizing the situation. He's just like accepting that there is this high culture that is real art and low food for the masses. And they said that we have to somehow bring good food to the people. That's what LaRouche is trying to do by retrieving high art.
Yes.
For everybody. And Zappa, in a way, is also trying to give good food to the people.
Yes. Now, Adorno died on Hiroshima Day, August 6, 1969. And he was born on September 11th.
He was blasted.
Yeah, he blasted. And it says he influenced John Zerzan. I think is that an anarchist guy? John Zerzan, anti-civilization terrorist, writer, and speaker. He influenced this Luddite. He's an American anarchist and primitivist philosopher. His works criticize agricultural civilization as inherently oppressive and advocates drawing upon the ways of life of the hunter-gatherers. And he's still alive as an inspiration for what a free society should look like. So he wants us to become nomads. Some subjects of his criticism include domestication, language, symbolic thought, such as mathematics, and the concept of time. Well, he's sort of getting there, early predictor. So Adorno influenced him, Murray Bookchin, famous anarchist philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, and Frederick Jameson. Frederick Jameson triggered a bit of a Wyndham Lewis revival when he wrote a book on the fascist Wyndham Lewis in the late 70s. So the lefties were forced to reconsider Lewis, but he didn't do a great job. He didn't get it right, so Wyndham Lewis was sent back to the recall center. So Adorno, I'm going to look up the Adorno Zappa interview. Let's see if it's online. Telkel. Let's see. We get the opening questions. Could this show up somewhere? From Adorno to Stanford University. Oh, this is a guy who teaches the course, From Adorno to Zappa, a kaleidoscope of 20th century music. Well, at least he knows to make Zappa part of it. And but that's not the interview. Let's see if the interview. The Rebel Kind, Telkel, Daria Frank Zappa. Is it No, it's Telos. Yeah, it's Telos. I had the wrong magazine. Telos. Adorno, Telos Press.
But I could see how the situation that McLuhan and Adorno sees in this new type of corporations concentrating the power of production and distribution and saying what is going to be put out as art. How, at the end, Zappa will be a type of solution to that situation.
Right, and he's only a subset of predicting Bob. He predicts Ayndem. He's a solution on the way to the bigger solution. So look at this. I found the article. Telos, 1991, and the abstract. You can't. Telos won't let you see the whole thing. I guess you got to buy it or something. And it says popular music from Adorno to Zappa. Adorno's music criticism continues to haunt critical theory. Those writings are among the few developments of this entire theoretical orientation which remain largely unexplored. Unlike his philosophical writings, Adorno's works on music achieved their inscrutability not solely because of the inherent esoteric nature of the discipline. In brackets, the background needed in musical theory helps keep these writings often cited but little read. Close bracket. Adorno's strategy was to defend the formalist avant-garde of his day while maintaining a sometimes crude sociological account of reflection between music and social structure. While at his best, Adorno rejected reflection theory. His nuanced accounts of microstructured particularity were often framed by residual elements of historical materialism. This strategy turned out to be quite clever. And then that's it. So, could somebody bootleg it? Did somebody bootleg it? Archives. If you click on archives, does it bring it up? Look, this magazine, Telos, T-E-L-O-S, is still going. Still making stuff.
Yes, but I would like to comment also on the fact that the Nazis saw also the situation of popular culture as a way of decadence. They will say the modern art and the African music were corrupting the Aryan people. And
yes.
Adorno had to exile himself, actually, because he was Jewish. And then there is this question, who gets to say what real art is and why? And I think the explanation is here is the barrel that saves humanity. It really balances the perception and gives you the patterns we need to survive and to ascend.
Okay, so I found the beginning of the interview. It's called The Mother of All Interviews, Zappa on Music and Society by Florindo Volpaccio. So he says, his opening question is, I would like to begin by asking what you think of Adorno's music. And Zappa says, the music sounds like what happens if you tried to write something just like Webern and filled in all the empty spaces. Some of the things I liked, but I liked them because they reminded me of Webern. The choral piece was son of Das Augenlicht. And there is an orchestral piece in there that sounds like it could have been from Webern's 5 orchestral pieces. The piece I liked the best was the most old-fashioned one, the tonal chromatic piece. It sounds more like what Wagner would have sounded like if he knew what he was doing. Wagner. Does he mean Adorno? It sounds more like what Wagner would have sounded like if Wagner knew what he was doing. It sounds like more like what Wagner would have sounded like. I guess it means Adorno. He's saying Adorno. If he knew what he was doing, he'd sound more like Wagner. Is that what he's saying?
No, if Wagner knew what he was doing, he will sound more like Webern music. Using chromatic music is music that uses more like half tones.
Yeah.
And you can go into microtonality and they go away of the tonality and the loss of harmony. You don't have these formulas anymore.
Right.
And
but listen, the chromatic has formulas or it doesn't have formulas?
Well, the chromatic music goes away from the traditional tonal harmony.
Okay.
Because it's using half tones. It's not like the tones have this hierarchy.
Was it started by Schoenberg? Did he start that?
Yes. Well, no, it was developed with the Romantic music. They will be using a lot of half tones, minor chords, and they will not have like a main tonality. They will do different types of modulations that are not like, they were not following this harmony, classical harmony.
That was before Schoenberg.
Yeah, that was in the 19th century with the Romantics, and like the main development of that is then Wagner. You get this amazing expressive music, because they were trying to express the subtle changes in moods and in emotions, and they will go to smaller chromatic changes in the melodies and in the harmonies. They wanted to make it more expressive.
Right. So Zappa is saying that Adorno's music, the piece he liked the best, was the most old-fashioned one. He says Adorno improved on Wagner. It sounds like what Wagner would have sounded like if Wagner knew what he was doing. Wagner didn't know what he was doing, so he had to wait till Adorno came along and did better Wagner. That's how that sentence seems to me. It sounds, this piece he likes sounds more like what Wagner would have sounded like if Wagner knew what he was doing. So I leave you at that, hanging there with that.
Well, he's just farting. He's just making a joke, because of course Wagner knew what he was doing.
So Frank begins by alienating the interviewer in the first question by being an aggressive, arrogant Manipian. But that's that. Let's get on to the next task before us. Here's somebody from Toronto. Let's just see who is this. Lauren? Lauren from Toronto? I unmuted you. Who are you from Toronto?
Jason.
Jason, yes. So we haven't heard from you in a while. I hope you've been listening to everything that you haven't participated on, that you've been listening regularly to every show. Is that true, Jason? In the archive.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah, you can't do it, can you? You can't keep up with us. You can only take some small doses. Well, that's not good enough, Jason. You are therefore not qualified to participate. You must sit back in the gallery. I will put mute back on. Unless you have one shot. You have a statement or a question to make. Let's see if it's relevant. Go ahead, Jason.
I wasn't expecting to come in tonight. I'm stoked for Tuesday night. I never usually call in on Saturday. I'm usually Tuesday night.
Right. So why did you?
I have some time to myself. I'm up late.
And so you said, well, let's try Bob Saturday nights. It's a fine wine, and acquired taste. I prefer Tuesdays, but I will try. So you're in here, and you've got nothing to say, ask. Do you even know what we're talking about?
Yeah, Adorno, Theodore Adorno.
Oh, you would have read him, right? You're educated.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you mentioned you mentioned John Zerzan earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, the primitivists. I'm pretty up and up on the primitivists thought.
Well, that's why actually look at that, Roxy and Bert. They're the one guy whose world we're doing. We're doing it. Who else knows about John Zerzan but Jason? Who else knows about Adorno and primitivism? I mean, the right guy showed up. I mean, I don't know if you have anything worth saying to us, but you are meant to be here.
Of course.
Well, I think John Zerzan's been influenced by McLuhan, but he never quotes him.
Well, they're not allowed to, not in his circles. And you're not allowed to quote LaRouche. Everybody I mentioned, you're not allowed to quote. You're not allowed to quote LaRouche, Wyndham Lewis, Mae Brussel, Phineas Wake. Not allowed to do any of it. We are the band group. I am the greatest band in the world. That's spelled B-A-N-N-E-D. The greatest band.
Well, as I was exploring the Vortex and the Rouge, and they say they retrieved the swastika. Yeah. And they accuse LaRouche of being like a cult and retrieving Nazis because many of his followers were high commands of German army.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason.
So that's why he's not allowed.
That's right. And so I am the house of last resort. McLuhan, LaRue, Saffa, they end up with Bob. I'm the only guy. They used to say that to Carolyn. The Everine said, Carolyn, in medicine, you're the doctor of last resort. When everything else fails, they come to you, and then you usually help them. Well, that's what happens. They all came to me. We had that meeting at Stanley's in the Lower East Side in Manhattan in June 18th, 1967. And all the scum were there with me as I gathered together my army. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. When you're a prophet, you don't look like you know what you're doing. You look like a fucking idiot, Jason. So if you're not scorned by your buddies in your alley of your choice up there in Toronto, and you're fucking up, you got to start making enemies. Not on an aggressive level, not intentionally. But if people aren't complaining about you, Jason, you're not qualified to be here. You will not be a success. You will not be a success, Jason. And your dumb professors won't tell you that.
Oh, I'm done with school. I'm done with school. I love learning.
He's a tough genius. He's giggling. He loves this kind of talk, Bert. He loves this. He loves this Manipian massage he's getting. I mean, what kind of active Canadian would be calling me on Saturday night? You must be a pretty local guy, Jason. You haven't got even copped a feel.
I never call in on Saturday, Bob. I never call in because I'm always.
Oh, well, what happened this week?
Yeah, there you go. That's the question.
You got screwed up, didn't you?
No, my girlfriend's working tonight.
Yeah, see?
My girlfriend's working tonight,
late.
And my buddy's drunk, passed out in the room next door. So.
Sounds like Berlin, 1936. My buddy's passed out. My girlfriend's a prostitute at the local cabaret, and I'm here.
No. She works at a women's transition house. Actually,
I just heard you say "fuck it." She works fucking a bunch of transitional.
No. She works at a women's transition house. Women fleeing abuse. So like the complete opposite.
Oh yeah. More negativity.
Accused.
More people misinterpreting their lives, thinking that people are after them. More negativity. We track nothing but negativity here, Bert. Nothing. People call in.
What do you mean negativity?
Girlfriend is helping people who are on the run from terrorists. And yet the host of this dismal black hole of social interaction is the happiest guy you'll ever fucking meet. So there's a contradiction for you.
Well, you gotta learn to feed off the negativity, Bob.
That's right. I enjoy all your negativity. Bring more nuclear bombs. Bring your nuclear submarines. Blow them up in my backyard. We eat it. No problem. That's right. But I am the prophet of it. We will drink your urine. Bring me all your sewage. Bring me your poor abandoned sewage, including your lost drunk friends. What kind of friend is that? A guy who passes out? I've never gotten drunk and passed out in someone's home. That's fucking rude.
Yeah, me neither. I'm always the last one awake for sure.
Yeah, you're smart. You're polite. Keep a clean nose. Okay, yep. Roxy, we're now going to play McLuhan. I actually did play this during the music intro, but we will play it again. Is there another one we're supposed to play? Roxy, there's the music, the poem music by She Sherling or something. I played that many hours ago. Now, we've played the short version, which was good. We don't need to go to the first part. We're going up the mountain and all that. So we did that. So we're left with the McLuhan, right, Roxy? That's what we played.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay? So, Jason, keep your thoughts to yourself until you're asked to speak again. You just sit there and pay attention, okay? You're doing your time here.
Aye, Captain.
What? Yes, that's right. A Norwegian captain at that. No wonder Gudrun Gerhold liked me. She was Norwegian. I had a Norwegian vibe. I probably was one of that fucking guy. If you asked Ion, Old Hey Bob. Hobab. He did many vortexes. Did through. I hung out. I was with that guy. Did you guys hear that? The most evil man in history? Yeah, you heard that. The most evil man. I was his fucking right-hand man. We slayed every fucking kid, 2-year-old, 5-year-olds, 8-year-olds, with no mercy. But because I was good at escaping, they never caught me. My buddy, the general, he's there going through 2 or 3 lifetimes of ironic mercy lessons, and I get off scot-free.
That's what you think. Now you have to save us from the vortex.
Yes, now you guys are accumulating such bad karma. I have to come in. I'm the only one who can survive bad karma. And just as Ian says, every major event of the 20th century, Bob was in the middle of it. Well, we now can expand it. Every major event in human history, Bob was there.
You were always at the center of the vortex. You were observing.
It turns out I was the black hole. I am the fucking maelstrom. I carry the maelstrom around with me. And it always looks like it's the other guy. That fucking general caused it. No, it was Bob. Look behind him. And nobody listens. Nobody listens to the artist warning you that Bob was the vortex with his green hand glove. All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's go forward with discoveries of incredible pattern recognition as we hear Marsh McLuhan explain for one more time the importance of the black hole. Okay, mute all. Mute all.
All participants are now muted.
Now, we look for it. Where is it? Over here? List 4. Well, that was Eric McLuhan doing the narration, and earlier the female voice was Laurie Anderson, whose husband Lou Reed passed away a few months ago. So Laurie Anderson. Matter of fact, that is from the documentary called McLuhan's Wake, and I witnessed its premiere in New York around 2005 or so. And I went with Mark Stallman and a few people, and Laurie Anderson was on the panel, and she said what she got from watching the movie. She said, that idea that the satellites go around the planet and create a global theater, what an idea, what a beautiful thought. She was stunned by that thought. She'd never heard it before. And I had based my whole case, 30 years of scintillating guest hosting on radio. Never had my own show, wasn't allowed to, was banned from that level. But anyways, I worked with the percept that Laurie Anderson only got 30 years later. Again, the men remain on top in spite of this brave showing by the great women of our society. They just didn't get into it fast enough. Therefore, Bob had to bring out Ion rather than Dr. Dean. Dr. Dean is reaping the rewards from it, but I made one last gasp for me.
All participants are now unmuted.
Yes, and now everybody's going to talk like this. From now on.
Even Jason is going to learn. Now, I would like to say this. Who is that? Is that me? I don't know who that is.
All participants are now unmuted. All participants are now muted.
That is Roxy. I just opened you, Roxy. That's Bert. And then this would be, and this is Roxy, right, Roxy? You've just been opened? No? Is this one Roxy? No, that's Corbin. Is this Roxy?
Yes.
Where's Roxy? Oh, okay.
Hello?
So, hello, you're here.
To say, before I forget, in the Claiborne interview, the 1969 interview, McLuhan says the trick is to keep cool as you get into the vortex,
Yes.
And is what Ion is also saying. You have to, not to panic when things seems to be disintegrating around you.
Ion goes, be easy about it.
Learn to enjoy the ride.
Yeah. Now,
yes, and you have to study and observe the process as it is happening to get the patterns that will help you survive the exodus. And that's what Ion, in a way, is helping us to. He's explaining the process as it's happening.
Right. Now, you got this pattern recognition. The third Copernican revolution is the revolution of pattern recognition, according to McLuhan. You have Poe being the first guy to do the effects preceding causes, to offer this great pattern archetype in the descent. And you hear him I heard it. He used the word slack. And then that was his original long version.
The hour of a slack. This is the hour of a slack when he saved.
Yeah. Which means, and Eric says it. Eric says, well, we had this slack period. I think it means what? There's no bad weather, so you go out there for 10 minutes and fish your ass off or something. It's a period of slack. So that the prophet of Bob, the Church of Subgenius, which popularized the word slack, it came from the beginning of the Copernican theory, of the third Copernican, what is it? First?
Revolution.
Revolution. What is it? Yeah, Copernican revolution. Has the word slack in it. I mean, I bet you Stang doesn't even know that. He doesn't even know that it began with Poe. And on top of the hour of slack, which is the name of Stang's radio show. Man, it just gets so tight. We can track it back. You will find my face in every great artwork and scientific laboratory. You'll see me sitting there, just like they have in the Book of the Subgenius. They go through the whole history of the world. They have the Bob head is everywhere. He's up in every scene. He's there. He's on the cross with Jesus. He's doing the bad stuff with Aleister Crowley. Everywhere. Because it's his hologram, or my hologram, and you place yourself all through history. That's what you're going to do. When you get your own hologram power, you're going to run through all the archetypes of media history, and you're going to stick yourself in every part. And you're going to have someone design it so that you act it out. That's coming. That's the world for you, only for you. Now, Sky Goddess Sue left a message, I don't know, half an hour ago or something. It says, good morning, Bob, Roxy, and Bert from Rome. Being with you for several hours. What?
Bellissima.
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 You speak English around here. What's Bellissima? He was here.
Beautiful, Sue. Beautiful. Bellissima.
Oh, okay, all right. Ah, yes. She says, been with you for several hours and radiating you towards the Vatican outside my open window in Prati, Prati. Is that a street or an area of Rome near the Vatican? She's radiating us at the Vatican.
Maybe it's the Hood?
The Hood, yes. I will look that up. She says,
the Pope Hood.
The Bob Hood. The Temple Buff.
Pope Hood.
Now, I just read something. Oh, yeah, Ben Watson's. I posted Ben Watson's essay on Berlin and Paris on Walter Benjamin. And in it, she mentions the Tempelhof fields. They did a tribute to maybe Benjamin. It was like the 75th anniversary. Yeah, 75th anniversary of his suicide, 1940, on the border of France and Spain. Walter Benjamin. He's the Marsh McLuhan of the Frankfurt School. Much like who we've been reading about the structures. Who were we quoting? Adorno, yes. Benjamin was a close buddy of Adorno. So it's interesting where the anniversary was October 15th, 2015. They did the memorial to Adorno, but we're doing it tonight, and then I post Esther Leslie's essay earlier today. I just read it today. But she mentions the Tempelhof field. And Dave says, heading off to bed, another great show. Love it. More clarity, laughter radiating. Yes, Dave, and I don't know if you'll get around to listen to the rest of it. There's a lot more coming, Dave. We're just getting started. Unbelievable what's coming. And so Sue says, my cells are smiling and laughing. Great salon. So that is Sky God Sue. Sky God Sue, why don't you say hello so we know you're still listening, or did you go off to bed? Hopefully not alone. At least have us in your bed with you. Use us for your masturbatory fantasies. All right. We're now going on to the next portion of our program.
Yes, how do you keep cool as you go down into the vortex? And
that's a tough one.
Yeah, all the vorticists always use satire. They were laughing in the middle of all this drama.
Yeah,
they were all farting and laughing.
Dave says, just getting started, Baba Rooney. But 224, whoever that is, says, I could send you a picture of what Slack looks like. Well, do that. Send it to ion@howionic.com. ion@howionic.com. This is 224. That person knows a lot about Zappa music. So far, so good anyways. But guess what I did, Roxy? While you guys were listening to Laurie Anderson, I went out to the garage, to my library, and I brought it back in. I have the list of 179 people.
Yes, the Zappa vortex of popular culture that, well, high and low culture, for him, there was no boundary.
This would be his vortex. This would be his vortex. This is his personal vortex.
And the thing is, McLuhan said, okay, we have to work with the vortex. We have to infiltrate the vortex, be part of the mainstream broadcast, and present the people, the big audience, with these ideas that will help them survive. And that's what McLuhan is becoming, the media guru, and Zappa is supposedly a rock star, but they're actually superheroes.
He's a Manipian.
Fighting the monster.
Right. And Bolton, we have an interruption. Somebody named Blip. Location, right here. Location is right here. Message. Wim Hof, in 2007, he climbed to 6.7 kilometers or 22,000 feet altitude at Mount Everest wearing nothing but shorts and shoes, but failed to reach the summit due to a recurring foot injury. Using a breath method he came up with, he holds the world record for enduring temperature extremes and is now using nothing but his technique to cure all kinds of ills. Discuss, please. We have an assignment. We must discuss this guy. This fucking guy is on the drops. And because he can't stand my world monopoly, he's going to claim he's fucking breathing or something. This is more rip-off of Dobstown. Jesus Christ. Don't you know that, Blip? Come on, Blip. Get a little more wiser. And, you know, this Mr. Bill Wim Hof ain't ever going to admit it, but we know. And if push comes to shove, we'll just bring Ion in here, and he'll name who you are, Blip. He'll discuss your recent tragic heartache resonances, your recent failure at dating. It will all be exposed here if we bring Ion back. Anyways, do you guys have anything you want to discuss? I've put my 2 cents worth in. You guys have anything to say about Wim Hof?
No.
I like the idea of Susan Sontag. She says there is this big discussion about high culture and low culture, and she says we don't have to choose between both of them because they're part of the environment, and we have to feed with both. And
yes.
She saw this type of monster and horror movies as a therapy for society.
Who's the she?
Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag.
Oh, yes, Susan. Yes. What now? You're saying that she saw something.
Yeah, she saw this horror and terror movies as a type of therapy that people need to be confronted with these horror scenarios, the Zappa monsters for a while, and then get to the happy ending to release and somehow feel that there is some type of solution coming. There is always a happy ending. So
she's relaxing, allowing on the content. She's part of the McLuhan Revolution. Like she was a famous American critic at the time McLuhan rose up, and so she kept her distance, being a lesbian or bisexual. So she's trying to apply the Lewis principle to the content. She's still into the content as therapy. You know, the high intellectual.
Zappa says it's okay to watch these monster movies and have fun with it. It's not going to...
I ate a hot dog. It tasted real good. Then I watched a movie from Hollywood.
Yes, but somehow you have to be aware that cannot be all your food. You can have fun and be entertained with that and relax. But
Susan was fighting a rearguard action. She was trying to get the bookish buddy.
Otherwise, you are like the disco boy or the plastic people. You're bad.
As if a Mexican princess would know the difference. Disco boy and a plastic people. Very good, Roxy. You're catching up to people's language. Pretty soon we'll be joining Commandant Marcos.
Yeah, the Zapatist revolution is, they wrote it wrong. It's with two P's.
Yeah, they wrote it wrong back in 94, 21 years ago. The guy had a press conference. He mispronounced our revolution. But listen to this. Sky Goddess says she's still here.
No, but actually, you know, my family owned that area.
Yes, we know that. You are an infiltrator. We know you're a triple agent, Roxanne.
In a way,
triple agent.
Yeah, no, in a way, it has to be Zappa with two P's. I have to correct that.
That's right. It's like they start the Zappa revolution in Roxy's biggest state, and they don't know the greatest Zappa scholar that ever will be Roxy herself. Reality knew 21 years ago, 1994. They were trying to dig away at you. They got a psychic and found out, well, one of the children of this principality here is a big Zappa fan.
The solution.
Name yourself after Zappa, and maybe she'll defect and tell you where her father went. Yes. Yes, and then I saw the picture a year and a bit ago. I saw the picture of Roxy in the audience in a little town while Commandant Marcos is berating the revolution and yelling about Roxy's father. Roxy's in the audience. There's quite a story there.
You saw an actual picture? You saw an actual picture of Roxy?
Yeah, she showed me a picture. Roxy took. She's off on the side, and you see Commandant Marcos on a little balcony, and he's haranguing the people, telling them to start the revolution. And there's Roxy in the audience, off to the side, and it's she and her family. The guy is saying, we need to take over and kill. We must kill Roxy and anybody related to her. She's the demon seed of Bob.
No, we are actually saying re-evolution is to reset, not to fight against, not to be angry, just farting.
Yeah, Roxy walks through. Hey, I'm okay. How you doing, Marcos? Hey, I'm on your side too. I'm on everybody else's side, but I'm not bad. I have no problem with you, Commandante. I agree with your grievances. You just maybe apply a few tetrads to it. You haven't taken to the whole process. You haven't studied Poe. You're in the maelstrom, and you haven't figured a way out there. So I'll just stand back and take photographs of you. And hightail it back to Berlin. Do you know what year was that, Roxy? Can you pin? Is that in the 90s when you took that picture? I mean, he was big in 94, 95.
Yeah, it must have been 94 because that.
Wow.
No, 95. because
had you gone to Berlin
the revolution,
yet?
I left then. The revolution started on New Year's Eve, 1904, when everybody was getting drunk. They took the
going into 95. The night of going into January 1st, 95, right? The last day of 94.
I came in summer 95 to Berlin.
And why did you go there? Did you go there to see what he was like?
No, I was there on holidays, and it was just a coincidence.
The princess was having a good time, and all of a sudden the rebel shows up. It's like a Hollywood movie. The rebel shows up and interrupts her vacation. Just stirring up the people. And so what did you do? Did you listen to his whole lecture? Did you understand it?
Yes. For me it was quite interesting because at the time I was doing some research on Mayan embroideries, and the Maya people always had this idea that the non-Maya, they call Ladinos, are going to leave their territory someday. And in Mexico, after the conquest, it was the only place where there were always sublevations. The last one was, I think...
Sublevations? What's that?
Sublevation, like people revolting against white Creoles.
Okay. Right.
And the last was in Yucatan. It was called the War of the Castes.
Caste.
And the caste. The caste. Yeah. And to the good Indians were called mestizos. Mestizos is the mix between Spaniard and Indian.
Yeah.
And they were giving them a higher status as just indigenous people. They will call them mestizos, and still in the Maya, in the peninsula of Yucatan, the Mayas are called mestizos, but that comes from that war. And
of the caste.
They were telling me when I was going into to a town called Xoquén, that's near Valladolid in the Yucatan Peninsula. They have a cross, and they dress this cross, and they say that the cross talks to them, and the cross will go inside the earth and travel to other communities and give the people some type of advice or commands. And they were talking about this being the time of revolting and so when that happened, I was like, well, it's something that they always said.
Yeah,
they say they never surrendered, and
right.
They're still in a way trying to survive the conquest. They are trying to preserve their culture. And
this is
many
the same
people
time
think
when you were doing the anthropology. It's the same time you were doing the anthropology with the tribe, and they thought you were really out of it and not informed, right? This is the same John, the junket, the same period.
Yes,
yeah,
because I was trying to be the nun again, and I was trying to help people, and somehow there was a project to produce things that could be more commercial for tourists.
Right.
For example, using the embroideries for decoration or garments that are not the traditional garment.
Right.
It's called huipil.
Yeah.
But like more modern type of garments. And I thought maybe I could teach the people how to make patterns and how to produce this type of things that...
Did you get the opportunity to do it?
Yes, but at the end, I saw it was not an effective way of helping the people because, for example, when you have these traditional crafts, they have days, for example, when they cannot embroider. They have different type of rituals. And for example, if I had an order and some people wanted to have 20 of these things with this motif, and they will do all the 20 but different. And I thought that was amazing that they were so creative and they could do 20 things that were different. But the people that ordered the thing could not understand that this is not industrial production, this is a craft. And they would say, no, I want it all the 20 the same. And it's hard to work with traditional crafts because they serve another function. They have a ritual function, or it's not only decoration, it's not only a product. And when these traditions die, the craft also dies with that. And trying to save it by creating new commercial products is not the solution.
Right.
I mean,
and
it can be even more.
McLuhan, the industry wanted homogeneity. Visual space did not want tactile uniqueness.
Yes, and it's
war right there.
It's a fact of the vortex that things evolve, and you cannot keep people at the same. If they are engaging radio and TV and other media, they cannot keep doing their old crafts. It's like they want to have a bag, they want to go to work in a hotel. And, they don't. Yeah, they want to wear jeans and base caps and T-shirts, and they don't want to.
They're altered.
They're all embroideries.
They're altered. Yeah, they're altered. They're gone. They're They're not Yucatani people anymore. They're something else. Caused by the racial effect.
Why will we have to have the right to say you have to keep doing this because this is beautiful and that's your tradition? I mean, it's their choice. They want to do something else, and we cannot.
Well, you know how I adapt to all these changes? Since I don't know how to do anything, don't want to do anything, I'm always ready for the new dropping of what we were doing and ready to do the new thing because it's something I didn't want to do anyway. So I'm always tuned in to the present, moving them along to where they don't even go to the hotel anymore. Let's not even go to hotel.
Yes, and now I understand why there is this conflict between the Creole population, the mixed population, and the indigenous population, because the perception is different, and they go from acoustic tribal to tactile to Android meme.
Yeah.
Yes, and
their mythic stage. They each have a different tool mix, which I call a mythic stage. The myth of the tools they choose or allow themselves influenced by. You know, the famous Trilateral of Commission. The famous Trilateral of Commission guy, Samuel Huntington, he says it's a war of civilizations. No, it's a war of technical addictions. What level of culture you're identifying with. And the saving grace is the Android meme is changing people all the time. You can't even find out who's being what for very long because they're going on to be changed by something else. So it's constant flux. And these people want to be in a hotel.
What they say is right, but everybody is thinking in Mexico. Mexico is the country with the most killed journalists, and any type of opposition is very fast.
Right.
put aside and disappeared. And everybody is thinking and saying, how come this guy has been around for so long, and who is he really working for, and what's...
the ones who don't get killed. You're saying the ones who don't get killed are suspicious. And that brings up, Bert, Roxy had a sad event this week. The journalist, the guy who had the 40,000 books in Mexico City, who lived near Frida Kahlo and the art world that she hung out into as a kid, and would go to the library and mingle with Garcia Marquez, whatever his name is, who did 100 Years of Solitude, the famous novelist. I don't know what country he's from. Maybe he was Mexican.
Colombia,
yeah. This journalist who reconnected with Roxy, you would say 30 years later. Just last year she connected with him. He passed away this week. He couldn't make the transition. He couldn't get the drops. He couldn't get in, and he dropped off. So her journalistic friend, her mentor, went this week. And then another friend of hers, who was only in his 40s, dropped dead.
Really?
Yes, both decided to go. But there is no gospel there.
I remember you speaking about the guy with the large library. I remember that earlier. Wow.
He was a famous guy.
He's very important. But in a way, what he was trying to do is obsolete, because that's not a real solution, to criticize the system. And he was doing this type of analysis of everything, of culture, history, and all, but in a very subtle way. He will not get into trouble. He will criticize things and say, this happens in Asia, in this country, that things that are also happening in Mexico, but he will not be that direct.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And so she was reading him. She found him shortly after I was there a year ago. And then she was telling me how she emailed him. She started to read his columns. But with her new knowledge, she could see where he was crimping, where he was compromising, where he was not going to understand what was going on in Bob knowledge.
Oh, okay.
And we said, yep, he's not long. I said, he's not long for this world. He won't. This crisis in Mexico this past year was so extreme, it's going to kill him. And it did. Because he had to have a public position, but it was impossible.
He was a pop, a printing obsolete, print and press obsolete bastard. How do you call him?
Oh, POB, print-oriented bastard. My mentor was you write an opera Broadway play. My mentor was a POB, a print-oriented bastard.
Roxanne, did you ever get to talk to him after meeting Bob? Did you ever get to talk to him?
Yes, we had some email exchanges, but he was also sick, and because of the situation in Mexico, he was also very busy. And
he was like the most responsible journalist. Actually, what?
I have no idea. But
you just realized it's confidential?
And then I got an answer from somebody else, like, if you want to come to the funeral, it's going to take place in the French cemetery in Legaria. It's a place in Mexico City. And I said, no, I can't go. But I was like, surprised.
Oh, that's how you found out?
Yes. And then it's been also everywhere now.
Right. Now, I'm trying to think, Bert, who's a responsible journalist? It's sort of like Mike Wallace or some guy in Washington. I don't know if there's any. George Wills. It's sort of like a guy like that. He's an eminence grise. He's got a huge respect. And he has to come up with opinions. He has to keep the language game going. He has to look balanced and having cool and poise. But he couldn't do it in this. Wow. I predicted he couldn't do it. It was just getting too bad. It was killing students and everybody else, and people being banned from having mass protests. It would leave this guy quite conflicted. So he had.
Did you make that prediction? Did you make that prediction in September when you met Roxana last when you were in Berlin?
After I learned a bit about him, I don't know if I said to Roxy, but I was thinking it. I said, this guy, I remember explaining some of this to Roxy, saying, look, this guy, he can't write himself out of this. He's fucked. Do you remember me saying that, Roxy?
Yes, that he was not really saying anything new or really giving any solutions, of course, because the only solution to the vortex, I mean, he was trying to explain the vortex to young people, students, and to the society, but his view was book biased and old school. He could not really offer any solution.
He was finally done in by his library. His 40,000 books turned out to be a big problem. His wealth turned to poison. His treasures turned to trash.
Yes, because that's the thing. You can engage the vortex of 40,000 books, a lot of patterns. He talked a lot about the great antiquity, the philosophers, but that is not going to be the solution to get out of the vortex.
Yeah, not when heaven has even given up. Heaven gave up. Heaven can't solve this problem. We retire. We're going with our boss wherever they go. We didn't know we'd end up in Maui. It's not bad, but we have to go where Ion takes us, says heaven. So let me finish Sue's point. Sue says she's still here. Well, that's half an hour ago or something, 20 minutes ago. And she says, Prado is the Pope's hood. Buongiorno. Then she says, got the slack, Bob. And then I looked up Prado, and it is in Tuscany, which is where Licio Gelli holds forth. Prado, if it's the same Prado, it's a city in Tuscany. Is that where you are, Sue? And Licio Gelli, who you know about, he runs that part of the world of Italy. He's the guy who killed the second Pope. No, what do you call him? The 30-day Pope.
30-day Pope, yeah.
He's the guy, if you read my diaries, he sent me in 1966 to investigate LaRouche, to find LaRouche.
Yes.
Back then he was called Lynn Marcus. You'll see that in the diaries. I worked for the devil.
I was thinking, people like Juan Pontes, this journalist, they just see in the figure ground, and they think they understand the environment, and they're getting a lot of patterns, but they're not they're very partial patterns that are not going to help you understand really what's going on. And you said something very important, that, for example, now the conflict is not really between the West and Islam, or it's really about this battle between the ear and the eye.
And it's
already obsolete because we are in the tactile, so they're fighting an old battle.
Right, and it's basically the technologies are fighting, not the people. The old environmental legacies, the memes, are doing a robotic battle. The memes of the ear and the after-image meme of the eye, that's what's engaged. That's the publishers in New York. Nobody buys the books, but they just keep publishing stuff. Oh, I got it corrected. Sue says Prati, so we have to look up Prati. Is that a street? What is Prati?
Well,
it's like a neighborhood in Rome. It's a neighborhood in Rome, right around the Vatican.
Yes, there it is. Via Cola di Rienzo. So I stayed very close to that when I raided the Sistine Chapel to see Carolyn's picture. I went to the Sistine Chapel to check out Connie on the ceiling, which picture Sue brought us from Gutenberg Land in Munich or someplace. No, Mainz, M-A-I-N-Z.
Yes, and I am you're the honk.
I am the atom. Yes, I am the guy who started this fucking hologram. Let's remember that. Let's remember our roots. I am your roots. Every now and then there should be a tip of the hat. Well, Bob, we're in your show. Prati is a historic neighborhood of Rome in the center of the city, bordering with the north of the Vatican State. Its logo is the shape of Hadrian's mausoleum in a blue color on a silver background. Although it technically belongs to the Rione Borgo, the Hadrian's mausoleum is one of Prati's landmarks. In administrative terms, Prati since 1913 belongs to the City Historic Center, while before that year, together with the Rione of Borgo and the blah, 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 was part of the 17th Municipio, a solidly bourgeois district. Oh, this is written by a communist. A solidly bourgeois district. Prati is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in Rome. Prati is immediately to the north of the historical city center and to the east and northeast of the Vatican. The busy Via Cola di Rienzo, one of the most famous streets in Rome, is consistently ranked among the most important shopping streets in the city. And that brings us to Walter Benjamin and his project, what was it called, the Sherid, forget his project. I bought the book, didn't see the movie, therefore I can't remember it. His favorite. Did you study Walter Benjamin in your Berlin college world there, Roxy?
Yes, not as much as Adorno and Habermas, but
right.
Yeah, I remember reading something.
He studied the shopping malls. It was called the. First of all, his attempt to deal with media art is called The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, 1936. Everybody who goes to college and takes those kind of Bolshevik courses has to read that essay, and ignore McLuhan. The famous thing that he did, studying the Arcades Project, right? The Arcades was Walter Benjamin's final incomplete book about Parisian city life in the 19th century, especially about the covered passages that extended the culture of the flânerie, the idling and people-watching guys, when inclement weather made flânerie infeasible in the boulevards and streets proper. The Arcades Project, in its current form, brings together a massive collection of notes which Benjamin filed together over the course of 13 years, from 1927 to 1940. And if you go on my Facebook page, you will see Ben Watson's partner is an expert on Benjamin. She goes on BBC and talks about him. I don't know if she did a book on him, but she did an essay on him. You can read about the highfalutin. And right there, in this article, timeliness, it said Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag said that in Walter Benjamin's writing, sentences did not originate ordinarily, do not progress into one another, and delineate no obvious line of reasoning, as if each sentence, quote, had to say everything before the inward gaze of total concentration dissolved the subject before his eyes, unquote. A freeze-frame Baroque style of writing and cogitation. His major essays seem to end just in time before they self-destruct. The difficulty of Benjamin's writing style is essential to his philosophical project. So he's trying to do Finnegan's Wake in English or French or whatever he did it. Fascinated by notions of reference and constellation, his goal in later works was to use intertext to reveal aspects of the past that cannot and should not be understood within greater monolithic constructs of historical understanding. Wow, what a guy. And what did he do? He shot himself or killed himself. I don't know how he lied. He goes to Spain, and the fucking visa people reject his visa. He didn't have the proper visa, so he goes back to the little town and kills himself. And then the war's over a mere 5 years later. If he just waited it out, he could be here with me on the drops, and he would have been, how old would he have been? Born in 1892. He would have been 122 years old. Look at that. 122 years old. He could have been the magic number if he just stuck it out. But no, he was a POB, and he studied Kafka and Goethe and Baudelaire and Poe and all the Andy McLuhan guys, and it didn't lead him anywhere. He's associated with the Frankfurt School and also maintained formative friendships with thinkers such as playwright Bertolt Brecht and Kabbalah scholar Gershom Scholem. He was also related by law to German political theorist Hannah Arendt. Now, Hannah Arendt makes him famous. That's very interesting. I didn't know that she was related to him through her first marriage to his cousin Gunther Anders. If you in 1968 were looking for McLuhan books and like Through the Vanishing Point. You'd go to a bookstore, and there'd be no Through the Vanishing Point, but there would be a book called Illuminations. And you'd look at it and say, Walter Benjamin, who's he? And it was edited by Hannah Arendt. I find out 50 years later that Hannah was promoting her fucking cousin. And so all the lefties read that book in 1968 instead of reading McLuhan, and they got sidetracked, and the best they came up with was Croker, and that led nowhere. And now I monopolize the microphone. I'm the only voice still energized enough with a sense of the fucking facts and who's what and where we were and where we're going. With my backup team, Bert and Roxy. For when I get tired of talking, I just let them take over. They talk. I'm looking up her book, Illumination. You should see it in the bookstores. Illumination. Sue Bone probably saw it at the bookstore at Katy University and didn't even look at it. Didn't even know what it meant. Didn't even check it out. The theater course didn't even tell her. Probably didn't even have the book in her library. That's why she didn't know about it. So let's just look up Hannah. I'm going to make sure I'm right here about Illuminations. But that was the lefties. McLuhan had sprung on the world in 65 and 66, and the lefties said, well, we've got to come up with our McLuhan. So they ransacked the old attic, and they came up with Walter Benjamin, the late Walter Benjamin. And they put together his essays, and they called it Illuminations for Gnostic Resonance. All right, so we put in Benjamin, and we'll find the book. Hannah Arendt, Benjamin. Introduction to Illuminations. There it is. Right. It's called Illuminations, Essays and Reflections. The work of art in the age of the technological reproducibility. Wow. You can read about Benjamin by the McLuhanite Don Thiel in his books. He knows enough about them guys to get through. Okay, are you ready now? Oh, look. Sue writes, neighborhood in Rome, right. Okay, are you ready for the list? Are we going to go through the list? 179 names. What do you think?
Yes, that's the vortex with no boundaries between high culture and low culture that Zappa engaged on his first record.
So this book is written by Scott Parker, a Zappa scholar who puts out all these detailed lists of Zappa's doings like every day of his life. So this section says the list. Perhaps the one aspect of the liner notes for the Freak Out album that has attracted more attention and scrutiny than any other is the list of 179 names displayed on the top right of the inner gatefold sleeve. It is a list of people that influenced Frank Zappa and the Mothers in some capacity prior to and during the creation of the album. The list essentially functioned as an acknowledgement of the contributions of those lucky enough to be acknowledged. Thorough backgrounds of most of the included names can be found on the Internet, and there's even a gray market DVD documentary devoted to the Freakout list. I have seen that, but it seems appropriate to provide at least a few details behind the names. Number 1 is Susie Cream Cheese, otherwise known as Pamela Zarubica. Frank's first friend, never lovers, but when he lived in that little house after getting out of jail in March, April 65, he gives up Cucamonga, goes to L.A., and he teams up with Pamela Zarubica, and she's like his house cleaner and confidant. So she's with Frank at the beginning. So she's number 1. She's now a medium in London and will have nothing to do with Frank. And she wrote a book on Frank, but it never got published. But Michael Gray did a book on Zappa in 1985, and he was given a chunk of her manuscript. So you can read a bit of what she wrote about Frank. In Michael Gray's book on Frank, Michael Gray went on to become a Dylan expert. He didn't really understand Frank, not in the way we're talking about Frank. So we went back to Dylan. But after that came out, Zappa put out a booklet about the early days, and there was a picture of Pamela Zarubica and a big X drawn through her. It looked like she'd been given the Zappa curse for betraying whatever she betrayed in that manuscript. She did talk about one night after he had done well in London and all this media coverage, including with the actress Claudia Cardinale, And the guy we talked about last week who made the little film about Gail, Carl Franzoni, was there in the commercials and PR of London for the Zappa's for Mother's concert. She said that one night he started kind of having a breakdown, and he cuddled up there in bed, and he was shivering and shaking, and she kind of said he realized what power he had. He was going to actually become the Antichrist, and he was intimidated by it, and he cowardly or shook and trembled. And I'd have to go get the book and actually read what she said, but she kind of thought that he'd given up. She had to tell him, get your shit together, tighten up, stand up. We're going out there to fight the good fight. And apparently Frank started to weaken, according to her. So I guess she was cursed by Frank. Now, that's Pamela Zarubica. It says, friend and early supporter of Zappa and the Mothers. She would later adopt the mantle of Susie Cream Cheese for the Mothers' first tour of Europe. That's the one we're talking about in September 1967. She left Zappa's orbit in 1969 and later settled in London. And you can go on somewheres and see her do her little psychic mediumship stuff. Number 2, Art Laboe, legendary producer of doo-wop hits for his Original Sound label. He recorded Zappa's Memories of El Monte with the Penguins in 1963. They had a bit of a hit there, and provided Frank with a decent studio at which he could record his soundtrack for Run Home Slow in 1964. That's the movie made by his high school teacher that he did the soundtrack for. Number 3, Hal Zeiger, one of the first major rock and roll live concert promoters of the 1950s. Later became a good friend of Zappa. Quoted in Frank Zappa's 1968 Life magazine article titled The Oracle Has It All Psyched Out, unquote. That's the one where he ends with the guy, the dithyrambic spectator, being interrupted by Zappa and asking if he'd stop dancing for the question, can a force like this be trusted to be used by a guy that needs all the friends he can get? Jim Guercio, number 4, one-time Mother Invention, whose tenure with the group was very brief. Best known as producer of Blood, Sweat, and Tears and the manager and producer of the horn-driven, chart-topping group Chicago. Jim Guercio went on, I'm adding this part, he went on to become very wealthy, and he produced this movie with Robert Blake, 1973, really good movie. Matter of fact, we should see if they have the fucking beginning of it. What the fuck was it called? I'm taking a break. I'd love to hear the beginning. It's really good. And Jim Guercio made this movie. 1973, and he'd been part of the band for a little bit, but he did well in getting into the Hollywood producing scene. So if we go over to YouTube, Electric, that's right, it was the Electric something, Robert Blake, the Electric Blade. Okay, so you put in Electric, what is that? Electric Glide in Blue. Awesome movie. Now, we click on it, and will they show the beginning scene? Yes, this is it. I think this is it. Look, it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's it. You'll know exactly why I love this scene. What? Can you imagine that? I'm having an epiphany, guys. I saw that in 1973, and that scene was so beautiful, because what he's doing, he's Robert Blake, he's this slick cowboy kind of guy, and he's putting on this great suit while listening to the music. He's got a big cigar in his mouth, and he's putting on his cowboy hat, and all his well-pressed clothes are lying on the bed, and he puts delicately, aesthetically puts each piece on, and then he starts to walk out of the house, and he looks down and realizes he forgot to put his pants on. So he's shocked. So what he does is awesome. Now, I saw that 40 years ago. Never would I imagine I'd ever see it again. I mean, I'd have to buy the video by the 90s or something. I just saw something that's been lingering in my brain for 42 years.
Yes, it's great that it's a cowboy looking back. We're looking back.
Yeah.
And the replace is dynamic of going back in the vortex and then going forward again.
This YouTube
like
vortex.
in the vortex,
yes,
it's like there is no time because it goes back and forth at the same time.
You have to understand, in 1973, pop radio was so bad. James Taylor, I don't know who was around 1973, but it wasn't exciting. And I, of course, was still aware and remembering the great music of the 50s. And I go to this movie, and little did I suspect that they were going to play a great song right in front of me, right in the movie. I mean, you know, I went nuts. I must have ejaculated right in the fucking theater all over whatever groupie was hanging around me at the time. I just couldn't. It was so beautiful, the song. Yes, it was like Robert Blake was some local sheriff, I think he was, and, you know, totally a guy who grew up in the 50s, so he's playing 50 songs when he's really getting his shit together. And this was called Most of All by the Marcells. Have no idea who they are, but what a scene to actually hear. What is this? Is it Christmas? Is this my Christmas party or something? Did it all come? Did Santa Claus bring me this thing? What a discovery. Electra Glidin' Blue. And Jim Guercio, who played in The Mothers, produced this thing. Upstart producer, just made this great movie out of the blue. Well, let's get back to Mexican disasters and POBs. That was a nice digression, a Menippean digression. Oh, yes, we're reading the history of Frank, right? And I posted it for anybody who wants to see it on Chatline. You can go go look at the movie thing. So, Jim Guercio, that triggered we'll talk about retrieval, eh? And we're just reading this Zappa list, and Bob has an epiphany. Right there, right here, right in front of everybody. Because I'm sitting here in front of my computer, and I got the YouTube.
Like voice.
Yeah. And you guys, you never grew up with this stuff. This is all crazy music to you people, like this high-pitched. Like Carolyn, we were playing a song many hours ago, and she was laughing because they were going, doo-doo. You know, the chorus, it goes, doo-doo-doo. Like the worst grunting is part of the song. Maybe I can find it. But it's like Zappa said, they were having fun. I wonder if it was, could it be this one? No, what was it? Just to give you a sample of the doo-doo-doo. I remember even Bob Marshall said to me with a genuine puzzled look, Bob, why do you like this kind of music? I think this is it, the Gaylarks. Am I nuts? Wait, how come
it's like early jukebox music. It's like early jukebox music.
Yeah, it is jukebox. That's what you heard. That's what was played on the jukebox record.
Yeah.
You know, remember Zappa was in high school. He befriended the diner that had the jukebox in the little town, Lancaster. So he'd go there for his noon-hour lunch, and they would let him play what he wanted to play. So he'd play his Johnny Guitar Watson on the little diner's jukebox. And he had an in. And all the other kids probably didn't like it. They wanted white music. They wanted Pat Boone. But I tell Bob Marshall, why do I like it? Because when I arrived in the shores of New York City in 1953 and started to live in North America, I started to hear this fucking music, and I had never heard anything like it. And when I talked to Don at Don's Disc back about 1982, he ran the store that sold all the stuff, and he said to me, you know, Bob, the reason I find that people like this stuff, they're emotional people. They're emotional. They like this stuff. They're emotional. So I always remember, I'm an emotional guy. Okay, I learned from my mentor, Don, at Don's Disc, that I was emotional. That's why I like this stuff. But the thing is, I heard it. It was the first pop music I ever heard in North America. You know what I mean? We got Edith Piaf in France. We didn't. I don't know what we had in France. It was nothing like this. So my frequency responded, and probably because it was electrified. That was probably a factor. It's on the radio. Awesome. I never got over it. Every generation is programmed by the music that they get when they're 13, 14, 15. So I'm just like Frank. He got programmed by this.
He says, tell me what I have to do to get out of the vortex.
I'm so into the emotion of it. I didn't even hear the lyrics. I didn't hear nothing. I'm just into the woo, wow. I'm into the octaves, the Gurdjieffian octaves, the guttural frequencies they're moaning. That's what I like. Tell Me Darling, it's called. So it was about him asking Darling what to do?
It's like, tell me, Darling McLuhan, what to do to get out of the vortex.
Well, okay. Everybody wonders what happened with Ray Wilson, my old buddy, the guy who actually sang with Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. He subbed in years later when they'd go to oldies. Ray visits here in Maui, remember? And Bobby Richardson, that's the guy that got us in to see James Brown in his final concerts in New York. Well, Ray, after he got back home, he called me and he left a message. He says, Bob, Get the Golden Tones. They do this song called Ocean of Tears. It is awesome. I'd never heard of it. And I went on YouTube, and there it was. Now, that guy's a fucking good singer. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
and you know, Ray...
Darling. They have to use Darling every time. Like, yes. Ian also uses Darling.
So does Evan Ray. Remember, Evan used to call him, Darling. Yes, darling. We're featuring Bob again tonight. We know we find him hard to understand, but I assure you, if you stick with it, it'll be worth it, darling. So let's go over to our darling friend, Bob Dobbs, for one more useless interview with the incomprehensible. The tape runs out, and no interview, and the station's shut down. But this is Ray. His expertise. I mean, he said this song. I mean, whoever heard of the Golden Tones? I never heard of them. And he tells me to get this record, and it is good. The guy is a great singer. And I will ask Sue, even though your father was a band leader, and I guess you grew up with band records from the swing records from the 30s and 40s in your background, in the ambience of your record player or family record player, what do you think of this doo-wop? Did you ever hear any of this when you were a kid? You're old enough to be around that, sort of. What do you say, Sue? Well, I haven't even... She writes, the ridiculous to the sublime, but it just came in... Are you responding to what I just said, or are you talking about the I guess you're talking about the previous music, the Gayllarks is ridiculous, and then, yes, Golden Toad Sublime. So you're already commenting on it. But you, Stu, what do you think of this music? Is it too much before your time? What do you think? What do you guys actually think of it? Does it sound imbecile? Does it sound childish music? You know, clinking piano, little triplets.
Bob, I remember hearing that as a child. I remember hearing that music.
Really? Your parents?
Grandparents. Grandparents.
Yes. And what did you think of it?
I mean, you see him, you know, dancing and enjoying it, so I enjoyed it as well because it was just new. It was, you know, the first type of music that I was exposed to. So,
well, that's pretty good.
I just
the thing is that but you're growing up and you're massaged by a different media mix, you know, in the 70s and 80s. So, what was your favorite music as a teenager?
Well, that's a good question. I was exposed to Jimi Hendrix. I mean, you know, acid rock, Jimi Hendrix, and then also funk. So I really can't say what favorite. George Clinton. Well, that was actually when I was in my late teens. George Clinton. It was late.
Right, Funkadelic. Or Parliament.
Funkadelic.
Parliament.
Parliament, yeah. Funkadelic. Yes.
So that was what would form you.
Yeah. I mean, I would say the music I listened to when I was a teenager really ranged. It was all different types, but it wasn't until I was in my late teens and early 20s where I really got into funk music. Because I
didn't get into this stuff.
No, I was just talking about heard my grandparents play. Yes.
Right.
No.
Grandparents. I'd be your great-grandparent.
No, you would be like my grandparent age. I mean...
Well, they were born in the 20s?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, earlier, actually, my mother's mother would be your age right now. She's living.
Did you say if she was living?
Yes, she's passed away. All my grandparents have passed away, but my
she would have been 93 now.
Yes.
Right. And that would be in Philadelphia or Baltimore? Where were you?
Right outside of Baltimore.
Right. Where
I was like grew up. Triangle Point between D.C. and Baltimore is where I grew up.
Were you near the Edgewood or whatever it was, military center? What was that called? Edgewood? That's where
I know where Edgewood is.
Barracks.
Yeah, I grew up in the town where Fort Detrick was, actually.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what I'm talking about. So what, is it Edgewood? I don't know if it's Edgewood. How do I find that?
Edgewood. I've heard of Edgewood. That's like another military complex in Maryland, not far from Fort Detrick.
I don't know if it's Edgewood. Yeah, there it is. Edgewood Chemical Biological Center. Yep, that's it. That's where Zappa grew up on the grounds of that operation. His father was working for them. That's near Fort Detrick. It's probably aligned with the same system. It's probably part of the network that made the AIDS virus.
Yes, it is.
They probably made the AIDS virus there.
They have a large infectious disease hospital in Fort Detrick.
Right. Okay, so Sue says, close dance music. Saw some of this on Ed Sullivan, the great TV vaudeville MC. So, yes, it's close. So you might have heard some of it at a party, a house party. It's close dance music. Yes. So when I play this, during the shows, I always play a sample of this every week. Is that just you guys? Oh, there's Bob in his own little fantasy world, or do you guys like it for the moment?
I like it. I like it. It's a different mix of mood of all your music. No, it's a really. That's why I asked Roxana at the beginning what she thought of your DJ, because you really do a really large cross section of moods, and when you throw that in, that's like at the beginning of my music exposure.
Right.
So,
yes, this is the music for tactile interaction. There is many essays about how before people could not engage sexually as easily, and dancing was a way of relaxing tension among proportions.
Dynamic symmetry of tensions. That's right. Sue says he was the beginning of fixing high and low culture, spinning plates, and Elvis. Yeah, she's talking about Ed Sullivan was the beginning of mixing high and low culture, spinning plates, and Elvis and Topo Gigio puppets. Yes, I remember Topo Gigio. But that's Ed Sullivan. We're talking about the 50s and the radio. This was music that wasn't allowed to be heard by white kids in 53, 54, 55. Race records. Anyways, you're talking the 60s, so what is your memory of the 50s? Did your father just play big band music? Did he even play music in the house? Okay, so back to, that was Jim Guercio. Now, number 5, Henry Vestine, former Mother Invention, who left the group around the time of their signing to MGM Verve, that would be late 65, early 66, went on to be a driving force with Boogie Meister's Canned Heat. Zappa lived with Henry Vestine when he first came to L.A., and then he moved in with Pamela Zarubica or something in that little house that you can see in the video. Little tiny house. Alice Stewart, number 6, folk blues guitarist and one-time Mother Invention, dismissed from the band by Frank Zappa because she couldn't play Louie Louie. Still an active musician as of this writing. Yeah, her name is misspelled as Stewart on the cover, but she's still active today. This book was put together 2014. Number 7, Lillian Rudolph, one of several yet-to-be-identified names on the list, probably a friend of Frank Zappa and or the Mothers. So we don't know number 7, Lillian Rudolph. Mark Cheka, number 8, first manager of the Mothers, just called the Mothers at that point. They haven't got a record contract. The record guys told them to add of Invention to their band name. First manager of the Mothers, who got the band properly on his feet before handing them off to the man who would chaperone them on their quest for success. And that's number 9, Herbie Cohen, manager of the Mothers from 1965 until 1976, when Frank discovered that he was embezzling millions of dollars from Frank, and Frank fired him, and I don't know if he sued him or what happened there. Then number 10, Tom Wilson. He's the guy that Frank wanted to run for president in 1968. He signed the Mothers to MGM Verve and was the producer of their first 2 albums, though he did get executive producer credit for their third as well. So, what do I do? I know I can keep going on and on and on. What do we do? Just do a few and then do something else?
Well, I find it very interesting because it's...
Are you looking at the list? Are you looking at the list yourself with me?
No. I found somewhere where one can see the list. I think was this about
and they tell you who any... Did they tell you who they are?
They just have the list, but they don't tell you anything about them. But maybe we could also ask Ian about the obscure names.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Number 11.
What was the influence? Who was this person?
Right. Number 11, Phyllis, real name Phyllis Altenhouse, assistant to Tom Wilson. She would go on to become a film editor and was talked by Frank Zappa into starring in the Mother's first movie, Uncle Meat, in 1970. She's the one in the shower rubbing hamburger over herself. Lucille, another unknown personage, possibly a member of Tom Wilson's staff. Frank Zappa would go on to make use of this name later in his career, notably as the heartbreaker in the song Lucille Has Messed My Mind Up, done by Jeff Simmons. 13, Jack Tiller, composer and music editor for a great many films. He became a successful author later in life as Jack Kent Tiller, most likely a personal friend of Zappa, though the connection is unknown. Tiller may have done some uncredited work with Frank Zappa's music for the film Run Home Slow, as the name appears on the list directly above that of the writer. Don Severus, Frank Zappa's high school English teacher, hired Zappa to compose the soundtrack for his film Run Home Slow, that Jack Tiller was part of. Severus paid the majority of the money owed to Frank Zappa for that work by giving the Mothers a place to rehearse for the Freak Out album, Rent Free. So that's he couldn't give Frank any money, but at the right time, a couple of years later, he gave him a place to rehearse for the Freak Out album. Number 15, Vic Mortensen, drummer who recorded with Zappa at Studio Z in Cucamonga and one-time member of Captain Beefheart's Magic Band. Replaced in that band after he was drafted into the U.S. Army. Terry Kirkman, number 16, musician, attended college with Zappa and played folk music with him at the Meeting Place Coffee House in Claremont around the same time, 1961-62, under the name The Boogeymen. 17, Frankie Lee Sims, blues musician, misspelled as Sims, S-I-M-M-S, on the cover of Freako. Cousin of blues legend Lightning Hopkins, recorded one of Frank Zappa's favorite blues songs, Lucy May Blues. I played that a couple of weeks ago for the Specialty label in 1953. 18, Sonny Boy Williamson, legendary blues musician and major influence on the young Frank Zappa. It is unknown if Zappa is referring specifically to the first, in brackets, John Williamson, or the second, Rice Miller, Sonny Boy Williamson, or both. It is also possible that at the time he did not know that two men had worked under the same name. 19, Buddy Guy, another legendary blues musician who remains active at the time of the writing of this book. His guitar playing was an early influence on Zappa. 20, Albert Collins, blues musician, also known as the Iceman and the master of the Telecaster, early influence on Zappa. 21, Little Walter, last of the legendary blues musicians on the list. His career included playing harmonica on records by Tampa Red, Memphis Minnie, and Bo Diddley. Worked extensively with Muddy Waters. Number 22, Maurice Ravel, French composer, wrote one of Zappa's favorite straight classical works, Bolero, which Zappa would cover on his Broadway the Hard Way tour in 1988. Okay, that's 22. We've done 22. One more?
That's the Bolero.
Okay. She can remember these things. This guy got his first radical. Look at this. Yeah. Sue says her first radical parental record, my friend's dad, was Buddy Holly. So I guess that's what she first heard, Buddy Holly, through her friend's dad. First radical, the parent played it for her, I guess. But what do we do next? What were we doing besides this? Oh, we got to do them or us, right? We have to go to the fucking script. All our discoveries.
Yes.
Are you guys ready for that?
Yes.
We are. Do you guys remember where we stopped? I think what we're going to have to do, I'm going to go over to Ed's and find it and play the last minute of the last thing we did. But I think we start with the original Captain Beefheart. What is it? We're going to hear, and we want to listen to Zappa. Okay. It says Mount Etna eruption, December 3rd, 2015 is what he's posted. Okay, Burp, what ideas do you bring to the table before we go into the book, into new stuff? What
just one item. This week, there was an announcement that they're going to release a new edition of Hitler's Mein Kampf. Did you know about that? The scholars.
No, I did not know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
You know how many hours we've done? First session on the Zappa thing, 7 hours, then 12 hours, then 7 hours, then 6 hours, then 8 hours, then 10 hours. So it comes to 7, 12, 9, 7, 26, 6, 32, 8, 40, 50 hours. We've done 5 hours. So where would I click? Did we finish the Zappa thing with this book?
No, we didn't finish the book. You were going to another chapter, I believe.
Oh, no, I know we're doing that, but I'm trying to hear...
Teaching his religion.
How much...
He said, the Forcelings, are they around in the... they have the exterior of old Zircon's cave set in a dark, barren landscape of infinite gravel. Old Zircon says, looks like the leeches have ate up every activities. Horse World is coming back. He's pretty excited. Then they get sent up in what's his name? Who wrote that book? No. You mentioned something he made in 1970. Roxy. Can't remember. I can't even remember what we're talking about. Why am I sitting here talking into the microphone? What am I exploring here? Just kidding. I'm on top of it. Don't worry.
Here we are in the ninth hour
of the Oval Office. The president, as he might have looked in 1955, comes out of the puffed and flabulent Mexican rubber goods mask. Next time they show the movie The Bernuca. So he's buying CDs and videos. Okay, we'll go to the next hour. The second last part, part 9. Teaching his religion, he said, remember he was playing off like Zappa does on cliche phrases. We're going to know where it's at because we know which way it went. Remember that conversation? Those lyrics?
Yeah.
Where was that? The rest of the people will see it and they'll know the value of what I did.
Because you're so heavy, Edling boy.
Yes, the wimplings. The Ionets are wimplings. Cannot even come up with something to ask Ion.
Wimplings. Not you two. The rest of them. They don't even show up anymore because of Ian ain't here. People still listening on the computer, but the turnout here when Ian's not around really shows you what this is all about. It ain't about Carol and Bob's charisma. It's about Ian. It's the only thing worth showing up for. They put up with us. Looking at Sarah, she asked, I wonder if the dissonant ambient funk was recorded separately from the dialogue. Probably. She goes, ooh, John Cage and Norman McLaren. Norman McLaren was an animator for the National Film Board. Then she goes, Perez. Then she goes, Roxy Harmonium. Triad of 4th and 5th. Then she says, Cadence. Then number 125 says, Dirk, did Frank write Boogie Nights? Remember Dirk Diggler? I saw Boogie Nights. Then he says, the Turtles. And put in a couple of new Little Red Car, are all inhabited by slowly aging, very hip young people. That's me and Carolyn, slowly aging, right? Very hip young people. So again, he's making fun of me, who appear to be casting sinister glances toward Gregory through their glinting, acid-burnt-out eyeballs, trying to run him off the road or make him bump into something, giving strong evidence of hostile aggression to elude public mortar. Frank just keeps pumping out the data. So I have ticked off here. Joe's saying, this is exciting. I never pluked a tiny chrome-plated machine that looks like a magical pig with marital aids all stuck all over it, such as yourself before. So, back 8 years before, the pig and squat and the sofa were happening. Well, the pig theme comes back with Joe's Garage at the end of the 70s. I have ticked off this. Joe picks up the dummy, flicking bits of cake spew off the side of his mouth. The camera pans left to find Uncle Willie seated at a small control console with cables running across the soundstage floor connected to the rear end of Cyborg. So there's the programming committees. Uncle Willie's got some technical version of it. The lyrics of a song are, blow job, give me that blow job, give me the chromium cob. Would you write that stuff, Bert? Are we looking at a deranged mind here, just fetishizing body processes, damaged by the Pope?
Well, he uses shop value for a point.
Yeah, and the president is Interior Oval Office, the president, with his handkerchief wadded up over the receiver. He's attempting to talk in a low voice. Steam rises from a freshly served hot toddy near the jar of jelly beans on the desk. Reagan liked jelly beans. And the president's doing a Wyndham Lewis. He's calling up people randomly. So he says to this anonymous person, your mother sucks cocks in hell. Would this have been allowed to happen? Would the people who arrested Lenny Bruce, would they end up redoing it with Frank? Having the president saying your mother sucks cocks in hell? That's all they have, just that. We're just supposed to get a glimpse of the president doing his business. Then they go back to Cyborg's apartment, and one of the characters is, get this, another swipe at me. Another mocking of me. The character is, where'd it go? Oh yeah, in L.A. earlier, in the early 70s scripts, L. Ron Hoover, the leader of the Church of Appliantology. Just a second, I look for this disgusting theme. Okay, why is it lost? Here it is. Cyborg shares an apartment with a modified gay Bob doll. Gay Bob Doll. Why? Why, Frank? What, did I hurt your feelings? Why have me in and out of the fucking movie scripts? Bob Guy, Gay Bob Doll. What's that? What's that about, Frank? So we go now to chapter 4. There's 11 chapters. And this is the central scrutinizer. Now, Father Riley B. Now Joe is in jail. And Father Riley B. Jones. Is that the same? What was the father called before? Matter and tearing human tissue mingled with agonized groans, vaguely reminiscent of the transformation sequences in the movie American Werewolf in London. Are you guys still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't get knocked out, did you, Eliza? One of these Dr. Evil's concoctions. His son is saying, "What did you do, Dad?" Barney says, "Believe it or not, I worked the smoke machine on the last Big Kiss tour." How's that for a resume? I worked the smoke machine on the last Big Kiss tour. Okay, we're going to the last part, part 10. It's interesting hearing it again, eh, Bert?
Yes.
Who run the Tea Party, apparently, was nothing outside of the mainstream. It just wasn't said on debate stages. It's just that Trump is rude. Yes, that's what you do in Web 2.0. You are an American, and you're a broadcaster. So Trump is the most blatantly quadrophenic, tending towards the pentatic. I mean, he is basically the Android meme. Then Whitney Reader says, no, 125, that's the number for the reader, for the poster. Whitney Reader from Minnesota. I used to look at that magazine when I would go to Baldwin Health Foods in the 80s. When I lived in Toronto, they had a rack of alternative papers, so I would look at the Whitney Reader. And they were like an early version of wimped out Adbusters. The magazine was founded in 1984 by Eric Whitney, as here. That's why she's rather cynical about anything she hears or does or sees. She knows that all her fellow humans are faking it, being human. Right, Madeline?
Yeah, iguanas and animals. That's the thing, though. You don't...
Yeah, in a way, it's a history of the creation. So that sounds like Roxy has left. So we got to go back. I'm still doing a bit of Zappa. You guys don't remember around interdimensionally, takes his mother to the moon. The rest of the world don't know which guy is Beefheart Cecil. It looked like Beefheart, so Don played that part, but then in the end it's now Jeffrey Cotton. All right. And Bob Guy got killed. That's not good. Okay, so now here's Beefheart and Larry ravaging the flock of lovelies with depraved teenage abandon. Beefheart Cecil applies most of his energy to Celestia.
Making love.
That's right. Now, this is 1969. Frank is writing about Beater's organic robotoids 10 years before Beater goes into it. Remember, President Carter's organic robotoid. All kinds of people are replaced in 79 in the battles between the Bolsheviks and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Zionists. So here's Frank, 5 years, from 64 to 69. Remember he said in the liner notes to the We're Only for the Money in 67, he said he had some awful premonitions. Right? And the premonitions were going to continue. So Zappa, being the monster man he is, he could see through everything. Everything looked so fake and ridiculous. The hippie counterculture was stupid. The elections were stupid. Everything, and he decided that the machines had taken over. And so the title is Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People. It's one organic robotoid Android meme fighting another part of the Android meme. Am I wrong? Isn't this pretty astounding?
Yeah, it is.
That's another sign of Frank Zappa showing hidden ground.
Yes. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And now we're going to get to them or us. What happens in the big book? I wonder what is. Should we take a break and play a song?
Yes.
You want to hear a Zappa song?
Yes.
Something funny.
I'll play. Okay, did you hear the music in the first couple hours, Roxy? Oh, wait a minute.
Sounds like Bob Talk.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yes. We're...
Oh, that's right. And we've actually been able to reproduce ourselves that way for years.
Hello. What happened? I dropped out, so I don't know. Why are you replaying all that?
As a group. I think he went where we left off.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was Liza. I mean, Roxy on the recording. That's live. I did notice. I'm getting all mixed up. Yes. We're playing. We're trying to find where we left off.
Oh.
Trying to find the part where we concentrate. I should play that. Let's play Concentration Moon.
In the moon.
Yeah.
We stop masturbating. You're on duty.
I'm using on Harry's chest. Okay, so let's resume.
Okay.
I'm going to mute you guys.
This is the sound of the moon ballet. Electronic moon ballet hum.
The Mumbai, India.
Adorned with the laughing of birds.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Bob, we don't hear all your words. We can't hear all your words.
Stop the love feast. Come back.
I figured out what's going on here. Okay, mute that. Bring up that. Put that down there. Okay. And then turn me off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. That
all right.
Electronic.
You know what happened? This is in the book, and I'm reading the lyrics in the book. It fucking ended because the song ended. I thought we were going to hear the whole rest of the play. I forgot we were just hearing the song. You know what I mean? The reason it stopped is the song stops, and then so I've got to read you the script. Well, we'll do that when we get there. We got to go back to the beginning, but I was expecting the whole book would be musicalized, but no, we just heard the song, and then it stopped, and then there's a script here, but that's not audible, right? No, it's not audible. Okay, so was that funny enough? You wanted a funny song? Was that good enough for you? Did you hear that whole women's lib scenario? The women's conspiracy? While you became lawyers and accountants and read Playboy and bought a pipe, there's a direct attack on me, bought a subgenius pipe. We planned and dreamed and fucked our briefcases while you weren't looking. Yes, Harry, that's right. And we've actually been able to reproduce ourselves that way for years, Harry. But you never knew, did you, you worm? This would be that thing, somebody's list, Emily's List. You know what that is, Bert? Emily's List?
That was in the news a couple months ago.
Yeah, all the boomer women who got into politics and got some executive positions, they all formed a tribe and started electing politicians, female politicians. So it's the tribe of women, Emily's List. They're very influential, so supposedly now. You know what I mean? They have some kind of power in the obsolete institutions while the CIA continues its surveillance. And so this is describing that. And Frank is predicting this. I don't think, when did Emily's List form? Let's just check that for a minute. What year did Emily's List? Emily's List.
85.
Our history. And I think this is it.
Completion. We are the people who are not you.
So, what can we, she says, you are the all-American cocksucker jizzing. Harry went homo, gay or something, or I think he fell in love with one of the Mammy Nun dolls. Jizzing all over your leather cocksucker costume after beating the snot out of yourself with a rubber mammy. Yeah, he beat the mammy on himself. I simply can't respect you, Harry. You are no good. Go ahead, smell the pen. Go on. I'm wiping it, Harry. There you go. During this, the lights have dimmed, leaving Rhonda in a spotlight. Harry crawls into the spotlight circle and assumes the traditional pose of the RCA dog. You know, the record player dog.
Yeah.
Begging to sniff the pen. Rhonda moves it higher and higher, torturing him. His nose finally reaches it. Francesco stands nearby, fetishing Abdullah, and one of the little mammies. The track for No Not Now is played backwards. The first words are meant to be Harry's reaction to the odor of the writing utensil. Then it says, not really Harry's voice, and he says Epsom sauce backwards. Then Thingfish comes in. So hopefully this will be heard. Hey, Bert, this is live, Bob. We did Moon Zappa, right? Remember that? We went into Moon's dad.
Yes, we did the satellites, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm trying to see where we left off. I can't find it. It looks like I'm playing music here, and it's at the end. I mean, Roxy's still there. Let's see. That was Dead Air or something there.
Of the Dynamo Hum.
Yes.
Here's
this
is how a Dynamo
Bob, your voice is still in the background. You don't hear everything.
What?
We hear your voice, but it's like you're in the background. It's not like you're online.
Oh, yeah, because I'm using the other mic. Yeah, don't worry about it.
He's fucking some green girl in the moon.
Yeah.
Stop masturbating. You're on duty.
I'm using on Harry. I'm on duty. Okay, so let's resume.
Okay.
I'm going to mute you guys.
This is the sound of the moon ballet. Electronic moon ballet from
Mumbai, India.
Adorned with the laughing of birds.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Bob, we don't hear all your words. We can't hear all your words.
Stop the love feast. Come back.
I figured out what's going on here.
Yeah.
Okay, mute that. Bring up that. Put that down there. Okay. And then turn me off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Electronic.
You know what happened? You know what happened? This is in the book, and I'm reading the lyrics in. We did that. So is this the end? Where are we? I don't know
this is a boomerang
where to pick up.
Baby.
This is a boomerang page. Isn't it confusing? Isn't it interesting to hear ourselves in the middle of today, December 5th?
Eternal feedback. This is like
I don't want to leave
Star Trek chapter. Oh no, we're in the past.
Okay, I'm just going to get past this part and see where do we say, as you're leaving, Roxy, do we say where we're at? That's what I'm looking for. It fucking ended because the song ended. I thought we. And then it's Francesco and other important people like the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. They end the thing. So, what do we do? So we're going. Are you guys ready to hear about Hunchentute? Are you ready to go to the next script?
Yeah.
It won't take us long. You're getting the point here that you have a concentration moon. I should play that. Let's play Concentration Moon. That song. Okay, so that would be over here. Album by artist. We're only for the money. Well, I'm looking through my stuff here. Hunchentute. Scrolling down.
But I was thinking all these hybrids of robotic. He's actually seeing all the things you're saying about the Android game and all this human-invented technology.
Exactly. That's what I'm impressed with. Is we're going to see that in the next, after Hunchentute in the book. It's pretty amazing what he lays out. We're going to
and it's funny because this living technology behave as bad as humans. They do all this.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, so I'm going to play Concentration Moon. Make sure everything's... this is from We're Only for the Money, so this was written in 67, or recorded in 67, released in 68. That goes there. And I think this is it.
Hello.
Oh.
I can be heard.
What was that last song, Bob? What was that last song with that Fuzz and Wah-Wah?
That's called Deathless Horsey. A horse that doesn't die. Deathless Horsey.
That was the pony sent to the space that was dying.
Yeah, that's right. You know, when he did the theater piece in Garrick Theater in the spring and summer of 67, it was called Absolutely Free, Pigs and Repugnant. So the pigs are, you'll see, an important thingamajig. And then he has a lot about ponies in the content of Lumpy Gravy. So pigs and repugnant, or pigs and ponies, that's the dialectic. And ponies goes way back to Cecil running the ponies ride in 64 in Cat Beef Rivers. Hey, you guys, remember when Alan, the movie producer, they go to the beach and then the killer collie destroys the teenagers? Do you remember me doing that? I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, we know we did that.
I think it's finished with the gangbang of Celesta. Like they got in line and they gangbanged her or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
No.
fuck greed. Yeah, fuck greed. That's right. Yeah, it's called Fuck Greed. She's Queen of Greed. I was looking at that. Yeah, Fuck Greed. That's probably where we got to. Now, where is that? The sign, Fuck Greed. Remember, she was the cosmic queen of greed or something, the queen of cosmic greed.
Yeah.
There it is, way back, way down there. So we're chapter 9. Okay, let's just see if there's an indication of that at the end of this part. The great people. This punny pig dialectic. L-Truth says, 224 starts flirting with the phosphor. See, I'm reading the commentary. Do you remember staying around for that, Roxy? Reading the chat line? You probably didn't stay around for that. You do remember this?
Yes, I was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Daughter, Empress, I got a brand new clothesline. L-Truth says blank. Sarah says, let's play word association. Later for dialogue. The bounce modulator, or Moog frequency shifter, has a stereo output which will enable Drachma's voice to ascend in pitch on the right side of the theater. That's when I'm reading the complicated instructions for Hunch and Toot, right? 1972.
Right.
Reading the layout of that.
The technical requirement.
And that is not in Them or Us. Pretty sure that's in. I think since they have Hunch and Toot here, and we had gone through it, didn't want to do it again, but I did want to read the technical stuff, and that might have been the last we did. Ascend and pitch, descend and pitch on the left side simultaneously, providing a suitably 4. See if this is 4. No, that's 5. You're infected. You have the virus.
Right? Expanding each character with different types of sound processing to third.
Okay. Yeah.
And, yes, it's but you can understand partly what he's talking about here. Yes, I understand everything he's talking about. And I find it very interesting because he's, for example, the Moog synthesizer was we can really see what they thought was like an orchestra sound.
Enabling assorted mysterious ethereal effects to be generated in an audience surround mode. What's that word? Bobonics. Ebonics.
You can see that the right of the Lord. Let's talk about your psychological.
Yeah, what did your parents do to you? What happened when you were in school that traumatized you? Still looking for I don't say, darling, what's your favorite form of recreation? Dirk, apparently unconcerned with the space girl and the insect, addressing the assembled mutants. So Dirk then addresses his tribe. Well, guys and gals, we did it. We actually did it, didn't we? We sure did, Dirk, said the Forcelings. Hunch and Toot is shouting, hey, Earth Dude, when you all going home? Dirk, looking around for a watch. I'll tell you in a minute. Must have dropped my watch during the big ceremony. Then Hunch and Toot craftily, no shit, maybe I can help you all out. Don't you move a pound, long lady. I'm going to be right back. Look here, brother. Look here. Motherfucking price tag's still on them. And they all running, so he went off to complain about something to one of the staff. And they all running like a champ. 21 joules keep in perfect time. How much bread they giving you for this? For this? And Dirk says, say, what's this? What's this? A Harnelton? Precision jeweled movement? No, precision jeweled movement. Hutchin Toot very convincingly. And that motherfucker can be yours to have and to hold for a measly old $200 bill. You getting least that much from around here. This a union house, ain't it? You getting at least that much around here. This a union house, ain't it? Dirk Glaze, I've never seen a Harnelton such as this. Forcing number 1, seriously. Come on, Dirk. Forcing number 2, seriously also. Yeah, we got to get back to the earth. The Harnelton, says Dirk. I must have the Harnelton. So what happens is Hutchin Toot proceeds to hypnotize Dirk. He says his forcelings are trying to wake Dirk up. It's not working. And Hutchin Toot says, why don't you all just get the fuck out of my way? Before you lose some equilibrium, boy, this here the world of high finance. So it says Hutchin Toot still dangling. Okay, I found it. Okay, so we'll just, yes, the hour of painful replay.
Out of the warp.
We get lost in that techno bubby hole. Chapter 8, but I'm just going to move along slightly to see if we say something. The watch with one hand reaches over with his other and pokes forcing number 2.
A piece of your mind. It's not the money value, but the...
There's a price to pay.
It's not your mind. It's a piece of...
Your lucidity.
What? What did you say?
Your recollected lucidity.
Yes.
Because we don't have
when you
mind.
know, when you have the words. So then go bye, never see them again. So Roxy mistook my tourist cliche behavior as a wonderful saintly being.
Roxana, were they open to talk about, or they just looked at him?
No, he somehow made them talk about everything, about his life, about the favorite music, radio station, and yes.
And have they heard of McLuhan? Yes, I've heard of McLuhan. They all heard of McLuhan. But I didn't always bring up McLuhan. I would bring up Zappa or LaRouche or one of the other holy offices. I'm always staying within the on-duty, propagating my teleplay, my screenplay. Like Frank, he keeps writing the same fucking musical. So this is when women's libs coming in. A feminist would say, this Frank hated feminism. And he's got the evil woman taking over the planet. That's his perception of feminism. This is when it's happening, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. So maybe Frank is satirizing being a misogynist, pretending he's one. Or he's mad at them like McLuhan. They're missing the hidden ground. They're too busy trying to liberate their tribe and missing what's coming to them in the android mean condition. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was thinking about that because in Mexico City we have such masses of people that we are used to this serial type of engagement with the mass because this makes things like more efficient or the only way things can function. You don't engage the collective.
Okay, we're going to go to the last part. Is this the last part? Yes, 500. So, teaching his religion.
Because,
right. He would make fun of directional...
Light, we're going...
They were going sideways.
And he's always playing with the arness and the isness and the
don't have anything to do with each other fit together, forming a larger absurdity. Well, I think my pattern of the concentration camp is what we're going to see here. Your enjoyment, no, not exactly that. It's going to be updated. It says, your enjoyment of the contents could be enhanced by hearing the music described in the text. The album shown on the back cover contains some of these songs. Got 4 albums. Francesco Zappa is The Electric Fate. Bob McLuhan said in 1968 that robots were probably a visual space. The Billy the Mountain story. And Billy the Mountain wants to go on a vacation, went back and forth from work by it, paid their rent by it, and before long they were even having birthday parties at the office by it, because now at last that sucker out of sequence. Somebody that's already been here before might come back. So, with Joe's Garage at the end of the 70s. I have ticked off this. Joe picks up the dummy, flicking bits of cake, a devastating punch which duplicates the angle velocity of the Hertzberg-Bemmelmann Sig High. So the velocity of their Sig High salute is matched by the angle of Zircon's punch. But where was that? There's also a bit about Mr. Bemmelman's, if you were following Hollywood scandals in the 80s. Bemmelman's was a big studio director, and he got caught stealing money or something. Matter and tearing human tissue mingled with agonized groans, vaguely reminiscent of the transformation. Sorry, we did that, right? So, where are we at? I don't know what I'm reading. I'm going back and reviewing stuff, I guess. But it looks like we got as far as fuck read.
Whatever. Just go on.
This is too painful. Isn't it interesting to hear It's interesting to hear yourself, though, isn't it?
We're not going to listen to 10 hours of Frank Zappa again.
What we did last week. Yeah, but like, what do you make of hearing yourself? What you're saying?
Well, it's fun. I remember.
You remember doing that?
I forgot to say this and that because I take notes. Like I write the sentences. Like I say, the vortex is a Zappa concert, and then I read the notes and I'm like, what? What was that about?
Well, Sky God Sue says her dad played Muddy Waters. That's pretty good. You know, baby boomer having a dad playing Muddy Waters in Nova Scotia. That's pretty risque for the world there. So somehow we got to figure out how to get into this new part. I'm just trying to find Don't We Say Goodbye. So I'm just going to play a little bit now. I'm not going to get lost to see, do we end it? Can you guess what he does? What is Barney doing? Why would he be the most important showbiz figure in Southern California in the early 80s? Because he's a drug dealer. He supplies the cocaine for everybody. All the executives, all the pluking executives that Frank makes fun of in Cocaine Decision. So there's a cocaine plague going. So let's go to the last hour, part 6.
Well, I can say maybe in the meantime.
Teaching his religion. He said, no, just a minute. Okay, I stopped it. Go ahead, Roxy. What were you saying?
Yeah, many of the things Frank Zappa was doing were retrieved by the postmodern artist.
Yes.
And everything Zappa did, it's like what they were doing, like the audience participation was very important for them, and the mixture between high and low culture and the ready-made, and they're redoing Zappa. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But we are beyond that, and we're now in what you call the paramodern.
Yeah,
which
paramodern.
I see as this hybrid between art and science becoming one. It's not only mixing the high and low culture, but mixing art and science.
Yes, and it's also mixing the post-information society with whatever after-image of information is happening. There's a larger interaction, like not just art science, it's the androgen itself is fading, and it makes it seem very independent of the chemical body. I just flicked on the last hour, and he has a different code.
Already up there.
Let's see what this
was.
is.
Nothing outside of the mainstream. It just wasn't said on debate stages. It's just that Trump is rude. Yes, that's what you do in Web 2.0. You are an American, and you're a broadcaster. So Trump is the most blatantly quadrophenic, tending towards the pentatic. I mean, he is a base. So going into the fifth hour is when it happened. All right? For those that want to note the time of that awesome statement. Thanks for pointing that out there, Minimax. I had not realized.
I don't even know what they are. Yeah. If you click.
Man.
Yeah.
That's right. We do know. And we're going to go into that. That's part of this book that Frank put out in 1984 called Them or Us. But back to this point. So,
yeah.
That's right. We do know, and we're going to go into that. That's part of this book that Frank put out in 1984 called FOUR, Force Lings, FOUR, rather than FORCE Lings.
Yeah, the members of the force field.
Right. Now, here's the thing. What we were just listening to from the Freak It album started to be recorded in late 65, early 66. So we're coming up to December 2015. That's 50 years ago. What we just heard was done 50 years ago.
Today I was going through the list of the 179 names of Zappa's influences.
Yeah. Right.
I recognize it. Wonderful way to start by freaking out everybody.
Which
or abuse
the
of
Android meme support.
Mysterious, obscure Italian composer Francesco Zappa. We know your secret.
A chanting, and then Ian showed up, and Frank and all the greats were new in their own expressions by default what was coming. But that's a good summation. Yes, if Ian did show up, we would have had these. Even Moon would have blown up. Moon unit. Okay, so I now have to play the last part, the last hour and a half of rewrite number 41. So you can, guys, well, Bert won't be here, but if you want to come back later to talk, Roxy will be here. Okay.
And remember, sometimes I drop off. Just check.
You mean you drop off and sleep, or what?
No. Sometimes you ask, are you there?
Oh, yes, I have to look at the bottom. Yeah, I have to look at the bottom of the template here. All right, so I'm going to go to, sorry we excluded other people, but this is a special gourmet portion of the program we create with the experts, Bert and Roxy.
Oh,
they work their ways up from the bottom like Billy Sweeney when he was a janitor in the plant that was shut down in Happy Valley.
Yes,
they work their ways up
what goes around 2 in the morning, and he's like, take your laws of media, page, I don't know what. And he's talking about and Cine Jockey and I don't know what. And I'm like, okay.
Did you say Bob calls you at 2 in the morning? Is that what you said?
Yes. And then you were talking about these very complex things in the tetrads, and I'm like, okay, I have to read the book. I don't know why, but then I understood. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought the Lost Media so she realized how great it was. She's been taking it to work all week. Reading at work, there's not much to do at work. So she's studying Tetrad Lost Media and getting paid for it.
Perfect.
Yeah, and you did a good intro, Roxy. Your didactic professorial statement of the importance of Zappa and Bob and McLuhan at the beginning 5-6 hours ago was well done. What'd you say, Bert?
No, she's done a great job with her musical background and her comment and interacting with you. It's really a great synopsis of what this is. I'm amazed.
And all of that.
I'm amazed at this book
Bob,
of Us and Them, of Them and Us, and how everything
them or us, them or us.
Yeah.
It's a survival yell. You know, it's either them or us. Who's going to make it? You know. But you're amazed at this book, yeah. And what was it? I just know that, you know, this is going to be 5 or 6 hours. Will be added to the 40 hours already done. You just know that millions of Zappa fans will start listening, and about the second hour, they'll start to notice there's something fishy going on here. Bob's hijacking Frank, and this is a fraudulent production, probably done by Alan and Harry and Rhonda. And they will not listen to the rest, and they're going to miss all this great stuff that is really great explanation of what Frank does. It's so powerful, half of the people didn't live enough to hear it. Right? They didn't survive to get here. They hear it.
Yes, but some will join the Force Link.
Yes, they will be new. The ranks will swell by those that deserve knowing about it and understanding.
Right.
Yes.
Now look at Frank. He's holding a green glove on the cover of this. What is my color in the chart? Green. That's his version of Bob. He's holding up this little glove. That's his symbol for me. Beautiful green glove.
Yes. What's the quote in the Finnegan's Wake? The hand holding the
hand
chart?
The chart. Yes, that's like at page 593, you know, the beginning of the last section. The hand puts forth the chart.
Yeah.
We can bring that up someday. But okay, so that's it. I'm going to mute everybody, and we're going to play. What's his name? Who was that guy? Ion. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we like Ion.
Yes. Okay, Bert, thanks for contributing.
And it ends. So, what do we agree on? We're go after Fuck Reed? We definitely remember. I mean, Hunch and Toot, we did that, and I caught the part where we were reading this, and it looked like, I think it's a bit different from Hunch and Toot the original Hunch and Toot. This is the Hunch and Toot in Them or Us. Redone.
Yes.
Hunch and Toot. So, I guess we got to the end point. So, we're going into chapter 9. And there are 11 chapters. I think that was a useful meta review, though, to listen to ourselves. Go on. It might be painful.
Bob fell to sleep, and we're going to listen to the whole payday, or what?
Well, in chapter 9, it says the bagged. Remember the neighbors? They got bags on their heads because they all were made ugly. in that neighborhood. The bag neighbors wait in line ready to take their turn. That's to screw cause between and greed. Yeah. Almost unnoticed, cash in hand is the alien. So the alien is lining up. So then it says, cut to Hutchintoot doing Jimmy's blow with wads of hideous dime store rainbow afro clown nap poofing out all over him. Read that again. So Hutchintoot doing Jimmy's blow. Jimmy was the son of the dealer. With wads of hideous dime store rainbow afro clown nap poofing out all over him. So remember, they turn into clowns. So he's got all this clown stuff. And then it goes to Shemp and Francesco, who we started off the book with many hours ago. Remember, they're from 1770, and they're hanging out here in 1984 in the Broadway land. What?
Yes, the magnitudes.
The magnitudes.
Francesco and the magnitude. Yeah, right. Francesco will call him magnitude and wonderment.
He would say that to Shemp?
Yes, or not.
Now,
okay, whatever.
Did we? What? Bert. She doesn't want
to.
Wait.
Please go.
I think we've made Roxy go schizoid. She said she reached her limit of something. I'm trying. Okay, I guess I should just start reading it. And see where it takes us. So Shemp says, the first time I came to this place, it was freezing cold, and that would be New York. And there was garbage everywhere. Rats were running by my feet. Everybody looked dangerous. Francesco says, and now the weather's pretty good. The garbage is being made into health food. The rats have... Remember me reading that? The rats have a new video on MTV, and everybody looks like they're scared shitless. You don't remember that?
No, but that's very ironic that the garbage is being made into healthy food.
Right. Very good point. Are you with us, Bert? Did Bert get knocked off? Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, Bert. You got knocked off, right?
Okay. Yes. I'm back.
But we're just starting, so it's ionic that the garbage is being made into health food. It's kind of an ionic idea. You heard that. Do you remember doing this, Bert? I remember saying rats were running by our feet. Everybody looked dangerous. It seems familiar to me. So it says... everybody looks like they're scared shitless to say what's really on their minds. They are opposed against an obviously fraudulent scenic drop, showing marquee after marquee of safe investment rerun productions. Suddenly it's torn apart, revealing through a cheap puff of smoke a curiously proportioned, obviously imaginary theater with its marquee advertising Thingfish, a musical written by Frank Zappa. Shemp cringes. Francesco looks it up in his book. Okay, so they're going to... Oh, yes, we come to Frank. This is the second part of Frank. All right, this is important. Remember, Frank was just Moon's dad, right? And he was writing the script as it was going, and he got Jerry and the son, and it all got killed. And Moon is shocked, and then Moon's pissed off that her career is going to be ripped off if he doesn't let Alan live and go to the beach and make the beach movie, the Valley Girl beach movie. Well, that was way back there. So now Francesco says, what? How can this be? So he's looking at the poster for Thingfish on Broadway, which never happened. He does say it's an obviously imaginary theater. So in the play, we're going to an imaginary theater where we're looking at the idea that Thingfish actually makes it to Broadway. If this thing gets made, what I'm reading, then it did get to Broadway. But he's including it that it didn't get there, or we know it didn't get there, or something. You know what I mean? So it didn't get there.
Yeah.
But he's saying it did get there, and we're watching. I'm reading the script that's going to be filmed. So Francesco says, "What? How can this be? A theatrical work by an Italian composer, even more obscure than myself. He's not even in the dictionary. The lucky bastard." Remember, Francesco doesn't want any academics up his ass. Obviously, one of the Sicilians. Shemp, We are indeed fortunate. Let's go in and enjoy ourselves. He's a Zappa. You probably have lots of nice, happy little Dago-sounding string trios all over the place. Shem says, I can't stand happy little Dago-sounding string trios. I like only clarinets, tambourines, accordions, and guilt. Now, remember me reading this? I read this, remember? Francesco, study the show poster. You do?
No, I don't.
Okay. This person, so they're looking at the poster with Ike Willis dressed as a mammy nun. This person has a head like a potato, lips like a duck, and is dressed in some perverse form of medieval religious costuming. There's nothing cheerful about it, says Francesco. It's actually very ugly. It is obvious that these Sicilians take a different approach to things. Shemp, we must see this potato creature. Shemp, I'm rubbing it. I'm going back. I'm changing my name. I'm going to become a Christian. I'm going to become a Republican. Onions. Onions are better, always better. He walks away, rubbing the pot, leaving Francesco alone in front of the theater. Don't you remember that? Remember we were talking about Shemp goes back. He gives up.
Yes.
Leaving Francesco alone. Maybe you dropped off, Roxy, but I don't think you would have done it without you there. But now here comes the important part. Maybe one of the most important parts of the whole play. So Francesco's standing there alone, looking at the poster. He wants to go in and watch it. As Shemp walks off and goes back to 1770, Francesco says, "Big deal, ma vaffanculo the onion." I don't know what ma vaffanculo. You know what that is, Roxy? Ma vaffanculo? That means fuck the onion.
It's like an expression to say "fuck the onion."
Right. What do you know from excitement? Exactly nothing. Like, you know, Bert, you remember this, right? You remember me reading this?
Yes.
And this is probably the end, what I actually finished reading, because I didn't go into the Frank part. Or did I? No, I don't think I did.
No, we didn't go into the Frank part.
What do you know from excitement? Exactly nothing, he says to Shemp. Now, look at this. A robot Frank Zappa is imagined by the editor of a famous rock and roll magazine, maybe that would be Jan Wenner of Rolling Stone, emerges from the Thingfish Theater and rolls over to Francesco. Did I do that? Is this new?
I don't remember a robot Zappa.
No,
okay, good.
This is new.
Okay, yeah. So what happens? We have Frank as Moon's dad and no identification of himself as Frank Zappa. He's just a synonymous Moon's dad. This is the first time, unless there was something way back at the beginning, but I think it is the first time for Frank the robot. So here's Francesco by himself, and Frank comes out and introduces himself. And he's a robot, Frank Zappa, because some editor of a rock and roll magazine thinks Frank is a robot. So he emerges from the Thingfish Theater and rolls over to Francesco. Frank says, "I'm pleased to see you're so punctual, Francesco." Francesco says, "You know my name?" Frank, "Yes, but not much more. I made up the rest." He made up the rest about Francesco. Francesco goes, what do you mean? What have you made up? So Frank's talking to his fictional creation who thinks it's real. Francesco thinks he's real. And we decided that Francesco was real, and he's actually Frank, right? 300 and 400 years old. So we're even getting more crazier than robot Frank is. But let's try to stick to the script here. So Francesco says, "Are you the little devil that stuck me in this fucking dictionary? Exposing my bunghole for all Are you the little devil that stuck me in this fucking dictionary, exposing my bunghole for all eternity to the ravages of academia?" Frank says, "Most certainly not." See, because this is not Moon's dad, right? This is not the guy writing it. Moon's dad is writing it, right? That category, Moon's dad. This is Frank the robot, and he didn't do it. He says, "You may be assured that I have no connection whatsoever to the infernal machinery of the American education industry. I am Frank Zappa as imagined by the editor of a famous rock and roll magazine. I am an anachronism who makes the ugliest music on the planet. I have no right to call myself a member of the human race. I am tasteless, untalented, pompous, arrogant, cruel, insensitive, vulgar, and not a fun guy because I don't use drugs." Francesco goes, "Minchia." You know what Minchia means? M-I-N-C-H-C-H-I-A?
No.
You don't know. It's a statement of shock or something. He doesn't understand what's going on. So then Frank the robot says, "You never fucked the Duke."
I think he's just playing with words that sound Italian. But
Okay. Minchia. Then Frank the robot says, "You never fucked the Duke of York's girlfriend." That's back at the beginning of this whole Demarest book when he's making fun of the Duke of York and screwing the wife of the Duke of York. You never fucked the Duke of York.
Lady Aurora.
What?
He was fucking Lady Aurora. I remember because my mother.
You remember?
Name is Aurora.
Your own mother? Holy shit!
Yes.
This is the Xenocracy here. Wow! You remember the name, which is a week ago because it's your mother's name. Holy shit! You never fucked the Duke of York's girlfriend. He would have had now. Look, your mother's you got the name Mother Aurora. Your mother. You never imagined all your life you'd be in a fucking radio show reading the transcript of something written 30 years ago, and it would have your mother's name. Now that's pretty unpredicted.
Yeah.
So you never fucked the Duke.
My mother fucked by Francesco Zappa.
You got to tell her that. You fucked Francesco Zappa. What's he? Oh, he's real, but he's sort of fake. But we're not sure. But he's been around a long time. He might be Frank. So you never fucked the Duke of York's girlfriend, says Frank to Francesco.
Maybe
he would have had
my real father.
Yes, Francesco's your real father. All right, I'll let you. I didn't say that, Mr. Flores. I didn't say that. Your own daughter said it, not me. Okay, back off. I didn't do it. You never fucked the Duke of York's girlfriend. He would have had you horsewhipped. You never met a kosher alchemist. That's him. You only wrote happy little Dago-sounding string trios and had a dull, boring life, playing the cello and kissing ass to Baroque period ticket buyers. Francesco says, I don't seem to remember it that way at all. Are you sure? For centuries, I've been convinced that I was imagining myself, says Francesco. Frank says, no, it is your great misfortune to have me doing it for you. So Frank is imagining all this stuff. So now he's got Francesco, his own creation, thinks he actually existed. Is this getting into future virtual reality confusions? So Francesco goes, why is it misfortune, Frank, for you to have me? Frank says, you're a great misfortune to have me, the robot, doing it for you. Why a misfortune? In spite of your metallic complexion, you do appear to be some sort of a Zappa. You don't look much like a whoremonger, but I'll bet there's a happy little Dago-sounding string trio stuffed away in there someplace. Frank says, all things are possible through concentrated technological ignorance. Very interesting phrase. Concentrated technological ignorance. So people are ignorant of technology because they're concentrated? And that makes all things possible? All things are possible through concentrated technological ignorance. Your assignment, you two, this week is to figure out what that means. What is concentrated technological ignorance? And why does that make all things possible?
Because I think it's quite interesting that we're trying to get to the real explanation of physics and what's going on. And yeah, we have this concentrated technological or scientific ignorance, and we are starting to see the mystery landscape, like the fact that there are many of us, and here is Zappa confronting Francesco and the writer
self and other selves.
Yes.
Hey, he's confronting many selves. So all things are possible through concentrated technological ignorance. That means people don't know what they're doing. Scientists don't know what they're doing, and that's good because they stumble into discoveries. If you knew a lot, you wouldn't make anything. So wealth or new technologies come out of ignorance. And it's concentrated technological ignorance now because they got whole teams working on things. And therefore, all things are possible. So Francesco says, you're not a very cheerful person.
All our science is a fallacy, and our technology is based on this fake science. So it's like a concentrated technological ignorance that somehow works.
Yes, that somehow works. Francesco says, you're not a very cheerful person, are you? Frank says, I'm not a person at all. My disposition was manufactured for me in an office in Northern California. That would be where the Rolling Stone magazine was. before it went to New York. Francesco, surely that in itself is not a sufficient excuse for an outlook as hostile as the one you exhibit. I'm beginning to resent being related to you. Frank says, this is America, 1984. There will be no problem providing you with an entire phone book full of corruptible scholars, eager to alter the appropriate textbooks for a guarantee of tenure and a gift certificate from Tweeds R Us. Did you get all that? There will be no problem providing you with an entire phone book full of corruptible scholars, eager to alter the appropriate textbooks for a guarantee of tenure and a gift certificate from Tweeds R Us. I guess professors wear tweeds. Francesco, why the fuck would somebody bother to invent something as wretched as you? My God, you're a hateful creature. I'm such a terrific guy. How could you have invented me? So Francesco can't understand why this rotten Frank is even connected to him. Then Frank says, I am pure fiction. I am the product of the imaginations of legions of tiny, hateful people. May they burn forever in God's perfect hell, or move to Encino. There's Frank insulting everybody. But it's Robot Frank. Then Francesco goes, at all that, goes, what? Let's go back and read what he went. Why that? I am pure fiction. I am the product of the imaginations of legions of tiny, hateful people. May they burn forever in God's perfect hell, or move to Encino. Francesco goes, what? Frank says, never mind. So now that you've finally arrived, I have big plans for you. Francesco says, you presume a great deal. Why should I choose to involve myself in these disgusting plans of yours? Frank says, because just as you suspect the presence of a cleverly concealed happy little Dago-sounding string trio somewhere in me, I suspect the presence of a potentially deranged musical mentality lurking somewhere in you. It is my duty to unleash this horrible force, send you back where you came from, and allow you to pollute the musical atmosphere of that wretchedly wimpish period into which you were born. So Frank wants to send back this mutant to fuck up Mozart and Beethoven and the Platonic Larouchian tradition. What do you think of that? It's all familiar to me. I did read this on my own before, but you guys, this is new to you, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so when Francesco hears that, he goes, this is truly perverse. What you are suggesting simply reeks of obscurity. Congratulations. What a fiendishly original idea. So Francesco likes the fact he's going to go back and be an idiot. It means that he will become more obscure. Then Frank says,
yes, I think he's also making fun of, for example, Adorno talking about this awful popular art and the culture and this, and he's saying, yes, I am the worst. I don't deserve to be part of the human race.
That's a good point. This is him responding to the elite, Adorno. Yes, he's telling Adorno, yes, you think I'm a creep because I engage pop culture. That's what you're saying, right? Yes, Frank, that's pretty good. And then, so Francesco loves this because it means he's going to become more obscure. Then Frank says, Frank Zappa, as imagined by the editor of a famous rock and roll magazine, has never had any original ideas. That's what Ian said about me. Since what he does is trivial and irrelevant to the American way of life, their absence pleases everyone. Absence of his original ideas. Francesco says, well, somebody had to dream this thing up. Are you trying to tell me there's another one hiding out someplace? Now, this is pretty ionic. You've got Frank doing an ionic scenario of sending someone back to screw up whatever.
Yes, and he's playing with the two cartoons of himself. Like one will be the high culture Francesco Zappa engaging the Baroque and all these traditions.
Yeah.
And the other is the popular culture Frank that doesn't deserve to be
Frank.
part of one race. And he's making fun of
deserve to be part of the high culture
archetypes that they say what he's doing is not worth. Yeah, and but he's somehow trying to educate the audience with this
right. So
ionic scenario.
Right. So you're saying the classical culture thinks Frank's an idiot for going into the pop culture, And the pulp culture, Frank, is not allowed into the classical culture. And the pop culture audience would think Frank is...
To Zappas, the Francesco Zappa is like the tradition, Baroque, classic music.
Yeah.
And the rock artist Zappa.
Yes. So Francesco says, well, somebody had to dream this thing up. Are you trying to tell me there's another one hiding out someplace? Another Frank? Or another Francesco? And there is. That's the one who's home talking to Moon. Frank says, of course, you fool. It would be, yes. So he's tired. Francesco figures out there might be another Zappa. And he's right. Frank says, of course, you fool. It would be very amusing for you to meet him. Yeah. It'd be very amusing for Francesco to meet Moon's dad. Remember, that's the guy described as Moon's dad. Everyone tells me he's a sick motherfucker who hates everything except sex and music, but he never leaves his laboratory. That's the way Moon's dad was. Those are facts. Francesco says, hey, now he sounds like an okay guy. Let's go. And Frank the robot says, I said it might be amusing for you to meet him. I did not say it was possible for you to meet him. Francesco says, what's the problem? We just grab a bottle of wine and drop in on him. Frank says, you are speaking of a person who is so obscure as to require an improved definition of the clinical terminology. No one ever sees him. Most are convinced he cannot possibly exist. So Frank's saying the real Frank Zappa it's pretty hard to find him. And then Francesco...
But it's also very interesting that he always called his studio the kitchen or the laboratory. So the secret. He's not only an artist, he's really a scientist, artist.
Yes.
Modern.
A comedian.
Right.
And a jock.
Yes, he's a artist, scientist, comedian, and a jock. Francesco
Viral.
Para Zappa.
No, the barrel. The barrel. He's the barrel.
Oh, he's viral. Oh, the barrel. The barrel. Yes, the barrel. The barrel. So Frank the robot says most are convinced Look at this. Frank says most are convinced that Moon's dad cannot possibly exist. Francesco says he does, doesn't he? Frank says, I have been invented by legions of tiny, hateful people. I know only what they know. So Robot Frank isn't sure if he knows the other Frank. I have been invented by legions of tiny, hateful people. I know only what they know. That's to Francesco's question. He does exist, doesn't he? Uh-oh, and I think that's the end of that. We go into a thingfish scenario. So, that's the complex Frank reality. What do you think of that, man?
Ion is always questioning, what do you know? Like, you have to ask because actually we don't know anything. And that's the thing with science and art. The postmodernist thought art cannot have a meaning because it depends on who's watching the work of art and the different periods and your perception changes with medias and all this, and you cannot say this means this or we know this forever. It's always changing, and like he says, I only know what they know. It's like our knowing is collective.
The robot only knows what they know because he's programmed.
Yes, and everything that is on the Android meme that retrieves the content of all past media is what they know. It's all a collective knowing.
Right.
We know what all the others know, but we don't have original knowing. Original idea.
Listen to her, Bert. She's talking herself into a rabbit hole. The mind. The Mexican mind trying to figure out what time it is. By the way,
don't know.
we don't know. maybe 20 minutes ago, Sky Goddess Sue said, "Arrivederci, payday forcelings, got to walk the streets of Rome." So what that would be, it's 2:20 there, right? 2:20 in the afternoon, Roxy, correct? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got the right time. And she's got the same time as you, so she's going out in the afternoon. Okay, now here's one more ionic part. We're now coming to Thingfish. So we've had all these previous plays and scripts and scenarios, many things like Gregory Peccary, Billy the Mountain, Hunch and Toot, early Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, Hertzberg and Buddy doing P&E conversion, all this stuff. And we finally come to Thingfish. We've done 259 pages out of a 350. So there's 40, there's about 90 pages left.
It's interesting because McLuhan always compare humans with the fish in the water that doesn't know what water is or what's going on in this environment.
Okay, so here, I'm not going to read all the script, but I'm going to give you the important points. So it ends with Frank saying, "I have been invented by legions of tiny, hateful people. I know only what they know." Then we know Moon's dad writes this. What I'm going to read next is written by Moon's dad. The Thingfish exterior flies out, revealing the theater interior and the set for the opening. A small cabaret stage with its own curtain and footlights. Seated around it are a group of conservatively dressed first-nighters, fondling their playbills. The back curtain is limbo black. Harry, the guy with the word processor, now in a tux, and his wife Rhonda, in a stylish suit with a fox collar, enter right and make their way toward two of the three empty seats in the front of the cabaret stage. So they're showing a play within a play. I think that's what's happening here. Francesco takes the seat opposite them. Frank rolls in. That's the robot. Watch, the robot's in a wheelchair. In some kind of chair, right? Yeah, he's rolling around. Frank rolls in unnoticed by the little audience and positions himself behind Francesco. The stage lights dim as if the show were beginning. We hear the Thingfish music blast out from a pre-recorded digital tape. The cabaret curtain rises. Seated on the stage, we see Thingfish himself lecturing to a tiny potato-headed dummy named Sister Abdullah X. On either side of the cabaret stage, the characters and events described in Thingfish narration appear, miming a reenactment of the text. We see the evil prince, who looks suspiciously like a Christian Republican version of Shemp. So Shemp never made it back to 1770. He turns into the evil prince. Maybe. We see a group of country western musicians who bear a strong resemblance to the rentable Dutch midgets. We see the prison warden, Shirley Stoller, and I don't know who that is, and the prison inmates who will eventually become transformed. So, basically what happens is the government is trying out an AIDS-like monster virus, and they do it on the Thingfish and his fellow inmates. But they somehow eat something before the virus can take effect, and they don't get affected. And the rest of the world is going to get affected and die, and the mammy nuns stay alive. They got the drops. It protected them from the plague that was coming.
Yeah.
And this is the scenario of the play. Talk about predicting the Ionic. So maybe just to give you I'll just read a bit of it. Okay. So Thingfish says, this is the beginning of the play, so to speak. Once upon a time, must have been around October, a few years back, one of those top-secret laboratories the government keeps stashed away underneath Virginia, an evil prince, occasionally employed as a part-time theatrical criticizer, set to working on a plot to the systematic genocidal removalance of all unwanted, highly rhythmic individuals and sissy boys. The cocksucker done whiffed up a secret potion, and right along with it, the atrocious idea that what he'd been boiling up down there just might be the final solution to the white man's boydin.
if you acquire my drift. Now, didn't we already deal with the end of... no, maybe I'm just mixing up with my own reading ahead. Yeah, okay, forget that. So, Thingfish says, well, he, the evil prince, he was sure he had a good thing going, but there was always the possibility that something might fuck up. So he planned to have a little test, just to check it out all before he dumped it on the water supply. Shortly then after, with high-level government corroboration, he arranged to have a goodwill visit to San Quentin, along with some country western musicians, and sprinkle a little bit of it on some of the boys in there, since they done used a few of them before when they was messing with the syphilis. That's a famous story. Back in the 30s, the government, gave some black prisoners syphilis. You remember that, right? In Tupamanga or someplace. Tuskegee?
Tuskegee, yes.
Yeah. All blacks know that story, right? And they resent white man for that for the last 70 years, right? You guys hate the white guys for what they did to the black prisoners. Killed them off with their, whatever they were, I can't remember what they were experimenting with. So here's a replay in San Quentin. So here they come with the potion. Dumped it all in the mashed potatoes. Then they wind up. I'm reading it as it's written. Then they went up to the warden's office for some hot toddy, watching a little football while they was waiting to see what going to happen. Fact of the matter were, nothing happened. So they went off and dribbled it in a special shipment of Galut Colonia that went out boats November. Next thing you know, fagnets be dropping off like flies, along with a large number of severely tanned individuals, presumably of Haitian extractment. Then the dancers representing the convicts used for testing disappear behind the cabaret stage. Thingfish continues, but not the boys in the rest home. Oh no, mixing this shit with the mashed potatoes done smooth it out a little, so as it wouldn't kill your ass, but it sure would make you ugly. And if you was already ugly, it'd make your ass mean and ugly. And if you was already mean and ugly, it'd turn you into a strange, unknown creature never before seen on Broadway. That's right. It'd turn you into a mammy nun. So you get turned into a ugly thing, or then a mean. Right. Then you turn into Roxy's mother. A mammy nun is the nuns who started the convent 150 years ago in Mexico. Roxy's great aunt. So yeah, you turn into an unknown creature. All right, that's right. It turned you into a mammy nun. Head like a potato, lips like a duck. Big old hands puffing up. Big ones. Science. Let's see, what's this mean? Lips like the duck, big old hands puffing up. Big hands, he repeats it. Big hands, big ones. And then he goes, science. Yells that out. And then he goes, medieval religious costume all over your body. Yeah, that's the nunnery costumery. Yo, wow. Oh, yeah, Francesco says to the robot Frank, okay, robot Frank is back in. What language is this? Frank says, it is a pseudo-Negrocious dialect, or Negrocious. It's a pseudo-Negrocious dialect originated by an actor named Tim Moore in the... Are you laughing with, you know who Tim Moore is? Does that mean anything?
No, I'm just laughing. No, I'm laughing at the name, Negrocious.
Is this politically incorrect? Could this ever get performed on Broadway? What do you think?
Probably not.
At least, maybe some African Americans would like it, but there's always going to be a gang that doesn't like it, and they're growing in numbers, right? So they're dangerous because they're not cool. They're like those students. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Are you up on that, Bert?
Yes, I've read some of it.
Yeah, you've seen them go.
It's pretty. I think they had something at a university a couple weeks ago or something. Yes, but
yeah, they invaded a library. You can see it on YouTube. They invaded the library, made a lot of noise. Okay, So what language is this, says Francesco de Robot Frank? It's a pseudo-Negrocious dialect originated by an actor named Tim Moore in the TV version of Amos and Andy. He was severely punished for it. The NAACP made him pay for his own one-way ticket to Fresno. It is the tradition in America to reward artistry with contempt and ignorance. No, it's a tradition in America to reward artistry with contempt and ignorance with outrageous praise. Americans live in terror of excellence and will do anything to avoid contact with it. Those who attempt it are murdered by prolonged exposure to video radiation. So we know how fantastic Zappa's music is. Bert's learned the past couple of years. It's like, no, nobody can do it. It's done, and it's awesome, right? But it's an invisible environment. Everybody thinks Frank's an idiot. They don't want to recognize excellence. And if anybody is doing excellence, it's Frank, to the discipline he creates. So he's really being anti-American by being well-trained and disciplined. Well, at least Frank is saying that. So,
well, I think he was reduced to, in the media, to the artist that was using foul language, and many people just knew that about him. They didn't know anything about his whole work. He was just the one that was obscene or something like that.
Yes. Picture with a toilet. Now, Francesco wants obscurity. There's a part of Frank, he always said he didn't want to be remembered. He was just making the music for himself, and he did it till it ended. So he is part of the Francesco that doesn't want to be analyzed by academics. This is what Gail was mad at.
That's what Ian said. You should do things for your own pleasure. Any other type of aspiration is useless. It's not important. Yeah.
You won't even like what they say about you. Just a minute. I'm taking a break, and I'm eating my remake. Time for me to get rebuilt. I've been working here for hours. As I have a my remake. Bob, I'm eating the Galut Colonia, the stuff that saved the mammy nuns.
But that's a good point what you're doing. This is a good point of what you're doing, Bob, of pointing this out about Zappa, because I am sure that 98% of the people that know Frank Zappa have no idea about this really important, obscure information because he was blackballed, most people know him, he played guitar and he said bad words and sat on the toilet and maybe ate shit. You know? And this is really important. I mean, because the guy's a genius. I mean, thing that Roxana brought when we opened this up, when she was talking about Bach and Stravinsky, and then we led into Zappa of his classical music training. That's something I treasure, that he was the last really real composer of music. Yeah. And he used the electrified music, but then he took it beyond that. But then what we're discovering with this book is that he was using like the whole, what you would say, the mythic. I mean, he's using television. He's using the cliches of the time from, in the 70s and 60s. He used everything, the whole landscape of what most people were exposed to in the 60s. And, I mean, it was like cartoon. I mean, it's just it covered everything. That's what blows my mind. And then everything is intertwined together with his album covers, relates to this book. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's great information.
People understand great art is. Great art, a lot of thought and planning and creating effects and subliminal levels. A lot of genius mental energy goes into it. And he's done all that. And he's showing it. And he totally knows what he is.
He knows that nobody knows who he is, so at best he's a robot. Now, hey, it just hurt me now. He has to be a robot because everybody is a robot. We learned that in the Cat Beefheart versus Grunt People in '69. Everybody was a robot back then. This is 15 years later. Frank has to be, he was replaced because he has a picture of himself in '69. He says, I'd just been killed by the government because I knew too much. So he's including... He's including his own replacement, like he replaced Beefheart and the Grunt People. Who was it? The agent, the government agent.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize this part. Yeah, he's replaced too, and he's hiding out somewheres. He's just like me. He's hiding out. He just moon's dead. And he's creating everything that's unfolding like I do. I sit here and create every day. I create what you guys are going to experience, all your anomalies.
And it's great because he's making fun of all these memes of everything being toxic. Like he says, even video radiation is going to kill you.
Yeah, yeah, video radiation.
And he's really showing how to save yourself in the middle of the vortex. You are feeling yourself with all. How you can digest the cheapness to work with it and not be sunk by the corruption and the decadence of the popular culture.
Of success.
To get something out of it. Yes, I mean, he's like, have fun with that. He's making fun of all these, the music, the woo-wop, doo-wop, and the sisters and all. He's having fun with that. It's okay. But
and he keeps it cheap. Remember, it's all cheap props. It's like a cheesy production. It's like a high school play. You know, it's amateurish. Other than it's so outrageous, it wouldn't be allowed. It's an amateurish high school play that's not allowed to be performed. It's too obscene. And he's making fun of the whole black culture.
Yeah.
Which is what I used to say years ago, that since that Playboy excerpt I published, McLuhan said that the American blacks would be exterminated because they look too good on color TV. Their profile, their facial structure is way better for charisma than he calls it the chiaroscuro of the white face. So, because the blacks have looked charismatic in the 60s, they're going to be exterminated. So Frank knows the blacks are being made. Well, I don't know if he knows this, but the blacks are being made the new gods, and he's going to make fun of them. So I said to Jerry Fialka years ago, one of the agendas of Frank was to make fun of the black the pop culture, which has so much black success in it. You know, from the Supremes. Yeah. Up to Peaches and Herb or whatever their name was. I always remember he was on, in May '79, he was on Dinah Shore, and she interviewed him, and then Peaches and Herb came on. I think that's her name. And a hostility started to happen between them and Frank because they were trying to be successful and glad that Dinah Shore liked him. And Frank's cynicism started to leak out, and they kind of had a bit of an argument. And that's when it hit me. Frank is not fooled by the success that any culture gets. Anybody is falling a victim to the setup. So he's saying the blacks are following the game, and and he didn't support the Led Zeppelin guys making a big deal out of B.B. King. He puts that down. And this is a guy who worked for civil rights, in the 50s. But there's something else going on in America, and he's going to make fun of the black culture. Why is that? It's because they make the perfect music. We're hearing it now. They're making the perfect music, and Frank is considering that a drug. As in any environment, you must destroy whatever is popular.
Makes sense, yes. Yes.
I mean, I'm assuming that this is politically incorrect, all this talk, the way he's making fun of blacks talking. And he says that Tim Moore, he did the TV version of Amos and Andy, and he was punished for it. I don't know if that's true. Let's look that up. Is that the name of the guy? And did he? You probably never heard about it, right?
I've never. I remember Amos and Andy when I was really, really, really young, but in Tim Moore, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never heard that name.
Yeah. So Amos and Andy. See what the world. There, he's a comedian. He was Kingfish. So you got Thingfish and Kingfish.
Okay.
It says he was born in 1887. He died in 58. He was an American vaudevillian and comic actor of the first half of the 20th century. He gained his greatest recognition in the starring role of George Kingfish Stevens in the CBS television series Amos and Andy. He proudly stated, quote, "I've made it a point never to tell a joke on stage that I couldn't tell in front of my mother." So he's a real respectable guy. You know what I mean? He didn't want to be rude. Boxing, vaudeville years, Broadway comedian, television stardom. In 1950, Moore was recommended by his old vaudeville friend Flournoy Miller for the role of George Kingfish Stevens, a role which was voiced on radio by white actor Freeman Gosden. They had white people doing it on the radio. He was called out of retirement by CBS to start a new television adaptation of the radio show Amos and Andy. As the radio series had developed in prior years, the scheming but henpecked Kingfish... What's this? Oh, I guess as it had been developed, the plot was the scheming but henpecked Kingfish had become the central focus of most of the plots. In the television version, Moore played the character more broadly, with louder and more forceful delivery and a distinctive Georgia drawl, exaggerated for comic effect. Moore's Kingfish dominated the calmer and soft-spoken Amos and Andy characters. Early in his career, Moore had developed a con man routine used for many years while in vaudeville. Reworking some aspects of his old act produced the television character Kingfish. Moore, and now this is your idea of the fish fresh out of the water, right? Moore was very popular in the show, and for the first time in his career became a national celebrity, as well as the first African-American to win stardom on television. When leaving a train in Albuquerque to buy some Native American pottery, the proprietor recognized him immediately, saying, You Kingfish. This was the first time it happened in Moore's 52 years in show business. The show aired on primetime TV from June 51 till June 53. So that's during the Korean War. Although quite popular, now look at this. Although quite popular, the series was eventually canceled due to complaints about ethnic stereotyping. Shortly after the television show left the air, there were plans to turn into a vaudeville act in August 53 with Moore, Williams, and Childress playing the same characters. It is not known if this was ever realized. After the series was canceled, it was shown in syndication until 1966, when increasing condemnation and pressure from the NAACP persuaded the show's owners, CBS, which still owns the copyrights, to withdraw it from further exhibition. It was resurrected in the early days of home videotape through public domain video dealers who had acquired episodes from collectors of used 16mm TV prints, although the copyright was never in the public domain. Illegally produced copies continue to be sold over the Internet. The series itself will not be seen on a regular basis again until independent network Rejoice TV began re-airing episodes in 2012. Many of the episodes revolved around Moore's Kingfish character, supported by Ernestine Wade as his level-headed, emotionally strong wife Sapphire, and Amanda Randolph as his openly aggressive mother-in-law, without the participation of Amos or Andy. These Kingfish-only episodes were originally produced as a spin-off series, The Adventures of Kingfish, which made its debut on CBS on January 4th, 1955, but lasted only a few episodes. When the Amos and Andy half hours went into syndication, The Adventures of Kingfish shows were added to the syndicated package under the Amos and Andy series title. In 1956, Moore and his fellow castmates, Spencer Williams, Childress, and Randolph, with their choir, tried a tour of personal appearances as, quote, the TV stars of Amos and Andy, unquote. The tour was halted by CBS, who viewed this as infringing on their exclusivity. Moore and fellow cast members Williams, Childress, and Lee were able to perform for one night in 1957 in Windsor, Ontario. That's where Wyndham Lewis was hanging out in the 40s, apparently without legal action being taken against them. later years, he married his last wife 8 months after Benzonia's death. They had been forming as a comedy team for some time before marrying. This marriage won him considerable publicity thanks to the roast beef scandal of January 58. Moore fired a gunshot in his home because of his mooching in-laws, stepson, stepdaughter, and her husband. when he found that the last of the New Year's roast beef had been eaten by them. Moore related, quote, "These freeloaders have eaten everything in my house. My wife protects them, and every time we talk about it, we get into an argument. The argument got a little loud, and the next thing I knew, the big boy, his stepson Hubbard, jumped out of his chair. I ran upstairs and got out my old pistol. I didn't want to hit anybody. When the police arrived at the home, Moore, pistol still in his belt, told them, quote, 'I'm the old Kingfish, boys. I'm the one you want. I fired that shot. I didn't want to hit anyone, though I could have. Anyway, you should have seen the in-laws scatter when I fired that gun,' unquote. The shot Moore fired hit the china cabinet. He was arrested and charged with assault with a deadly weapon, with police calling him the funniest prisoner in police history." Moore was initially ordered held on $1,000 bond. The judge changed his mind and released Moore on his own recognizance. Tim and his wife reconciled, with Vivian's pleading for the charges to be dropped. Moore entered a not guilty plea before the case went to trial on March 24th. He received a $100 fine and a year's probation as his sentence. When the story broke, local television personality and columnist Paul Coates invited Tim Moore to appear on his KTTD television show. Moore explained the situation in 2 guest appearances. Coates was promptly taken to task for Moore's appearance on his show. "This guy is so controversial." He's like Zappa. They can't nothing. He goes on a TV show, and the TV host gets in trouble for allowing Moore's appearance on his show by Stanley Robertson, a journalist. He went after Coates, a journalist for the African American newspaper. So what you have is chemical body confusion by the blacks. And they don't recognize this is TV body stuff. And they're getting all mixed up, right? It's entertaining, but they say, no, this is a threat to our image of ourselves, at least in the chemical body. A journalist for the American newspaper, the Los Angeles Sentinel, calling Moore disgraceful and labeling the 2 shows with Moore as television's darkest hour. Was he aware of his pun, darkest? Television's darkest hour. Coates replied to his critic in his January 28, 1958 Los Angeles Times column Coates, the guy who had Tim Moore at Kingfish on his TV show, he yells back at the journalist, the black journalist, and he says he calls Moore a pretty wonderful, sincere man, and saying he strongly resented Robertson's attack on Moore, or even on him. Then it said, because of the roast beef scandal, Moore was once more in demand and even received a testimonial tribute dinner from the Friars Club in Beverly Hills. And he appeared on The Tonight Show with Jack Paar. The publicity also won him an extended performance engagement at the legendary Mocambo nightclub. Wow. He died shortly after this. I mean, this is going on in January 29, 58. They probably murdered him. He was getting out of hand. Nobody could understand who was what. Hey, are you the image? Are you Robot Tim Moore, or are you the Moon's dad? January 29, 1958. And he dies a year later, just under a year, December 13th. Died of pulmonary tuberculosis. That's why we don't know anything about him. He's long gone. 4 days after his birthday. There was no money to pay for his hospital care or for his funeral. Moore, having received his final $65 residual payment from Amos and Andy in January 58, a year before. At one time, Moore had made $700 per week. After a large funeral at Mount Sinai Baptist Church, he was buried at Rosedale Cemetery. At the funeral service, 10,000 fans and mourners passed his open coffin. He was given a state funeral. This is pretty good. I wonder if Frank knew this. Is this symbolic of the mixture of bodies? Everything's all mixed up. You know what I mean? The guy's not allowed on TV. He did a disgraceful show making fun of black stereotypes, and then he's given a state funeral. Listen to this. 10,000
30,000 fans and mourners passed his open coffin. Attendees included Groucho Marx, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Louis Armstrong, Tony Curtis, Sidney Poitier, Charlie Barnett, Noble Sissel, Erskine Hawkins, Louis Prima, Freeman Gosden, Charles Correll, Spencer Williams, Alvin Childress, Ernestine Wade, Amanda Randolph, Johnny Lee, Sammy Davis Jr., Eddie Rochester Anderson, he'd be the guy on Jack Benny, Andy Razov, Clarence Muse, Roy Glenn, Monton Moreland, Big Meat Markham, Willie Bryant, Earl Grant. Sammy Davis Jr. later related that Frank Sinatra organized the effort to pay Tim Moore's funeral expenses. Well, wait a minute, that's suspicious. This is the fucking mafia. The racist mafia is celebrating this guy. So that actually cancels all that tribute. It was just done by the mafia who hate blacks, right? I don't the Italians hate blacks or something. So this is organized by Frank Sinatra. They're trying to make a cornier image of blacks, the official black hippie. So I'm suspicious of Frank Sinatra here. Moore's grave. Now look at this. His grave remained unmarked from the time of his burial until 1983. They wouldn't even allow anybody to know where he lived. Fellow comedians Red Fox and George Kirby, remember them, raised funds for a headstone. There's now one marking the graves of Moore and his wife Vivian, who died in 1988, so she lived another 30 years. Let's see. Paying tribute to one of its favorite sons, the Rock Island Public Library held Tim Moore Day on July 16, 2008. Moore's relatives in the area participated by sharing their memories of his life and work. So is that where he grew up? Rock Island, where's that? Yeah, he was born in Rock Island, Illinois, one of 13 children. His father was a night watchman at a brewery. He dropped out of grammar school to work at odd jobs in town and even danced for pennies in the streets with his friend Romeo Washburn. Then he went into vaudeville. So, 1898, he was born 1887. So he went into vaudeville when he was 12 or 11 years old. But that's quite a story.
Yes.
Yes, and it's amazing. Frank Zappa goes and takes this archetype of the funniest prisoner ever and makes him a mutant.
Yeah. It's like Frank. See, Frank worked for civil rights, before everybody else in the 50s. He had integrated bands. He got beat up. So he was into civil rights. But by 10 years later, when everybody's being replaced by robotoids, he knows it's all fucked up. And he's got to bring back the politically incorrect fucking Amos and Andy to collect something. And then he has them being the only ones who survive. They have the RNA drops. They survived the nuclear war. It's a metaphor for Frank. Frank is hated. He's a robot. He never sees anybody, but he makes the greatest art, and he's stuck in this limbo.
Yes, that's one thing in popular culture. They use these extreme archetypes like the cowboy, the Indian, and all these. Yes. The housewives, the battle, the cosmic comedian, battle between good and evil.
The Mexican princess, and cliche.
Yes. And he takes these archetypes and makes them even more extreme, and he goes and says the mommy nuns are these type of black comedians. They will use also this type of archetyping, extreme clown making of themselves. They will paint themselves even. They were black, but they will put this shoe cream on themselves to look even darker, and the white lips to make fun of their features, to exaggerate that even more.
Like you're talking about what happened. You're not talking about Thingfish now. You're talking about what actually happened in history.
No, because the mommy nuns are this.
The same kind of exaggerated. They got duck lips, which is like the white lips of the 1920s. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, they're supposed to be this type of black comedians. They look like Like
well, there were white guys who wore blackface.
Yes,
we didn't see black comedians. We were allowed to see them in the 20s.
But they were also black.
Yeah, you're right. I think they were black. I think you're right.
Exaggerating even more.
Right. Since there was segregation, the blacks weren't allowed to mingle, so they had to make them non-black by making them exaggerated black-faced. Is that what was going on? I mean, maybe it was beyond your time, Bert. You know, it's too.
No, I
you
don't
ever hear any talk about
that?
this?
No, I remember seeing it. Yes, but it's all mixed up, like you said. But
I thought there were white guys who did blackface.
At
but
first,
you're right.
At first
it may
it
have
was.
been black guys. But then it was established as a stereotype. Right, so the black guys had to pretend they were black. They would pretend they were white guys being black. Wow. I think it's, you know, any Zappa fan, they've never probed that Thingfish is about Frank. It's about himself.
Yes. It's about Bob being a black woman.
Good point. I forgot. It's about me. That's right. I'm a black fucking lesbian. That's right. It's about me. Man, the mammy nun. See, I get so confused. I forgot it was about me. Now what? See, I would say I was black on the radio, and I had my reasons. But the culture and the Andrew Amin goes forward to support what I did and tell me other aspects I didn't know about myself. Like we're doing right now. I knew it was a black woman, but I didn't think I was Thingfish. But remember, you have this interview with Ike Willis, which Ike does not like it to be too well known. He thought Gail would come after him, where we talk about Frank and Ike finding out that their neighbor was a scientist who actually made the AIDS virus. Right? The guy figured out that he was part of this secret project, Black Ops. He didn't know he was making AIDS virus, but in retrospect, as more knowledge came out in the middle 80s, he realized that's what he had worked on in the lab back on the East Coast or someplace. And he was Frank's neighbor. And so Frank and Ike are planning to do this Broadway musical, but the real story shows up, and then Frank and Ike have to decide how much they're going to tell the truth. And that's all in this interview with Ike.
Yes.
You know, and Ike says, no, Bob, I'm not going to promote it too much. Could get me in trouble. I don't know what he would say now. I'll have to ask him now that Gail's gone. But the very truth of what he and Ike had to figure out. He says in the interview, they had to figure out how much of what they were told they would put in this. They were already planning this project, but then it got screwed up by the truth coming into it. So he had to make it like totally absurd. And then it actually predicts Ion, the taking of the drops to protect you. Beautiful. Beautiful complexity.
Wow.
Right? Roxy, you still here?
Yes. The way, yes, I was thinking how that was a retrieval of the clowns in Italy. There was this Pierrot figure that was, they would paint themselves white, extreme white, and they would also exaggerate their features, the nose and the red lips.
Right. So he's got this absurd Thingfish image. They're wearing napkins, big hands, ridiculous physical makeup. I wonder where that is, the part where it describes Thingfish. Is it right at the beginning? And it begins with Roxy's mother. The opening section is Aurora and the Duke of York.
The music lesson, the cello lesson by Frank, because he wants
the cello lesson. Oh yeah, right. He wants to.
Lady Aurora.
Aurora.
That's where you got your musical ability, from your father, who was Francesco Zappa. So okay, let's go back to finding out what happened. But yes, note, listeners, go to my website, find and hear the Zappa Ike Willis thing, or email me and ask me, and I'll send it to you, because it is a good interview. And me and Ike make these co-discoveries. He has a bunch of facts. I have other facts. Okay, so Americans. Okay, so Frank is saying Americans live in terror. Robot Frank. Americans live in terror of excellence and will do anything to avoid contact with it. Those who attempt excellence are murdered by prolonged exposure to video radiation. That's almost like if you're talented, you'll be made famous and then suffer the disservice of being famous. That's video radiation. The process has been remarkably effective so far. The committees who administer the program are now preparing to move forward with the final solution to mere competence. So Frank is seeing this as an attack on excellence. Mere competence is now a threat. Once the mere competent have been dispatched, the executive division will celebrate at a religious picnic with beige flags all over the place. The entire Bible will be recited aloud by people who cannot read. Everyone will have a real estate license. They will all be Republicans. So this is his explanation to Francesco that what is this? Reward artistry with contempt and ignorance with outrageous praise. They live in terror of excellence, will do anything to avoid contact with it. And the process, they've kept this thing going for a long time, and the committees who administer the program are now preparing to move forward with the final solution to mere competence. So Frank is actually, Robot Frank thinks there's an actual conspiracy against him and his type, the excellent people. Because once the merely competent have been dispatched, the executive division will celebrate at a religious picnic with beige flags all over the place. The entire Bible will be recited aloud by people who cannot read. Everyone will have a real estate license. They will all be Republicans. Francesco yells, "Madonna, give me a break. What the fuck is this potato guy talking about?" Francesco can't take it. So Francesco can't take it. So Robot Frank says, "The sick motherfucker we spoke of earlier is convinced that a genetic..." So he's talking about Thingfish. "The sick motherfucker we spoke of earlier is convinced that a genetic engineering firm seeking to increase the value of its stock, acting on instructions from an unnamed Christian organization, has undertaken the manufacture and dispersal of an incurable disease in order to punish, as part of a deranged religious doctrine, those members of society which the unnamed group finds distasteful. It is the video Christian extension of the old smallpox on the blanket technique, pioneered by the British when they gave it to the Indians." Francesco yells, "Shep knew about this. He knew all along." Frank says, "The British would have enjoyed delivering a few of those blankets to the Jews, but a postal strike precluded their shipment." Francesco then yells, "Only a Sicilian would write music about this. Porco Dio." Then Thingfish is... So Francesco is outraged and confused. Thingfish is joined on stage by the other Mammy Nuns. That's Mammy Nuns. That's Sister Anne D. Divine. There's a character named Andy Divine. So Sister Anne D. Divine. Sister Algonquin Jane Calhoun. Sister Potato Head Bobby Brown. Sister Jasmine Noxema Tapioca. And Sister Genghis Adonis Osmosis. They appear wearing giant potato head masks with human eyes set in randomly. The lower part of the mask is a custom-molded, flexible duck-bill prosthesis. Their hands are Jolson-style white glove monstrosities. The Mammy Nun costumes resemble the habits of some unknown order from the neck to the waist, with skirts patterned after the blue and white checkered napkin material favored by the lady on the Aunt Jemima pancake box. These are worn by very large, evil-looking male dancers. So they start singing, these Mammy Nuns. They go, "We got talking shoes. We the Mammy Nuns." And it says the Taki shoes are designed to open in the front like a clam when the trigger located at the heel is depressed, revealing day-glow painted mutant toenails. And they're singing, "We is important news, we the Mammy Nuns." The ensemble of Mammy Nuns, it says, the ensemble lifts their skirts, revealing customized lawn jockeys with the outstretched lantern-bearing arm positioned between their legs. Instead of a lantern, the hand of each jockey clutches a showerhead plumbing fixture. On cue, what appears to be piss sprinkles onto Harry and Rhonda and other first-nighters. Dry ice concealed beneath the target area gives the illusion of steam. Frank is rolled to the side of the stage and is operating the pump which produces the fake piss. Francesco laughs and slaps his knee. The first-nighters panic and rush off, leaving Harry and Rhonda soaked and stunned. The ensemble of Mammy Nuns sings, "We sure can dance and sing. We's a lot of fun." Thingfish, do you get... You see, wouldn't people say, what's the point, Frank, of bringing back these cliches? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By 1984, it's relatively integrated in a way. So why bring back this ugliness? And I'm sure he has a good reason. He's talking about the hidden ground of AIDS and Iondom. Something like that. Thingfish. Did you get any on you down there? Ensemble, we's doing everything. We's a lot of fun. Thingfish, how'd you like to use my napkin? The ensemble says, we's doing the buck and wing. We's a lot of fun. We's off at the wall. Thingfish, pointing to his skirt. For those of you unfamiliar with the natkin, this be a natkin. Ensemble, on Broadway. Thingfish, on Broadway, it's a new day. Ensemble, it's a new day. Thingfish, that right, that's what I say. Ensemble, when we say. Thingfish, oh yeah, you both through with my napkin? Ensemble, we be the ones they be calling the Mammy Nuns. Thingfish, we ugly as sin. Ensemble, we be looking good with the napkin on. Thingfish, we got a nasty grin. Ensemble, we be looking good with the napkin on. Thingfish, pointing to Harry. We sure ain't ugly as him. The ensemble. We be looking good. Lord, 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 Lord. We be the Mammy Nuns. Then Thingfish says, step right up, folks, and meet the Mammy Nuns. You two ugly white folks have to excuse the sisters. It's what they put in the mashed potatoes that rendered them incontinent. Anyhow, over here, the scintillating Sister Algonquin Jane Calhoun and the delectable Sister Genghis Adonis Osmosis, along with Sister Potato Head Bobby Brown and the ever-popular Sister Ann D. Devine, and how's about a heartwarming welcome to Sister Jasmine Noxima Tapioca and her unscrutable companion, Sister Abdullah X, and as your host, D. Thingfish. The ensemble on Broadway. It's a new day. So it's a new day because Thingfish is on Broadway. Right? They got rid of all those old Hollywood reruns. It's a new day when we say, we be... So here's Frank is celebrating the impossible. What is that? Concentrated technological something? Wasn't that the impossible? What was that?
Concentrated technological ignorance.
Yeah, that's the impossible. All things are possible through that. So it's possible that Frank could get his play on Broadway. And he's saying that if he does, he revolutionizes Broadway. When we say, says the ensemble, and Thingfish, no, we did that. Okay, we've been looking good. On Broadway, it's a new day, says the ensemble. When we say, we be the ones they be calling the Mammy Nuns. Thingfish, we is dressed to kill. Ensemble, we be looking good. Thingfish, we gives you quite a thrill. Ensemble, we be dancing good. Humanini, himanini, ha. Humanini, humanini, ha. With the dancing skill, with the knacking on, Lord. Now, the Mammy Nuns pose and flex. Thingfish, clutching Abdullah, assumes an Ed Sullivan pose. That's what Sue Bowen mentioned earlier. Spotlighted stage left. Frank rolls away from the piss pump over to Francesco. They watch silently. And Rhonda says in stage whisper, Harry, this is not Dreamgirls. Do you guys know what Dreamgirls is? Is that a famous Broadway thing about black music or something? Motown?
Yes, I think it's like Motown. I think it's like represents
about
the Supremes.
Yeah, right.
Diana Ross.
About the what?
Supreme.
Oh, yeah, both said they're quite the problem.
Yeah, about their fights among themselves. Well, wait a minute. Dream Girls is a Chinese girl group formed in 2011. Okay, well, this is 1984, so I'll have to put it up here. Just see what, I'm just trying to Google it here. See how we can do creative knowledge really fast?
Yes.
You know, I mean, we learn faster. I can look things up.
Yes.
If I actually go back and think of my resources in the 70s and 60s, like you would look things up, but it'd be a major effort. You have to go to the library or something. It was so slow. Okay, Dreamgirls is a Broadway musical with music by Henry Keeger and lyrics by Tom Ian, based upon the show business aspiration and successes of R&B acts such as the Supremes, the Shirelles, James Brown, Jackie Wilson, and others. The musical follows the story of a young female singing trio from Chicago, Illinois, called the Dreams, who become music superstars. So it's about the Motown. So it's the black. So Harry says, this is not, Rhonda says, Harry, this is not Dreamgirls. Harry, they told me it had colored folk in it, Rhonda, and that's always a sure sign of good, solid musical entertainment. How was I supposed to know they'd be this ugly? Rhonda, they pissed on us, Harry. They fucking pissed on us. Look at my fox. Harry, I know. I know, dear, but they pissed on me, too. He did say they were incontinent. Rhonda, just smell this. I think we should get out of here before they do something else to us. Harry, leave now? At these ticket prices? Just hold your horses. It probably wasn't real piss, only theater piss. They probably have a formula, some special stuff. Comes right out of the fur with woolite. Or woolite. Rhonda, what's happened to Broadway, Harry? Used to be you could come to one of these things and the wind would be rushing down the plain, or a fairy on the string would go over the audience. But now, Harry, I ask you, is this entertainment? So here's Frank talking about himself being on Broadway and being the audience being pissed off at him. Harry, you're absolutely correct here. So far, we haven't seen a single good-looking pair of legs, a single sequin-encrusted whatchamacallit, no firm, rounded breasts. This show is a disaster, Rhonda, a complete and utter disaster. Thingfish. Say there. Hey, that's right. Hey, you two ugly white folks over here. As you know, the presence of they're calling the blacks ugly. It's like Civil War. The blacks are calling the white guys ugly. As you know, the presence of carboniferous, hardcore unemployables has generally, in the historical past, guaranteed an evening of uplifting frolic and cavortment. It'd be a shame for you all to miss out on this here one. Got some nice chairs for you, right over here. Harry and Rhonda rise, cross the Thingfish, and sit in the chairs he offers. They are immediately chained to them by the mammies. They capture the white people. So you got a civil war going on here, guys. Harry, beg your pardon, what's going on here? Rhonda, oh, they're touching me, Harry. Harry, do something. They're putting chains on me. Oh, what'll I do? I'll be stuck to the chair. I'll miss intermission. Harry says, they're only theater chains, Rhonda. Just some form of... Rhonda says, these are real goddamn chains, Harry, and they're not going to come off with woolite. Harry, I don't mind the way they feel. They don't bother me, honey. Relax. Go with the flow. Rhonda, Harry, you are an overeducated shithead. Thingfish comes in. Look here, folks. This is only for your own protection. Once we get rolling here, things be happening all over the place that could prove dangerous to persons not previously acquainted with the San Quentin mashed potatoes. Rhonda, I want the wind to come rushing down the plain. I want fairies on a string over the audience. I want real Broadway entertainment. Feathers, spotlights, guilt, hours upon hours of guilt. About my mother, about my father. Rhonda, about brave women suffering at the hands of infantile, insensitive, dominating men. And what do I get? A potato-headed jigaboo with Catholic clothes on. Incomprehensible duck lips, weak bladders draining through abnormally large organs. Jesus, Harry, what the fuck is going on here? Harry, simmer down. If you'll just roll with the punches and don't rock the boat, I'm sure we'll have a lovely evening at the theater. Thingfish, that's right. We got fairies on a string for your ass just... Excuse me, my throat got dry. We got fairies on a string for your ass just a little later. Meanwhile, I believe you all require some updatement on the Colonia situation. Sister Abdullah, express yourself. The ensemble goes, Galut Colonia, Galut, 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 says Thingfish. The killer Colonia. Ensemble, Galut Colonia, and blah, 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 Colonia, the killer Colonia. Thingfish, well, the government did find out rights away. What's this? Well, the government didn't find out rights away about, they didn't find out about the Colonia, or the mashed potatoes. Ensemble, the Mammy Nuns, that's right, the Mammy Nuns, Thingfish. Well, they's too damn excited about the sissies they was knocking off, and working up an uncreatable variety of theoretical scenarios to incredible becomes uncreatable variety of theoretical scenarios to explain away how come the fagnets all be croaking at the same time in November. Thingfish, the month of November. I remember Zappa used to go on, Johnny Carson talk shows and say it was manufactured by the government. He would go that far, manufactured by somebody. I think he might say the government, because it doesn't. You can't have something disappear out of nowhere in 1 month. And he probably said November, and kill all these people, 700 people, and it just not explained how it happened so quickly. So he was puzzled by the story of how it began. So he's talking about that here. He says, the month of November, reeking of tainted colonium, they booked into heavy pseudo-religionist talent to pronunciate the doctrine of biblical retribution. Ensemble, moving the project forward. Thingfish, figuring that to be a show-fi explanation suitable for domestical. Ensemble, assuagement. Talking about the cover story. Are you still there? I heard a click.
Yes.
Yes.
I was thinking how, for example, when they catch the terrorist in Paris, they show the whole thing live, and the criminalistic investigation was shown on TV live, and this is like the new cheapness of is no different from that horrible show Zappa is presenting. Is all this collateral damage of their entertainment. They're going to get pissed off, and they're going to put some crazy thing in your smashed potatoes. and you are consuming this entertainment happily. You don't see how cheap all these effects in all the movies, in all these media really are. It's all illusion, and we are going into this new type of entertainment of the reality show, the reality news, entertaining people, showing how somebody is killed and blown up live.
Now, when did they capture the terrorists? Did something happen recently, or you mean on the same day the bombing happened?
I think
I don't
it was
know the
like
event.
the next day. I haven't seen the thing, but...
Oh, you mean when they caught the girl and blew her up? She got blown up.
Yes, and they were describing, there are pieces of blood and organs everywhere.
That's right, legs all over the street.
And
body parts.
they got into the apartment, and the press was there broadcasting as the people from the police are doing the investigation. They're showing you this type of new entertainment. Oh, look, here's one dead terrorist and the other is blown up and this and that.
Right.
It's just like he's presenting that with the Mammy Nuns pissing on you.
Right.
And that's
abuse
entertainment. Yeah.
So, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Let's see. I think it's pretty amazing that they get protected. And that's the Ionic scenario.
Yeah.
All this crap's going to happen. How far do I go to this? There's a lot of stuff. Goes into the prints. Well, maybe I could read this part. It says, the scene changes to evil Prince Shemp's dungeon. She's now calling the evil Prince Shemp. Dungeon laboratory. Has traditional decor.
featuring as a centerpiece a large aquarium tank housing a preposterous artificial pig made out of soft red vinyl, illuminated in the tank by 4 infrared lamps like the ones they use to keep the French fries warm at Burger King. The pig opens at the top like a grotesque handbag. Inside are hidden yards and yards of fake entrails made from cotton tubing, stuffed with kapok, tied off in segments to make it look lumpy, and dyed in various colors. Dangerous-looking hoses, tubes, and air conditioning ductwork run from an oversized IV bottle labeled Galut Colonia into the pig in the tank. Nearby is an American flag and a photo blow-up of Ronald Reagan with a cowboy hat. So Thingfish says, now, this nasty sucker, he's talking about the evil Prince Shemp, this nasty sucker is the responsible party is the responsible party for the enwiffment of the origamo potion. Through the magic of stagecraft, we be able to see him at work. He now be preparing some ugly shit to make your life even more miserable than it already are, since this batch be resigned to render him immortal. We does not know if it going to work yet, but we can always hope for the best. Flies, now he quotes the famous Zappa mid-70s song, The Torture Never Stops. It's sort of describing the evil prince's torture, which, was being sung 10 years before the play. Flies all green and buzzing, in his dungeon of despair, prisoners grumble and piss they clothes, and scratch they matted hair. A tiny light from a window hole 100 yards away is all they ever gets to know about the regular life in the day. And it stinks so bad, the stone's been choking and weeping greenish drops. There's your fucking RNA drops. In the room where the giant foul puffer awoke him, and the torture never stopped. The torture never stopped. Go on, Abdullah, play that little guitar one more. What? What's the funny part there?
Yeah, the torture never stops. And it's like the vortex is even worse than what McLuhan was presenting, or Adorno, right. Or LaRouche. It's not only the low culture. It's the
Zap is showing it more.
And the viruses.
Zap is updating.
It's even worse than you thought. They putting some substance in your smashed potatoes.
Yep. And, go on, Abdullah. Play that little guitar. Yes, go ahead.
You think you're being entertained, but it's actually a type of torture, of video radiation.
Yeah. And McLuhan wrote that. In Take Today in 72, he talked about torture as entertainment. He laid that out. Entertainment was torture. He talked about the working guys. They had injuries on the job, but the executives, they had the pain of software design respondibleness. So there was a software pain in torture for the management, and a hardware pain for the workers. So flies, okay. Abdullah, play that little guitar play that little guitar one more again. Then Stinkfish says, I smells trouble. He be messing with pig meat here. Motherfucker be rejecting some colonia directly into the duodenum of the unsuspecting victim. Now we're going to see if he's immune to it by eating the dab himself. So he's talking about the prince. He be messing with the pig meat, and he's injecting something into an unsuspecting victim. He's going to see if he's immune to it by eating a dab himself. I think he's saying that the prince ate something. Flies all green and buzzing in his dungeon of despair, an evil prince eats a steaming pig in a chamber right near there. He eat the snouts and the trotter's foist, the loins and the groins it soon respursed. His carving style it well rehoist. He stand and shout, all men be coist, all men be coist. And disagree, well no one durst. He be best, of course, of all the voice. Some wrong being done, he done it foist. And he stinks so bad his bones been choking and weeping greenish drops. And in the vat of Colonia, where the disease be burling up, burling meaning boiling, and boiling up. Doors open all over the dungeon, and Broadway zombies emerge. There's a Peter Pan zombie, a Hello Dolly zombie, an Oklahoma zombie, and an Annie zombie with her zombie dog. These are large puppets operated by dancers in black. The evil prince performs an assortment of disgusting experiments on them with medieval tongs and tweezers. And Thinkfish speaks, whoa, do yourself a favor and don't use it. Ooh, look at these ugly suckers. Boy, when white folks come back from being dead, they sure get scary looking. So the zombie, Peter Pan, Hello Dolly, Annie, Oklahoma are all very ugly, uglier than Thinkfish. Boy, when white folks come back from being dead, they sure get scary looking. But don't take their appearance too seriously, people, because they say this is the sort of folks that belongs on Broadway. So the Broadway zombies collect around the evil prince, who suddenly suspects the presence of an intruder. After taking a large bite from an onion, he sings some stupid song. I'm not going to go through all the lyrics. The Broadway zombies respond by slightly reenacting the greatest moments from their famous shows. And Rhonda freaks out. The evil prince reaches into the bowels of the ravaged experimental pig and gorges himself on the raw entrails, tossing scraps to the Broadway zombies. Francesco has made the acquaintance of the Hello Dolly zombie puppet, taken aside and is trying to fuck it. So Francesco's trying to fuck the Hello Dolly zombie. Frank has rolled away unnoticed. Then Rhonda and Harry yell and scream for a while at each other, and Thingfish is sort of trying to offer advice. Sister Andy Divine and Sister Genghis Adonis Osmosis clamp electrodes on Harry and Rhonda. The other sisters re-enter with a pair of stuffed dummies used to illustrate the song text in a bizarre sort of a Bunraku first aid demonstration. Francesco is finished with his zombie and watches the action from the sidelines. So a lot of singing, and they hand dummy number 1 to Francesco, who studies his workmanship, and introduce dummy number 2 to Harry and Rhonda. Their torture chairs on a rolling platform are wheeled to center stage. The action takes place all around them. So it's about this black guy who tries to be a white man. He becomes an executive, and what's this? Yeah, do you know what you are? That what I asked you. You are what you is what you am, and that the truth. The cow don't make ham, I mean that now. You ain't what you're not even hardly. So see what you got, and you got a lot of looking to do, Junior. You are what you is, that entirely too correct. So Zappa's making fun of black people who try to do well in the white world and kind of lose their whatever they're supposed to have, their root culture. Like the black guy learns to play golf. So they hand dummy number 1 to Francesco, who studies his workmanship. And I guess we did that. And introduce dummy 2 to Harry and Rhonda. Their torture chairs on a rolling platform are wheeled to center stage. The action takes place all around them. Here's what the song is. A foolish young man of the Negro persuasion devoted his life to become a Caucasian. He stopped eating pork. He stopped eating greens. He traded his dashiki for some Jordache jeans. He learned to play golf, and he got a good score. He got a good score, and now he says to himself, I ain't no nignant. I ain't no nignant. That's spelled N-I-G-N-I-N-T. Nignant. I ain't no nignant. And Samba goes, no more, hey, hey, hey. Thingfish goes, 1 Adam 12, seated indignant with the knife. Proceed with caution. Knife baby open. Harry runs away. Who is who? I don't know. I just don't know. Why is this? That's a funny pronunciation if I've ever heard one. If you don't like words, you get that word. What you has got, the word is not. Appropriate. Drop it in the dirt. Drop it. I can smell it now. Someone else here to come. I told you he was coming. It's just on ongoing lyrics, which are songs on Zappa's albums.
Ensemble goes, you are what you is. And then Sister Algonquin goes, I'm the kind of guy. Ensemble, you is what you am. Sister Algonquin, that ought to be driving. A cow don't make hand. A 450, I should be driving a 450 SLC. So he's going to become a truck driver. All right. Then they go down to the Mud Club. Harry and Rhonda are released from their chairs. Apparently, a thrilling transformation has taken place. They leap up energetically and begin to dance, a horrible combination of twisting and frugging. Francesco scratches his head. As the lyrics indicate, the scene changes to the interior of a tragically dated new wave nightclub, complete with abstract denizens performing the actions described below. So there's some scenes of the Mud Club, and then Quentin Robert de Namelin shows up. So even the Dutch of York, Lady Aurora, the Dutch Midgets, and the Sicilian Elephant Man re-enter and join the dancing in the Mud Club. Thingfish says, from when they come downtown from the ruins of Studio 54 to twist and frug in an arrogant gesture to the best of what the 20th century have to offer, including a generous supply of Ignorant McNugget. Quentin Robert de Namelin is down there right now with a whole face full of Ignorant McNugget, looking for a virgin with nice breath. Maybe it's you. And they go on singing, celebrating the club, and they're working the wall, and they're working the pipe. And in the last line, the assembly says, in serious pain. That's chapter 10. Chapter 9. Now we go to chapter 10. Through the magic of stagecraft, the nightclub panels turn and shift, changing the scene to the interior of the Quentin Robert de Namelin Video Chapel of Economic Worship. The new wave denizens shed bits of costumery and wigs, becoming dazed, worshipful video Christians. The Duke of York removes his sport frock, turns his wig round, and becomes Quentin Robert de Namelin. Lady Aurora undoes her Velcro fasteners and stands revealed as Opal, Quentin's video religious, phone call answering, whimpering weasel of a wife. Thingfish says, welcome to the Quentin Robert de Namelin Video Chapel of Economic Worship. And then they sing the Zappa song. Some take the Bible for what it's worth when it says that the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, I heard that some sheik has bought New Jersey last week, and you suckers ain't getting doodly. Is all the mammies really wrong if we's wandering around with the knacking on, big old lips like a duck while we singing this song? Evil prince people, he can't do nothing. You say your life's a bum deal and you up against a wall. Well, peoples, you ain't even got no kind of deal at all. It goes on and on and on with Zappa cynicism. And then we get to a scene. The scene changes to a pair of adjoining rooms at the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. The video Christian audience exits. In one room, Quentin Robert de Namelin strips to his boxer shorts and fondles a rubber love doll dressed as a waitress. In the adjoining room, Opal drinks from a bottle of Jack Daniels while preparing to administer an enema to a freshly captured bellboy, already mounted in a torture rack with his pants down. Thingfish says, that's right, folks. We're talking to hypocritical Jesus jerking of paradise they call Las Vegas, Nevada. Quentin done booked in for some clandestine recreation with a semi-deflatable woman of easy virtue, since that devotes the onlyest kind of bitch to be able to tolerate the motherfucker's hairspray. Being just like most of the other nasty cocksuckers in the video religion industry, Quentin know a good thing when he see one, and this ugly rubber waitress looked to him like a dream come true, especially since his TV wife Opal, be in the next room drinking Jack Daniels and putting the hurts on some ignorant bellboy. Eventually, when all the pluking and thrashing be done with, the bellboy, who turned out to be an illegitimate son of the video preacher, going to take a job at a gas station in New Jersey. So the bellboy is the son of Quentin. And the blow-up dolly going to come to life and fall in love with the junior wimp who's getting ready to appear over in the corner there. Yeah, we mentioned that. Someone the other day, that the rubber doll becomes a person. Harry, as a boy, appears at the left and walks to center stage in a lovely spotlight, while Quentin and Opal continue their business. So then, Thingfish, let's meet the little sucker now while he's still young. Harry is a boy. Because for all y'all knows that because for y'all knows it, he'd be reaching adulthood and marry some bitch named Rhonda. And by that time, he's going to become what they call an overeducated shithead. Then Francesco and the adult Harry and Rhonda watch this, totally baffled. So Harry and Rhonda are watching Thingfish grow Rhonda. They're watching themselves being grown, right? Did you get that? Rhonda says, Harry, is that you as a boy? Rhonda says, Harry, is that you as a boy? Harry says, why? It must be. He's so charming and sweet and likable. Thingfish. Harry's a boy. Come over here and say a few words to the nice peoples. Harry's a boy. Hi, folks. Nice to be here. Thingfish. I'm sure there'll be lots of folks like to know what your plans are, how you intend to go about this incredibly serious business of growing up in America. Harry's a boy says, well, I plan on making a few mistakes, having my heart broken and so forth, using all kinds of drugs and turning gay as soon as possible in order to accelerate my rise to the top of the heap. Thingfish says, tremendous, Harry's a boy, simply tremendous. You practice up for it with anybody in particular now? Harry's a boy. I can't afford to study with anyone yet, since the bulk of my allowance goes for glue and Grateful Dead tickets. But soon I hope to be on my knees in a real homo bathhouse. Maybe when my folks go on vacation. Thingfish, ain't you the clever one? Tell us, Harry's a boy, how'd you recite? No. Tell us, Harry's a boy, how'd you recite or decide upon this here lifestyle being the one for you? Harry's a boy. It was pretty simple, really. I lost all desire for intercourse with females when they started carrying those briefcases and wearing suits and ties. Rhonda goes, what? Harry's a boy says, let's face it, that would be like fucking a slightly more voluptuous version of somebody's father. I'm far too sensitive for such a traumatic experience. Thingfish says, you means the women's liberation movement done created the uncontrollable urgement to play dingle, dingle, dangle with the personal equipment of your own gender? Harry is a boy. To a degree, I mean, look, I'm not stupid. I know it's all a thoroughly workable government-sponsored program to control the population explosion, and just like every other American, I'm too concerned with my own personal health and well-being to think of devoting any of my precious time to something as boring as reproduction. Rhonda, Harry, I used to think you were merely an overeducated shithead, but now that I finally have proof, it's going to give me great pleasure to refer to you as an overeducated cocksucker. Harry, well, to be honest with you, dearest, I sort of gulp. Rhonda, where's the fairies on the string, Harry? Huh? Riddle me this. Thingfish says, easy there, white folks. I told you I'll be getting you fairies after a while. And you know that sort of thing take a little time to wake up to in your Broadway Stitch situation. Mammy, step forward and hep the little cocksucker out. The mammies, ineptly disguised as the village people, mount a flying harness on Harry as a boy. As he's hoisted aloft, they sing, he's so gay, he's so gay, he's very, very gay, and he likes to be that way with his keys on the right. He's into rubber every night. He's so gay, he's almost everyone today. Brown Moses, bearing a disturbance resemblance to the picture on the front of the Uncle Ben's rice box, enters and watches from the side, ad-libbing a commentary to the mammy's lyrics while Harry's a boy whizzes over his head. Now, I just want to go check something. Uncle Ben's rice box. Is there such a thing? I guess if there's Aunt Jemima,
yes,
must be Uncle Ben. So, yes, the lyrics are right. So gay. Right. Okay. He's so gay becomes he's so okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's got a role he wants to play. He's okay. He's just a cowboy for a day. Of course, his evening's not complete without some meat in the seat. Let's skate away down Santa Monica today. Maybe he wants a little spanking. Maybe he'll eat a little chain. Maybe his lover should be thanking him for the way he makes it sprinkle into drops of golden rain. He's so gay. He's so gay. He rules the city in a way, you could say. It's sort of different today. All the taffeta and chintz and every leather boy's a prince. Hey, hey, hey. Please don't look the other way. You could be just like him tomorrow. Maybe you'll get a chance to borrow his bouquet. And maybe later we'll all be gay. Do you really want to hurt me? You know that George song? George. You remember that George guy? Anyways, as Quentin's rubber waitress. Okay, so as Quentin is lowered to the stage and disconnected from the harness, Quentin's rubber waitress enters, apparently smitten by Harry as a boy. While the mammies remove their disguises, she approaches, attempting to charm him with her ever-open mouth and neat plastic hair. English says, that's quite a massive improvement, darling. Just a few moments ago, you was well on your way to being severely ugly. Now, through the magic of stagecraft, the blobulence of your blobulence done reciprocated to a respectable reclusium. Yeah, science. She attempts to caress Harry as a boy. Thingfish to Harry and Rhonda. If you all don't mind me saying so, I believe it's about time for your pathetical miniaturized replicas to fall in love. After all, this little sucker already been full of glue, homosexual extrusiums, and army food. Nothing left for him to do except get catched by this little stinker over here. Remember, we's on Broadway. Motherfucker be buying them tickets once a little...
Hello?
Hello?
What happened? What happened? Bob?
Must have got cut off.
Thanks, Bob.
It might take him a while because he was reading.
Yes, it's quite funny, I think.
Yes, it is.
All these characters, the robots, the monsters, the mutants.
Yeah, Frank was quite busy doing this. I mean, just think he was doing music and this at the same time, so he was really filled with a lot of energy to do his music and then outline this book with all these different characters and the dialogue between the characters. It's amazing.
Yes, I think he worked non-stop all the time. He was doing something, remixing or vomiting something new.
That's right.
Yay!
I'm back. I think I got knocked off.
Yeah,
what was the last bit you heard? What was
somebody got him tickets.
Yes.
Right. Let me.
And then you.
Tickets? Did you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Remember, this is Broadway and something like it.
Oh yeah. So. The rubber girl. You remember that deblobulence of the blobulence done reciprocated to respectable reclusium, right? You heard that part.
Yes.
And then Thingfish says to Harry and Rhonda, if you all don't mind me saying so, I believe it's about time for your pathetical miniaturized replicas to fall in love. After all, this little sucker already been full of glue, homosexual extrusiums, and army food. Nothing left for him to do except get catched by this little stinker over here. Remember, we's on Broadway. Motherfucker be buying them tickets once a little heart, a little soul, and some titty too, if they can get it. So let's get you all in position here and get this silly business over with. Y'all's taking too goddamn long to grow up in America. Harry is a boy. I suppose you're right, Mr. Thingfish, but you have to admit, this is a rather awkward situation. Harry, that's right. Stagecraft is one thing. This is not Harry's a boy. This is older Harry. That's right. Stagecraft is one thing, but this is ridiculous. Where did that stimulating little replica come from anyway? Rhonda says, that's a good question, Harry. Don't let him wiggle out of it. Hound him mercilessly until you receive a suitable answer. Mercilessly. She's got mercifully. Contradiction. Full and then less. Harry, now, just hold yourself in abeyance, Rhonda. I'll handle this. Look here, Mr. Potato Head. What's the meaning of all this? Do you realize what you're asking my replica to do?
Do you expect him to literally fall in love in front of all these people with that artificial Rhonda over there? So Frank's writing the plot, and he doesn't know what to write next. He's saying, just hold yourself in abeyance there. Look here, Mr. Potato Head, what's the meaning of all this? Do you realize what you're asking my replicant to do? Do you expect...
I was thinking, I remember my mother was in shock that this, I think it was Rock Hudson.
When he
was the name
gay,
of that actor. Yeah. That he was gay, and I think he died of AIDS or something like that, and my mom was completely shocked because that was like the hunk. But
of her life.
Frank is showing that these ideal Hollywood couples are actually like that. The actors are gay and the women are just like plastic sex dolls. And this is what we should aspire to be.
You know, when we were with Frank in 1988, and we done the 3.5-hour interview, and then we did the 3.5-hour unrecorded thing. At one point, Frank, he just went over to the water cooler and was getting a drink, and he had this sort of very private, disgusted look, and he says, "You know, I know all these people." He shakes his head. Like, I don't know what we were talking about, people in Hollywood or something, but he says, I know all these people. And he shakes his head like he was just totally disgusted with the world he had to live in there in L.A. You know what I mean? I always remember that. He didn't say anything. He just shook his head like, man, it's fucked. You know, these people, you remind me of that. They're all plastic dolls and gay boys pretending they're heteros.
The public just sees the kingfish, but he's like a mutant fish or a very sick character.
Just a minute. I'm going to have something to chew here for a second. You can carry on. Take over my talking responsibilities, Bert. You talk, Bert. Move your mouth.
Like I was telling Roxanna, I'm amazed at how the depth of the characters of, just think Frank we know as a musician, but if you look at this play, the depth and the humor outline his characters. He was a very busy man. Very busy.
Yes, he was always, like remember, the robot says that the Frank that Francesco wants to meet is not going to meet. He says he doesn't socialize with anybody. Just stays in his laboratory. Just keeps working.
Yes. And you see this in the outline of this play. I mean, he just really, the depth, the humor, and he's all alone trying to prove a point about how the black people were exploited by this newfound fame of wanting to become famous.
Right.
So it's
yes, and we all see the illusion as the American dream, which is it's only an illusion and very cheap. It's only cheap effects, and
but see that's what 1984. This is the Reagan era, the final. Frank writes about in his book the effort to be the perfect America in the 80s. It all falls apart in the end of the 90s with Clinton and the Lewinsky scandal, and then muckraking TMZ journalism takes over. It started with OJ in '95, and then there were no secrets, and then everybody was announcing they were gay and lesbian and a racist or whatever targeted group they were looking for. They'd gladly announce their idiocy, and then they get attention that way. They get gigs like Anna Nicole Smith or any other whack job that was running around. They totally flipped by the Bush era. By 2005, nobody's hiding anything back, and they're actually trying to look as crazy as possible. Right? You get what I'm saying there?
Yes.
Zappa's criticizing the last effort to make America look normal in the Reagan era. Reagan retreats small-town values. And nobody's living like that way, actually, and Frank is showing that, but they're all pretending there's still a white, hetero world going on.
Well, he's showing how sick the environment really is, the characters, all monsters, zombies, robots.
Right.
But
they're trying to keep a front up. There's no front being kept up now. Where's the front? Who's what? Well, there's not even nobody's paying attention. They're too busy creating their own scene. There's no centralized TV body icon that people are trying to match up with. That's Donald Trump. Just comes out and starts just yelling and screaming, and he becomes the most popular guy.
And that's the situation where we are thinking in the vortex, and Ion has to show up to be the barrel and take us out.
Yeah, that's how bad it was. Frank is showing how bad it was, how far along we'd gone, so that in the end, heaven would cancel itself. You realize how serious the situation is? That fucking heaven dropped out. Heaven gave up the ghost and is trying to hang around here at Dobbstown. That's pretty fucking bad. I mean, we can't even get anybody to even understand the idea of what happened.
Yes, it's like the true story is like we fell, really. Now we're trying to say that. Can you believe my story? Shaky.
Another thing is, Ion showed up in 2009. By 2014, he's given up. And you've noticed what Ion's been saying the last couple of years. We told you how to do it. We gave you the chip body. You didn't do fuck all. You didn't take over. So we're going to have to take over. And we don't give a fuck about you anymore. You're over. Get happier. Get out. I mean, Ion ran the revolution for a few years and then gave up. Have you heard that part of Ion? Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yes. First he was talking to everybody, but then he said, okay, there's only 1% people listening.
Yeah, it was like I was
only
naive.
A few made it to the
license. Yeah, so we grabbed the barrel and we survived. But most people jumped on the masthead and went down with the ship. But it's like Ion was naive. He came in all happy and blissed out, being the environment of the Gulf, and ran a revolution for 6 months. Kept it going for another few months. Then realized none of the humans got it, and Ion wasn't that great of a communicator, and it didn't work. And so he says, "Fuck it, we'll take over." Take a few with us.
Yeah.
I think he was saying that on Rewrite last week.
Yeah.
What?
They said they don't care. They said they don't care.
They said that last week on Rewrite, didn't they?
Yes, they don't care. If you get it.
And that was the last Rewrite. That was number 41.
Yes.
That was November 23rd. That was right before Ion stopped. So Ion did come back. Why did Ion come back? Well, maybe because I did the Herculean 6-day sleepless marathon. One person. It's like, doesn't God say, if I find one honest person, Sodom and Gomorrah, I'll save the damn city? Well, one guy showed up and did the 6 days of impossible, whatever I did, and I said, all right, you got one human being that's really cool, I'll come back. So Ion stayed on for almost 2 more years, and then, well, we don't know, we can't say that's what's happening right now, but it looks like some kind of break has been taken, because it's been almost 2 months now. Anyways, I made the effort. I got him back. I inspired the Guff, but then I failed, I guess. Or you guys failed to get the message. I don't know. Ion started communicating with silent silent frequencies.
Yes. So, what do we do now, Captain?
Wait it out. Don't worry. Everybody be back. Let me just see what it says here. How are they? Oh, yeah, Boy George. People are answering some of our questions. Bobby Brown goes down. You are what you is. Leon says, ha, 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 it's so hard to find the real Zappa. Jim Bob says, could it be said that Frank's entire collection of songs, his body work, comes out of one huge libretto? Yes, you could say that. Robert says, life is a similar story of James Dean, photographer, between L.A. and New York. Don't know what that means. And then Jim Bob says, James Dean died inside of a Spider Porsche 550. Inside of a Spider Porsche 550. Why does Robert say life is a similar story of James Dean, photographer, between L.A. and New York? Was he a photographer? Anyways, what do we do here? We must plow on forward. Still got another 40 pages. How can I get through this without taking too long?
Well, it's fun. I'm enjoying everything. It's really fun.
Yeah, okay, so we're at, basically, Harry and Rhonda keep fighting, and they want to get back to the evil prince and see what the fuck we're going to do about him, says Thingfish. They basically all start fucking each other. All of them. Sister Abdullah wants to fuck somebody. Harry, as a boy, minces his way toward artificial Rhonda. The mammies laugh up their sleeves. Francesco reads the April 84 issue of Hustler. The April 84 issue of Hustler, I have that, has a whole layout of Thingfish. Has a lot of stage pictures, the sets are in the April 84 issue of Hustler. And that's right before we go on CKLN. We go on CKLN at the end of August, early September 84. So now I get to the final. A lot of fucking. Everybody's fucking each other, flirting, teasing. So then we come to the last chapter, and it says, we hear a slow dirge over which the mammies chant a twisted variation of the syllables being sung by a computer-generated voice. We hear a slow dirge over which the mammies chant a twisted variation of the syllables being sung by a computer-generated voice. We are once again in the yard in front of Francesca's New Jersey bungalow. The manger is still occupied by the ugly little baby. We now recognize that it has artificial Rhonda's face. The baby has artificial Rhonda's face in Robert de Nameland's enormous white video religious pompadour. Standing attentively on either side, in the Duke of York and Lady Aurora's original positions, we see Harry as a boy and the artificial Rhonda, wearing low-budget Christmas pageant Holy Land robes. Francesco watches them through red plastic binoculars from the bungalow window. The computer-generated speech program is the voice of the ugly little infant known as the crabgrass baby. He starts quoting stuff from Lumpy Gravy. So Crabgrass baby says, stroke me, Pompadour, 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 stroke me, Pompadour, father. Stroke it nicely while I tell you about the problems I'm having with my car and my girlfriend. Ooh, the white man's burden. He and her girlfriend used to go out and booze it up and tear up the upholstery, rip the seats completely out, and so I got a 56 Olds. This is actual lines from Lumpy Gravy, 1967. About the time I got it running decently, she got in and wrecked the trans, tore it completely up. So I had to get another Oldsmobile. Either that or go to Tijuana or go down to Brown Moses way down in Egypt land. It's so hard on a child when his car is fucked up. Buy me a Volvo, father. And then Harry is talking, isn't this terrific, artificial Rhonda?
Thingfish says Harry's a boy's got a problem. How about a nice round of applause for the 3 wise mammies coming at you out of the number 5. Sister Algonquin, Jane Cahoon, Sister Genghis Adonis Osmosis, and Sister Andy Divine enter draped with bits of wise men costumery. And they sing about the white boy troubles. And these things are screwing each other. Quentin, I think, is screwing the doll. So Thingfish says, might as well stop complaining, boy. The damage been done. Leastways, you all can pretend to be some kind of daddy. Your rubber bitch ain't going to change no diapers. You said you all was incredibly happy. Enjoy it while you got it, boy. This shit going to hit the fan in a minute. Harry's a boy. What? Something bad is going to happen? Thingfish, you figure it out. Judging from the intellectual expression on your beloved's ignorant face, the bitch going to be contemplating a career of her own. See that? Look like she got her one good eye on a briefcase and a tweed sport coat down the mall somewheres. During the intromission, few of the sisters seen her attending a consciousness-raising meeting over at the Hiltum. That's right. Bitch passed up the mashed potatoes and took off with the high school cafeteria butch. Or high school cafeteria butch. Francesco opens the bungalow door and stands on the porch still watching through the binoculars. Thingfish says, making matters worse, the Italian that be owning your nativity bungalow been wondering about the hanky and the panky between you and them 2 concrete flamingos over by the steps. You've been messing with the state bird of New Jersey, motherfucker. That can get you 5 to life in this vicinity. If you want a little friendly vice boy, I'd be growing my ass up a little quicker and whiz on out of here. Leave the ugly baby in the crabgrass, snatch up your wretched excuse for a woman, and climb up on the heap. Get yourself, what is that? Leave the ugly baby in the crabgrass. Snatch up your wretched excuse for a woman, and climb on up the heap. Get yourself a job driving a truck full of string beans to Utah. Make something out of yourself so as you can afford a ticket to Mammy Nun's show. Then we can piss all over the adulterated wimp you're going to become and get the shit rolling again. The crabgrass baby flies out on a string. The nativity scene exit left. Francesco's bungalow exit right. This reveals a stage split in 2, with one side being a perspectivized truck stop diner and the other side a perspectivized highway with a perspectivized string bean truck waiting for Harry's a boy to climb in. Artificial Rhonda takes a job as a waitress at the diner with an illuminated sign reading Hawaiian lunch. The former video Christians are her customers. Quentin Robert de Nameland appears, attempting to rekindle the flames of love in a rubber heart. Thingfish says, woo, look at that, a big old truck and a box and no-dos. And over there, a crazy old diner where your rubber bitch can reassume part-time employment in her former profession, slinging hash in the direction of the blue-collar community. So then there's a song called No Not Now, goes along singing the song. Thingfish eventually says, this the Mammy Nun show, folks. Anything can happen. Shut up. You need a vacation, boy. You got the white line fever. Couple of donuts and some cowboy music fix you right up. Breaker, breaker. Get down with the comeback. Sleepy wimp seek lasting relationship with anally oriented aluminum siding salesman. And more singing. Takes up a lot of pages. String beans to Utah. String beans to Utah. Deliver string beans to Utah tonight. Donnie and Marie can both take a bite. No, not now. She changed her mind. She the best in town. The whole bull, the hamdol, the whole damn thing, the best in town. The inflated duplicate is whisked upward out of sight. Francesco's bungalow and the nativity box reappear. The manger is empty. Thingfish and Abdullah lurk in the corner of the creche as it slides in. Harry, in S&M submissive gear, is kneeling before them. Rhonda enters left, wrist to forehead, suffering magnificently, dressed in a Santa Claus costume. Under it, she wears a rubberized bodysuit with pornographically exaggerated tits and ass, designed to look like the artificial Rhonda body, carried to its most alluring extreme, including a tasteful thatch of bright red Raggedy Ann yarn at the crotch. Basically, it looks like Rhonda is trying to get Harry's attention, because Harry's off with somebody and Harry's a boys with artificial Rhonda. But artificial Rhonda does grow up into Rhonda. Okay. Harry snatches Sister Abdullah X away from Thingfish, bashing himself with it in an irrational manner. Rhonda unzips the Santa Claus costume, revealing the rubber bodysuit, hoping for some sign of interest from her deranged husband. There isn't any. He's beating the fuck out of himself and loving every minute of it. She squeezes her rubber tits as if to squirt them at him. Still no interest. She says, "You're a worm, a fucking worm. These are my tits, Harry. I have tits. Look at me. Look at my wonderful tits, you fucking worm. I'm going to pretend I'm squirting them on you. Woo, woo. Almost gotcha." Harry, "Not now, Rhonda. Oof, oof. Oh, I love this. Hurt me. Oh, pull my chain, you tiny potato-headed whatchamacallit." Rhonda says, "They're almost squirting, Harry. Look. Woo, 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 you fucking worm." Thingfish, "Abdullah, is you all right? Don't be pulling the boy's chain too hard there. He's got another show to do tomorrow. Don't put that in your mouth, girl. I knows you can't help yourself with that crazy motherfucker abusing you like that, but just hang on a little longer. He be dropping the wad pretty soon now." Rhonda, pinching her nipples, jiggling her tits. "Jingle bells, jingle bells." Harry, "Oh, this is divine. Rhonda, this is my pussy, Harry. Look, see it? You know what I'm going to do with it, you worm? I'm going to make it fuck something." Rhonda, "That's right. You won't get any of it because you're disgusting. I don't need you, Mr. First Nighter. My wonderful, wonderful pussy doesn't need you. I have my briefcase, Harry. I'm going to fuck my briefcase. I'm going to look at this. I got it right over here. There, see it? My big brown briefcase. My briefcase. It's big, Harry. It's full of business papers from my career." So, a tan and brown briefcase, 7 feet tall, is lowered in. Big briefcase. Francesco watches it land near his window. He exits the bungalow with a can of Crisco and a violin case. In pantomime, he cautiously interrupts Rhonda's monologue, suggesting that she examine the contents of the case. It contains a strap-on dildo of such ridiculous proportion that a chain leading from just behind the head of it must be hooked to a leather dog collar around Rhonda's neck in order to hold it up. Francesco recommends the Crisco as a lubricant, dabs on a bit with a miniature doll's foot. That miniature doll's foot shows up in the booklet for Uncle Meat back in '69. Finally, see, he has that little image, no explanation, miniature doll foot. It gets retrieved 15 years later. Finally, he dabs a bit with a miniature doll's foot, finally indicating that in the interest of good taste, she concealed her pubic hair with a cardboard box in the manner preferred by famous singing Christians. Rhonda reaches inside the briefcase and locates her special atomic glasses with tiny doll arms reaching out through tiny cardboard boxes, and she puts them on. She reaches in again and finds an artificial hamburger with a red ribbon on it. Red ribbon. She mounts it on top of her head, tying the ribbon in a neat bow below her chin. Ready at last, she humps the briefcase vigorously. She says, "I'm going to put my glasses on, Harry. I'm going to put my hair up in a bun. Then I'm going to fuck. Ha, ha, ha. Look, see me. See how I got my hair up. Ooh, I'm really doing it. Ha, ha, ha." Harry, "Rhonda, have you no shame? Keep the briefcase closed, for Christ's sake. All your documents are falling out." As oversized file folders emerge, Rhonda says, "I'm good. Oh, good, I'm good. Harder, faster. This is terrific. Boy, I need it so bad. Thingfish, girl, best be careful with the latch. Harry, those are the Warner Brothers files, aren't they, dear? Don't you think there'll be some questions about the condition of the blue paper? Rhonda, with the handle in her mouth, semi-intelligible. I'm sucking the handle now, Harry. Look, tastes good. Look, the handle. Harry says, hurt me, Abdullah. Make me whimper and beg for your tiny rubber love. After nibbling on it as if it were a giant piece of corn on the cob, Thingfish hands Rhonda an oversized pink fountain pen with her name on the clip. She says, I've got a fountain pen, Harry. I've got a fountain pen with my initials on it. I'm putting it in my mouth, Harry. I'm going to get it wet. I'm going to stuff it up my asshole and ride the briefcase again. You disgusting, perverted bastard worm. I'm going to do it. Look, Harry. Woo, God damn it, Harry. Watch me. This is for your own good. With the entire cast in a frozen tableau, Brown Moses reappears clutching the crabgrass baby. So look at that. Brown Moses now hanging out with the crabgrass baby, pluking it. And there's a song. He's there singing away to the baby. And he says, as Thingfish examines Sister Abdullah X for damage, Brown Moses begs for a handout. He accommodates him. I guess Thingfish accommodates him, tucking little Abdullah under one arm, rummaging around in his habit for a few bucks. Brown Moses hands him the crabgrass baby for security, thanks him, and exits left. Right? He hands over the baby for insurance on the loan, I guess. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
The evil prince and his Broadway zombies appear as the nativity box does one of its famous rotations. As a result of his previous raw chitlin ingestion, he and the rest are showing obvious signs of mammy nun knackin' sproutulence. So they're getting mutated. Making matters worse, when he sings, he sounds like Harry, and when he speaks, he sounds like Thingfish. That's the evil prince. Evil prince and his mammified fake Broadway singing. What is happening to me, and also to the old zombie I used to know? Of course, they once so spectacular. Now we be talking the vernacular. There's a strange kind of reaction to the pig with the before. It's immune to the resist, I suppose, from sucking up the grease from the duodenum dribblings out of the pig before. I can laugh and rub my chin when my resist come rolling in. It's just like catching a second wind. I feel so gay. Some nights refer to me as scum. No, some mites refer to me as scum, because where'd they all be coming from? When the glute colugnia rushing down the plane, they're going to be coming is underneath some raggedy dirt in the suburban outskirt of old Manhattan. Traffic pattern near the Gay White Way. Evil Prince says, continues. I gets clammy saying mammy. I gets chills all up my spine. I gets wistful with a fistful of Neshium blind. Just like tugging on the heartstrings, just like them little old falling apart things, just like whatever dad is rotten, we has surely not forgotten how to pretend to sing. Nowadays hope we ain't gonna die, only the suckers forced to buy them expensive tickets we've been selling at the do. Now we got some Broadway zombie mammies, we got some ugly old orphan Annie, and the traditions will go on and on and on. I love to see the zombie fly. It sort of makes you want to cry. Because we is Broadway, we's expensive, and we can't never die. Harry, Jesus, that was terrific. I've never experienced anything quite like that in the theater before. How about you, Rhonda? Rhonda says, you're a worm, Harry. Drop dead. God, you're disgusting. Don't touch me. Yuck. What is this scum on your chest? Did that little rubber mammy do something on you? We got a few pages left. Thingfish alarmed. Oh, Abdullah, you little vagrant. What you been up to with the chump over there? Let me see your drawers. Just couldn't help yourself, could you? Phew, you best be washing that thing off, darling. I knows we supposed to be indestructible, but what you got ripening down there be putting us all to the test. Wow. Or yow. So Evil Prince says, personally, darling, I found the performance with the briefcase to be uncreatably stimulating. Rhonda goes, eat shit, you overbearing male chauvinist member of the scientific community. Thingfish, wait, a sweet little hunk of heaven. What a sweet little hunk of heaven she growed up to be. When she were deflatable, she didn't say nothing. Just kept her face open like this, waiting for the salami that never arrived. Now she's fucking the briefcase, dumping the paper all over the floor, hair up in an ugly old bun, fountain pen dangling out of her asshole, and talking dirty to a member of the royal family. Girl, this cocksucker might be evil, but he am a prince. Now, he be talking I don't know, that's, what's her name? What's that movie we've been... I forget. Now he be talking deep vernacular. I find it considerably more convenient to indemnify with his point of view, says Thingfish. Read that again. This cocksucker might be evil, but here I am a prince. Now he be talking the vernacular. Now he be talking the vernacular. I find it considerably more convenient to indemnify with his point of view. Evil prince. Sure enough. Yeah, well, you a wise old mammy. Where are you from originally? Thingfish. St. Louis. That's St. Louis. I don't know. I read all this St. Louis stuff. It turns out that the prince is getting awards at Thingfish. I mean, at St. Louis, at the university there. This pisses Thingfish off. Thingfish he accuses the boy. Okay, evil prince. Just might distress your ass to learn that on the way home from the San Quentin tater mashing experiment, me and the country resting musicians dropped by the college to receive an honorary degree. Thingfish, you lying, boy. They given degrees in tater husbandry back in the old alma mater. Evil prince, that all they be given anymore? That all they given anymore? Motherfucking tater husbandry? Be the wave of the future in St. Louis. St. Louis. Graduating class were over 700, and every one of them dealing with them taters like the shrimp murderers. And every one of them dealing with them taters like the shrimp murderers down at Benny Hanny's. Then Thingfish joins in, looking down at Abdullah. What? Huh? You want to what? Abdullah, the prince just be shooting the hometown shit here. He ain't going to give us no more problem. What you mean, girl? Okay, go ahead and fuck the little crabgrass baby with the enormous white pompadour. Just get down and dear wit you nasty. Just get down on there wit you nasty little old degenerate self. Just get down on there wit crabgrass baby with the enormous white pompadour. Just get down on there wit you nasty little old degenerate self. Thingfish puts the crabgrass baby on the floor and positions Abdullah over it. He places his foot on Abdullah's back and pumps both of them up and down. While Abdullah emits multiphonic whimpers and the computer speech program runs amok, Thingfish comments, twist and shout, work it on out, and in, huh? Get down, go on, give him a little shoe. That what Denny be doing. Work on Jumbo every time. Go on, get the little pompadour up in the air again. I liked that part. Just like the Olympics. Okay, so Harry, it's fascinating the way things are resolving themselves around here. I never would have suspected anything like this. So Rhonda yells more at Harry, says that she's evolved. She and her secret society of women have evolved past the men. They were too busy playing golf. You watched football. You drank beer. We evolved. We only look like Wandas and Rondas. We are superb, Harry. We are sublime. We are perfect in every way. And you, what are you? You are the all-American cocksucker, jizzing all over your leather cock. You are the all-American cocksucker, jizzing all over your leather cocksucker costume after beating the snot out of yourself with a rubber mammy. I simply can't respect you, Harry. You ain't no good. Go ahead. She'll be... I'll read that again. Where were we? You're the all-American cocksucker, jizzing all over your leather cocksucker costume after beating the snot out of yourself with a rubber mammy. I simply can't respect you, Harry. You are no good. Go ahead. Smell the pen. Go on. I'm wiping it, Harry. There you go. During this, the lights have dimmed, leaving Rhonda in a spotlight. Harry crawls into the spotlight circle and assumes the traditional pose of the RCA dog, begging to sniff the open. Rhonda moves it higher and higher, torturing him. No, I think I left something out. The lights have dimmed, leaving...
I don't know why my brain works like this, but I was thinking, in the fallen state, we are all like Rhonda, full of oxygen, only deflatable, full of air. And then we come into our power and we become nymphomaniacs, bitches.
You're saying that all those injections, all those hormones that the aunt did, whatever her name is, Patty, that was all planned by some committee in whatever that high school was called. Where are we at?
Yes, but it's like he's making fun of Broadway, and he says we pretend to be singing, but the whole society is pretending to be singing. Everything is fake play, politics and religion, and we all know it's like a play, but it's like people just accept to watch this absurd play.
I simply can't respect you, Harry. You are no good. Go ahead, smell the pen. Go on. I'm wiping it, Harry. There you go. During this, the lights have dimmed, leaving Rhonda in a spotlight. Harry crawls into the spotlight circle and assumes the traditional pose of the RCA dog, on the LPs, begging to sniff the pen. Rhonda moves it higher and higher, torturing him. His nose finally reaches it. Francesco stands nearby, fetishing Abdullah. The track for No Not Now played backwards. The first words are meant to be Harry's reaction to the odor of the writing utensil. Well, I'll have to note that before the show. So it says, the track for No Not Now begins. The first words are meant to be Harry's reaction to the odor of the writing utensil. So it says, not really Harry's voice. It says Epsom sauce backwards. Then Thingfish says, whiff it, boy, whiff it good now. Mammy, step forward and try to get on down with them Broadway zombies. Just to close the number now. Moses, get you brown ass over here. Leave the colonia alone for a minute and cornhole you some evil prince. Believe he done evolved to the point wherein he can handle it now. See that? Look like he's severely enjoying it already. Sound like he enjoying it too. No, look like he's severely enjoying it already. Sound like he enjoying it too. Is your eye ear. I smell trouble. Look like he got the eye-anooshed. No two ways about it. Eye-anooshed. Don't know what that is. The mammies dance tangos with the zombies, eventually hurrying them off stage. The evil prince cornholes Rhonda, who doesn't even notice as she waves her magic wand fountain pen around for Harry to follow. Thingfish snatches up the crabgrass baby and Abdullah, one in each hand. So Thingfish snatches up the crabgrass baby and Abdullah, one in each hand, shaking them like maracas while twirl dancing around the yard. Harry as a boy and the artificial Rhonda reappear, chasing after the infant. Quentin Robert the Nameland cornholes Brown Moses. Opal rides the bull while Francesco gives her an enema. The nativity box rotates erratically, delivering Dutch midgets offering onions to the audience, Sicilian dancing virgins, the Count, and Frankie C., and finally Robot Frank, with the lawn jockeys and the piss pump adding a final festive touch. Thingfish says, so we're coming to the last pages. For y'all, before y'all departs, I just wish to say in conclusion, as matters of this gravity generally require some type of philosophical post-inscription, that what y'all have witnessed here tonight were a true story.
Right. Everything is true.
Bob but only the names or the potatoes have been changed to protect the innocent. Galut Colonia, don't buy it, peoples. This had been a public service announcement. Wave good night to the white folks, Abdullah. Rhonda says, this is symbolism, Harry. This is symbolism. Really deep, intense, thought-provoking Broadway symbolism. Modern, Harry. Harry says, take your hand off that chain, honey. A conga line is formed. They all exit through the audience, except for Francesco, Thingfish, and Bobby something, and Thuster Abdullah X. The crabgrass baby has been returned to Harry's a boy and artificial Rhonda. They emit via the rotating nativity box, leaving Francesco. He watches them silently. When he is sure they are gone, he walks to the edge of the stage, pauses for a moment, then screams, Francesco! So that's Harry screaming for Francesco Zappa. Then he says, Porco Dio. The opening string trio is heard once more. Francesco tosses his copy of Grove's dictionary into the manger. Marilyn Monroe getting subway air blown up her dress again. Another dwell. ECU, only this time the word is in Mongolian. Cut to Genghis Khan with a baffled expression, seated on Daisy at the pony ride, surrounded by beige parents demanding brave behavior. Cut to Marie Antoinette getting subway air blown up her dress. Cut to did I do Marie Antoinette?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what, Marie? Genghis Khan with a baffled expression, seated on Daisy at the pony ride, surrounded by beige parents demanding brave behavior. Cut to Marie Antoinette getting subway air blown up her dress. Cut to the subatomic physicist beating the snot out of Dirk in the alley, still yelling, shut it off, etc. Cut to Abraham Lincoln in top hat and tails, standing over the Marilyn Monroe Memorial subway grating, waiting for something to happen. Nothing happened, so he flips his tails up manually and says, whee! Cut to the President and First Lady watching The Devil and Miss Jones. An over-the-shoulder view of their TV screen reveals that it is, in fact, old Zircon in Miss Jones. The President, that certainly does give a person something to think about. It's the Christmas toddy. What format is this, Beta or VHS? Cut to Uncle Willie on his bed as he turns and answers. Uncle Willie says, I does not know, Your Majesty. It is obviously Uncle Willie, but we see him now with a head like a potato and lips like a duck. So it's obviously Uncle Willie. It's obviously Uncle Willie, but we see him now with a head like a potato and lips like a duck. So Uncle Willie got mutated. He crams his cigar in the dummy's mouth. He winks at us disturbingly. He takes a coffee puff. He takes a big puff and exhales it toward the camera, where it forms the words Christmas in New Jersey, unquote. Freeze on the smoke words. Fade to black. The end. All right, you guys.
Bravo!
Bravo! How did it end?
True.
Right, how did it end? Let's go back and look at that. It ends with Uncle Willie and the dummy. And Uncle Willie abuses Dummy's mouth. Dummy probably doesn't help Uncle Willie's lifestyle, so no New Jersey income. Has a whole list of cut twos, all that stuff I read, sentences so he can find what we're doing. So it ends with another failed mission, and they're waiting for the breakthrough, which has arrived, and waiting for them to catch up. Well, I gotta go have something to drink. Anything else?
Well, what would Adorno say if he watched this play in Broadway?
Let's see. Anybody come in here being blocked? No? So, what do we do? It's 5:30, and we got to play Rewrite now. Carol's now back up. Carol's joining the thing. I've been talking for 7 hours straight. Talking and reading.
Maybe she can expand on the idea of how to get out of the vortex. I mean, on the one side, we need art and satire, humor, but there is also the chemistry that...
Okay, Carolyn, there's your assignment. Explain how to get out of the vortex.
Part of the barrel.
The barrel. What's the medical barrel to protect us?
Take the complement formulas, please. They're there for your physical so that your other bodies can have a soft landing place.
Yes, but maybe you could say something about the vortex of the chromosome 14 that Ian mentioned. There is this type of activation that it's a cross, but it's like rotating.
Right. Well, I don't know exactly what you guys have been talking about or what you're getting at, but certainly in cellular dynamics, there's probably that sort of momentum going on because they in science for so many years just wanted it to be a lock and key mechanism where things happened in the cells, but it's much more holographic than that. So that's where the vortex would come in. That's what comes to mind, and it probably occurs at the chromosome and DNA level. And if we think of the 98% of the DNA that's been designated as junk DNA, and if we realize that's a significant part of cells, and there's movement, momentum, vortexing going on there, those are a bunch of words that might mean something to somebody's head. What do you think, Roxana?
Yes, because Ian is always talking about all these strands that usually, we're supposed to have only 2 strands, but with the reset, the amount is amazing. And how this vortex sort of makes a new braiding of these spirals. And that's where I was saying this is the real stairway to heaven, to ascent.
Yes. The walking up the spirals. So spirals implies vortex, and when you look up the definition of vortex, it's a whirling mass of water, especially one in which a force of suction operates as a whirlpool, a whirling mass of air, especially one in the form of a visible column or spiral as a tornado. So there's the spiral, a whirling mass of fire or flame, something regarded as drawing into its powerful current everything that surrounds it. And it's not really a vortex the way I talk about minerals going into the cell and pulling water in after it, but that's kind of osmosis. But if there's any power to it, then it could be kind of vortexual. And in Cartesian philosophy, vortex is a rapid rotary movement of cosmic matter about a center, regarding as accounting for the origin or phenomenon of bodies or systems of bodies in space. So, yeah, if the chromosomal matter is, as we know, very pivotal, then there's a lot of activity around it.
Yes, and well, I think it's amazing how all these ideas about the thunders and the vortex and the fall being a process like a vortex that take us down, but we also come out of this vortex, transform again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's amazing how all these things are being elucidated in many different aspects of what's going on.
Right. So
and we talk about Zappa and McLuhan and all this, but the chemistry is also very important, and
right. But like you said many times before, it's pretty impossible to describe it. I know you all are on the show for hours and hours and hours talking, and I guess trying to describe it, but it's indescribable. It has to be a felt feeling place in a person's physical body. If we're still, alive on Earth, that's where the physical body comes in.
Yes, and that's the thing, that this is the new type of science that cannot be separated between, for example, media, ecology, and art, and medicine. It's all one explanation, one thing that it's happening. And we are getting to understand these changes as they happen. Like McLuhan said, you have to be cool and watch the vortex to try to understand what's going on as it is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you and Bob and Ion are giving us the pattern that you are observing in the vortex.
Right, and I think a lot of it comes from a person's confidence. If you're confident that you are worthy, I know Bob probably doesn't like that word, but if you are confident that you're worthy to know this information, that you should know this information is something that is your birthright, et cetera, however you want to say it, then the answer, the knowing of it just comes to you. It just makes sense. It feels right. It's okay. And then once you kind of have that lodged in yourself, that either what Bob is saying has some meaning for you. The completement formulas have meaning for you. A few things that you can just latch onto. Then you start approaching your completeness, and you don't feel less than, et cetera, et cetera. So it's hard to describe something that's indescribable, and that's why Bob keeps doing the show, right, Bob? Right, Bob? He's in the depths of the kitchen. He's in the muffin.
He's in the
muffin utility kitchen.
Yeah, in the lab.
Mhm.
Yes, but I think we are in this McLuhan, and I think Innie said people are going to retrieve the mystical and the spiritual in this time of extreme technological bombardment, because they need to balance what seems to be non-human with something else, and it's the need to retrieve the non-physical. And many people get lost into the New Age type of explorations or explanations, but we're trying to give something to the labyrinth of the mind, because it's easy to people to attack and say these people are claiming things that are not truth, or are exaggerating, or are another type of cult. But we're really trying to explain this extension only like the technology of the non-physical expanding ourselves, and we're just not trying to be objective, not to fall into this type of New Age talk, and that's why we go to the satire to the to the Zappa.
Yeah, because science has brainwashed us to think that science has the answer, but I think we all know enough about science to know that it's been sold down the river. It's focused mostly on drug, the end point of a drug solution. It's science is too linear, too Cartesian. It just wants to look at one thing and find one answer. And then the opposite of that, like you're saying, is, the New Age mentality that anything that's not science is New Age woo-woo. And here we are in the middle of that, trying to say our words that get caught up in either the science definitions or the woo-woo definitions, but we're definitely somewhere in between. And Bob, with your help, you're trying to define the new terminology to define Eindom and how people can be in their own power, and all those, again, words that are have such incomplete definitions. That's why Ion was constantly getting us to redefine words, to beat the old obvious definitions out of our head. So yeah, we're defining the new space, right, Bob?
Yeah, for me, for example, what's a big surprise? Every time Ion says, you don't know what is this, how your body really works, all the systems, what's going on with your heart, with your hypothalamus, with all these secretions, it's like we don't really know anything. We don't know what matter is. We don't know what energy is, and we are supposed to have all these theories and science based on false premises that I think there is time, for example. So it's like I don't know how we have any technology based on science that is like fiction. All theories suppose things, but it's not like really proven. It's just like we think it's like this, we suppose it's like this, and it's amazing that everything is based on suppositions and hypotheses and.
Well, I think, we have new technology because people get it in their dreams, in their so-called dreams. When they're in other worlds, they bring back the information and then they apply it. So, yeah, it's never based on technology if you listen to the reports of, genius people who come up with neat things.
Yeah, so hopefully we are finally retrieving real science, real knowing, and we are understanding what is this meat body and other aspects of what we are that were never considered, and also about the environment that. We are realizing how things have been changed, for example, by media, by electricity, that were never considered because it's a type of heresy just to think or to say publicly anything about the non-physical or the mystery landscape.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the next step that. I think you and Bob are very brave to take that step publicly, because everybody cares so much about reputation more than truth. It's just this fake Broadway play.
So what did you get out of the Broadway play?
Well, in a way, everything in the environment is this type of fake cheapness, and people are entertained by that and engaged in that, and it's like. Zappa is presenting this exaggeration of the situation, like it's not only like Adorno said, the low culture and the manipulation that takes place with that bad food and bad information, but it goes beyond and presenting these satires is a way to laugh at the situation, but to observe the vortex and get new patterns, to understand how to repair it. And that's the function of art. We have to survive, like McLuhan said. It's all about finding solutions to survive the vortex of the environment. And instead of getting afraid or sad, we can also laugh as we observe the vortex, how it works, how to work with it, and how to come out of that. And I think that's Zion all the time. He has been so funny from the beginning. Like the situation is terrible when we think about it, but he's not coming and making people afraid. Like, yeah, there is no golf anymore, and when you die, you are in this limbo, or I don't know. It's not this making people scared, but he's making people laugh. Like, this is an absurd situation, so there is no point in transitioning anymore. And instead of making that a tragedy, he's making us laugh with all this situation that seems to be so dramatic.
Yeah, that's okay. That's well said. Difficult, but well said.
Yeah, so
difficult. How do you mean difficult?
Well, see what she's trying to talk about is difficult.
The end of the play this is true, or what was the phrase?
At the end of the play. Looking
it's
it
all
up.
true.
No, it doesn't say it's all. It says freeze on the smoke words. The words says Christmas in New Jersey. Freeze on the smoke words, fade to black. Is that what you're...
No, he says in conclusion.
Oh, you're talking about Ion. Yeah.
No.
That's right.
Just read it. In conclusion, we're a true story, something like that. What's the last?
Yeah, I don't remember that. Wonder where I read that.
Just now.
What?
Just now.
Yes, and on the...
I haven't said anything. You mean just now, the last 20 minutes?
Yeah, when you ended the play.
At the end of the play, it says, in conclusion, we're a true story.
Oh, okay. That was said by somebody. Yeah, I don't know where that is. I remember saying that.
And Zappa is presenting these terrible things that are going on, and the environment being polluted, and virus are being set free in the environment. And it's true, it's happening, but he's making a comedy out of it. It's not.
Oh yeah, here it is.
These prisoners
before you all depart,
are mutants, and they are safe anyway. Nothing happens with the virus.
Right. So Thingfish at the end goes, before you all depart, I just wish to say in conclusion, as matters of this gravity generally require some type of philosophical postscription, that what you all have witnessed here tonight were a true story. Only the names of the potatoes have been changed to protect the innocent. Names of the potatoes.
Yes.
I just wish to say in conclusion, as matters of this gravity generally require some type of philosophical postscription, that what you all have witnessed here tonight were a true story. Only the names of the potatoes have been changed to protect the innocent. Galut Colonia. Don't buy it, peoples. This has been a public service announcement. Wave good night to the white folks, Dula.
Yes, that could be the ending of every payday. It's all true.
Right. Yes.